everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Edit this chapter. Keep the same flow, keep the character name constraint. Simultaneous travel. The Destiny Walker begins. Lord of the Mysteries, Chapter 1 to 59. Simultaneous travel. The Destiny Walker begins from Lord of the Mystery novel summary. Simultaneous traversal of countless worlds. The foolish youth will not dream of the masked fool. When the materialistic angel sees the mythical creature. Now unfolding is the most roadside battle in history versus the most roadside battle in modern times. If Hogwarts hired a foreign teacher from Ray Lucaria. Let's make a grand escape under the eternal blazing sun. Sunua, go fight the Lord of Mysteries. Shared talents, shared abilities, shared physiques, negative. You shared entropy disorder with me. Loneliness, division, isolation means death. But it doesn't matter, only we. I am all me. A global locust plague. Probably a human plague of joy. Please, another me. Worlds already involved, Lord of Mysteries, Collapse Star Railway, Jujutsu Kaisen. Worlds to be involved tentative, Harry Potter, Elden Ring, Dragon Chapter 1, 3 Me-s inside the dim and crowded cabin, the air was heavy and filled with the mixed stench of sweat. The cabin was packed with people, and a black-haired youth was curled up in a corner, motionless. If one only looked at his features, the youth's appearance was very ordinary, neither good-looking nor ugly. However, right now, his face would likely be very conspicuous. Writing this here, I hope readers will remember our domain name. For Taiwanese novels, the first choice is super awesome. Even if one didn't care about his clearly foreigner appearance among the crowd, the features on his face were conspicuous enough. Because his face was densely covered in fluorescent-colored veins, which, from a distance, looked like distinct cracks growing on his face. This looked like some kind of disease, so in the crowded cabin, a small area was actually left empty around him. No one was willing to go near him, fearing contagion. His name was Moraine, meaning a good omen for the family, a gift from the heavens. His parents had even joked that this name wouldn't need changing even if he went abroad, as reading it together sounded like an English name. Now that had truly become a prophecy, he had really transmigrated to a Western world. However, a fortune teller had said this name was inauspicious. Because when read together, Ryun was an incomplete reunion, an imperfect reunion. And it was a foreign Taoist priest. Heard he was a highly educated master's degree holder. But he did seem to have some skill, he had actually guessed this right. If he could go back, he would definitely call him Master Dao. Listening to the various sounds of weeping and complaining around him, as well as the arguing, screaming, and roaring coming from above, Moraine remained motionless, showing no reaction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He always felt a bit of tinnitus, feeling as if bugs were buzzing by his ears, making him feel dazed and muddled. But relatively speaking, he himself was actually quite optimistic. Although he didn't know the reason, his mood was unexpectedly not bad. He had arrived in this world a week ago. If the me from my previous life had died, today would be the 7th day after death. He thought aimlessly. I wonder if I can get the money my mom and dad burned for me over here. He felt his pocket. Inside, there was only a water-damaged earphone case and a dead phone. Looks like that's not possible. Then I hope they don't waste money. Tombs, joss paper, funerals, these all cost a lot of money, but if I can't enjoy them, there's really no need. It would be better for them to keep the money for themselves. He suddenly noticed that his vision seemed to be blurring, so he closed his eyes, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. 7 days ago, he was just walking on the road wearing earphones, playing on his phone while heading home. But suddenly his foot slipped, and he inexplicably fell into the water. It was seawater, very salty seawater. He couldn't understand at all why he would suddenly fall into the sea while on land, but fortunately, he knew how to swim a little. So he treaded water and floated in the sea for nearly a whole day. Fortunately, it was summer, otherwise he probably would have frozen to death in the water. Just when he was cold, hungry, thirsty, and physically exhausted, a passing ship fished him out. The kind captain took him in. This was an unwritten rule at sea: provide aid when encountering someone in distress. Because only if everyone followed this rule would other captains offer help when they themselves were unfortunately in distress. Of course, this rule could only constrain good people. Moraine was very glad that the captain he met was a good person. But it seemed not everyone on the ship was a good person. This ship had just encountered pirates over 10 days ago, and most of its resources had been looted. Although those pirates strangely followed the principle of not killing captives, not killing a single person, and even leaving behind enough supplies for everyone to return to land alive, the evil of human nature still erupted at this moment. The anger of being robbed combined with the depression brought by the unchanging scenery of the ocean made the emotions of some crew members very sensitive. They could barely hold on for a day or two, but 5 days passed, 10 days passed. The second week after the pirates left, which was the day Moraine boarded the ship, the suppressed emotions erupted. Not long after Moraine boarded the ship, before he even had time to change his clothes, a massive riot occurred on the ship, and a fierce infighting broke out. From arguments to brawls to drawing revolvers and raising straight swords, killing each other. In the following days, Moraine, a fragile college student who had never even killed a chicken, witnessed true hell. He watched helplessly as the people around him fell one by one, their eyes open, never to close again. Limbs, hearts, and intestines were splattered everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that he was truly hungry, he definitely would have vomited everywhere. And the rest of the crew members who were unwilling to become beasts had nowhere to hide, and no way to escape. Surrounding them was the boundless ocean, they couldn't go anywhere. Some wept, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were still hung on the masts. But fortunately, Moraine discovered that as a transmigrator, he seemed to really have some kind of beyonder ability. He seemed to be able to control others' attention. As long as he remained silent and motionless, everyone would ignore him. So for the next 2 days, he stayed in the corner, saying nothing and doing nothing. Soon, someone finally stood up. The captain led them to hide in the sturdy lower deck of the cabin, intending to rely on the prepared fresh water and food to hold out until those crazy guys reached their limit. Moraine also blended in and hid in the bottom of the ship. However, when everyone settled down, his strange ability seemed to become less useful. Someone still noticed him staying in the corner. However, Moraine's face was already covered in dense, fluorescent-colored veins, looking extremely terrifying. Everyone subconsciously avoided him, unwilling to get close. He could understand and didn't mind, but he just felt uncomfortable in his heart. Only one gentleman, who looked like a kind person, was willing to approach Moraine. He had a round, kind face and a shy personality, like a girl. Moraine couldn't understand what they were saying, but he could still understand simple transliterations. Therefore, when that kind gentleman pointed to himself and said his name, he understood. That gentleman said his name was Triss. Moraine finally realized it that day. The chaotic ship, the crew member named Triss, and the crimson moon he had vaguely seen a few days ago. Here is the world of Lord of the Mysteries, and this is the Clover. When he first found out about this, Moraine was still a bit worried. Because in this world, knowledge is poisonous. And he had not only read the entire Lord of the Mysteries, but even seen the third blasphemy slate, which was the Cuttlefish's public account. But strangely, 7 full days had passed now, and his 7th day after death was almost over, yet no corruption had descended, and no strange consciousness had awakened within him. Moraine lowered his head, pondering silently. Could it be that? Actually, the current me is the newly born consciousness. To think that I am actually an incarnation of an outer deity. Moraine. Moraine. A call interrupted Moraine's thoughts. At this moment, a hand grabbed his arm and pulled him up. The round-faced Triss stood beside him, holding his arm, pointing at the veins on his face, and speaking passionately to the surrounding crew members. Although he couldn't understand, Moraine could roughly guess that he was talking about the veins on his face, perhaps saying that the people outside were all demons, and that they had forced a poor person to contract a disease. Under Trist's speech, the eyes of the people in the cabin gradually became firm, no longer fearful. With Trist's speech, the atmosphere inside the cabin gradually became more and more lively. Everyone's face showed an expression of indignation, wishing they could tear the rioters outside to pieces. Moraine knew that this was Trist digesting the instigator potion. But Moraine couldn't understand at all, so his thoughts wandered, thinking about this and that. He retrieved the plot of Lord of the Mysteries from his memory. In the plot, the entire Clover tragedy was orchestrated by Trist. However, Moraine clearly knew that this cruel assassin would suffer the justice of the lone royal family in the future, being fiercely spanked by the brave prince amidst his desolate cries. The prince thrust his long spear at this evil demoness to protect the world. How great Prince Edisac is! Prince Edisac always stood on the front line of fighting against the demoness. Well done, Edisac, you are truly the glory of the Augustus family. His wandering thoughts gradually returned, and Moraine felt a bit dizzy. Soon, Trist finished talking about Moraine, let go of his hand, and let Moraine sit back in his original spot, while he continued his speech. Moraine sat back in the corner and continued to let his thoughts wander. The more his thoughts wandered, the more he felt out of place with the people around him. He sighed imperceptibly and scanned the surrounding crowd. Even though there were so many people around, he inexplicably felt lonely and could only make himself feel better by constantly shifting his thoughts and letting his mind wander. He was completely unable to integrate into the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone was excited, everyone was expectant, and everyone was passionate. But he wasn't. He couldn't understand Trist's speech, couldn't blend into the atmosphere, and couldn't even regard the people around him as his kind. This made Moraine reflect. Was he too prideful? Was it because he was a transmigrator that he didn't treat others as living people at all? But that shouldn't be, he had always thought he was a very easygoing person. As a 19-year-old fragile college student, he had fantasized countless times about transmigrating to another world. But when this day truly arrived, he found that he couldn't blend into this world no matter what. Strange. I'm clearly not that pretentious. He muttered to himself, but the feeling of melancholy didn't diminish at all. On his face, the fluorescent-colored veins became slightly more obvious. Moraine clenched his hands tightly. It's very strange, it's really very strange. He could at least be considered a social terrorist before, but after coming here, he only felt a strong sense of detachment from others. So uncomfortable. The tinnitus by his ears began to get louder again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Blurred images appeared before Moraine's eyes. Trist didn't know what he said, but he started leading the people in the cabin to shout slogans. They used a firm tone, following Trist to shout words Moraine couldn't understand over and over again. Moraine felt even more uncomfortable. He felt like a bug drifting outside the event. A sense of loneliness wrapped around him like a tide. That's it, he seemed to understood why he had that feeling. He was an outlier without any kin in the entire universe. Klein, Roselle Gustave, these transmigrators at least had kin, and at least their hometown that they couldn't return to existed in the mists of history. And as a true transmigrator, he had nothing. He couldn't even say something like, at least we are looking at the same moon, because he knew very well that he and his family were looking at two completely different moons. The more he thought, the lonelier he felt. Don't know why, but as he became lonelier, his memory started to slowly improve. So good that he could easily recall his previous life, recall the other people at home. As his memory got better and better, the memories of the past became more and more profound. As the memories of the past became more profound, the nostalgia for the past became deeper and deeper. As the nostalgia for the past became deeper, he felt lonelier in his current situation. As he became lonelier, his memory got better. How did I? Moraine opened his mouth subconsciously, but although he spoke, a sound similar to insects flapping their wings also came from his throat at the same time. He lowered his head, looking at his own hands. His hands were also full of those fluorescent-colored veins. What exactly am I? At this moment, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. Deep blackness surged from behind, instantly engulfing him. He immediately fell into pitch-black darkness. Moraine looked around, somewhat confused. The sudden change didn't make him feel afraid. On the contrary, he didn't know why he started to relax. In this darkness, Moraine actually felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. For these 7 days, he had been soaking in an indescribable sense of loneliness. Now that he was alone, he felt inexplicably comfortable, not feeling lonely at all. This was very strange. He stood in place, standing silently. 1 second, 2 seconds. Moraine slowly closed his eyes, feeling the deep darkness wrapping around him, feeling as if he had escaped loneliness. The fluorescent-colored veins on his body gradually faded a little. After an uncountable amount of time, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. Moraine turned his head subconsciously, looking behind him. 2 people were standing behind him. He didn't know when they had appeared. Although this space was pitch black, he could clearly see them, see every detail on them. One of them was wearing sloppy, blood-stained clothes, had a slightly ferocious face full of wounds, and looked like he was about to fall apart completely, a ragged version. The other one looked much cleaner, but his expression was quite dispirited, and the fluorescent-colored veins on his face and body were several times more numerous than Moraine's own. Moraine recognized those 2 faces immediately. Ignoring some small flaws, this was almost exactly the same as himself, with his face covered in veins, which he had accidentally seen in the mirror before. It was just that each of them looked like they had lived even more miserably than he had. Although these 2 faces looked somewhat strange and ferocious, Moraine couldn't feel any fear at all. Seeing these 2 identical faces, Moraine immediately had an inspiration. He thought of a genre he had seen when reading novels before. Simultaneous transmigration genre. Simply put, it meant one person was split and copied, each transmigrating to several, a dozen, or even hundreds of different worlds. These selves in different worlds would have different experiences, different opportunities, and would occasionally meet in the same fixed space, synchronizing memories and powers with each other. At this moment, that Moraine, who looked dispirited, seemed to have figured everything out too. He looked at Moraine, his face full of fluorescent-colored veins showing an expression as if he was about to cry. He made a sound mixed with the buzzing of insect wings. Finally saw one of my own. More than just one of his own, this was himself. The next instant, this self pounced on Moraine like a predatory beast. The movement was incomparably fast. Moraine and the other self didn't react at all before he was hugged. This self had great strength, carrying Moraine and pouncing out 5 or 6 meters. As their bodies collided, just as Moraine had guessed, the 2 people's memories began to synchronize. And the third, ragged version of Moraine, who was left out, watched from the side, dumbfounded, hesitating whether to step forward. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag to Chapter 2. I'm fighting Sunua. Chapter 2, I'm fighting Sukuna. In the pitch-black space, 3 people who looked 90% alike gathered together. 2 of them were sitting, while one was lying down. The 3 looked almost identical. The few differences were that one looked a bit cleaner on the face, only having some fluorescent markings, another had many more markings on his face, looking like he was about to shatter, the last one looked the most miserable, with only a few fluorescent markings, but his clothes were tattered and he was covered in wounds. So your spawn point was on a spaceship drifting in space. The sitting Moraine rubbed his temples. He had just accepted the memories of the other 2 selves, and now his head was throbbing. Yes, the Moraine lying on the ground answered weakly. He was the one with the most obvious markings on his face. And the tattered version of Moraine sat to the side, poking him with his finger from time to time. Then, the artificial intelligence on the spaceship injected you with something called a synesthesia beacon, and you immediately gained the ability to understand other languages. Moraine sorted through the memories flooding into his brain. Oh, this thing not only allows you to understand any language, but also allows you to read any text existing in the synesthesia beacon database. Yes, the Moraine lying on the ground raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Ah, Moraine elongated his tone. I think I can guess which world you are in. What a coincidence, I guessed it too, the tattered version of Moraine replied. What a coincidence, I guessed it too, said the Moraine lying on the ground. Honkai, Star Rail, Moraine said. A spaceship, well, you're truly stuck between a rock and a hard place. Your situation is even more extreme than mine. The time Moraine had transmigrated to was very unfortunate. This was a spaceship belonging to the Interastral Peace Corporation. The spaceship's pilot had died suddenly due to long-term exploitation, and the AI built into the ship was an artificial intelligence without its own consciousness, not a living mechanical intelligence, so it could not communicate. As an outsider, he had no authority to control the spaceship. As for why the AI provided food and a synesthesia beacon for communication, the reason was simple. Because the corporation always needed to travel to various planets, they often used a negotiation method of locking up the natives for a day or two to peacefully resolve issues. And the area at the back of the ship that could be used as a detention room was a very good choice. To be able to talk to yourself for a week without breaking down, you really are a god among men, Moraine gave a thumbs up. Drifting alone in the universe, with no one to communicate with, the unchanging darkness outside the window, the only companion being a corpse. Hee, I think so too, Moraine laughed a bit neurotically. This spawn point is truly divine. Full of resentment, huh? But you aren't doing much better either. He turned his head to look at the tattered version of Moraine who was poking him. Among the worlds of the three, the world where this tattered version of Moraine was located was probably the lowest level. But he was the most dangerous one so far. It's fine to talk about it online, but who wouldn't want to risk their life to act as a speed bump for the four calamity cursed spirits in reality? Jujutsu Kaisen Morian grinned and said. The world this Moraine transmigrated to was Jujutsu Kaisen. The time of his arrival was the day of the Shibuya incident. At that time, he had inexplicably appeared in a subway station. Seeing that the surroundings were full of Japanese posters, he thought he had transmigrated to a parallel world in Japan. Just as he was wondering if he could find a way to get back home without a passport, he ran head-on into a transfigured human that had been turned into a monster by idle transfiguration. Quite sudden. And it was truly a harsh case of love at first sight, around the corner. Looking at his scorched hair, tattered clothes, and wounds all over his body, Moraine and the other Moraine cast pitiful glances at him. Hey, what's with those looks? I've awakened a cursed technique. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian shouted in dissatisfaction. Perhaps due to the body's adaptation after transmigration, he had indeed awakened a cursed technique and cursed energy. But the two's eyes were still full of pity. Honkai, Star Rail is an idealistic world where even a bug has the potential to become a god. Lord of the Mysteries has a complete pathway to godhood. As long as one works hard, becoming a god is not impossible. But the Jujutsu world is different. Here, talent is everything. Whether a person can become a Jujutsu sorcerer is determined from birth, everyone's cursed energy is fixed, and it's almost impossible to break through later. And everyone's cursed technique is naturally engraved in their brain. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian's cursed energy was only barely higher than an ordinary person's, and his cursed technique was even more unbearable. It was called the Simultaneous Cursed Method. The effect was that he could make his voice appear directly in the minds of targets within a certain range. The mana cost was extremely high. The duration he could manage was no more than 3 minutes, the straight line distance could hardly exceed 100 meters, and he could only use normal volume, not volume bombs. My enemy's abilities are controlling fire, controlling forests, controlling the ocean, and controlling souls. And my ability is sending voice messages without a phone. If I try hard, I can even send them in groups. This is really great. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian patted his chest very proudly. It seems he has been driven crazy. Very good, next time it will be your turn to fight Sukuna. Moraine pointed his thumb at Jujutsu Kaisen Morion. Jujutsu Kaisen Morion showed a shocked expression. You actually expect a pager to fight Sukuna? Pagers can actually send messages quite far, actually, Moraine reminded him. At best, yours is a toy walkie-talkie. And a one-way one at that. Well done, no points lost. At the very least, he could hold the title of the most roadside jujitsu sorcerer in history. Then, there's you. Moraine stroked his chin, and looked at the other Moraine, saying, You have embarked on the path of the propagation, the other Moraine replied distractedly. That's also very miserable. The path of the propagation means death upon leaving the group, and as the only outlier in the entire universe, if the other Moraine hadn't entered this mysterious space, and found kindred, he probably would have died by himself before long. If only you had become a Beyonder, the other Moraine turned over. Then maybe I could leave the spaceship by myself and find a planet. I don't think I can be counted on for that, Moraine spread his hands. I feel that even if I became a Beyonder, it would be very difficult to solve the problem on you. At the very least, I'd have to become a demigod or even an angel. That's true. The other Moraine said dejectedly. I'm even worse off, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion shook his head. You can't expect a toy walkie-talkie to help you with anything. And a grudge-holding walkie-talkie at that, the other Moraine let out a heavy sigh. If only a very powerful me could come right now. At this moment, Moraine pointed to his own face, pointing at the fluorescent markings on it. Come to think of it, when I first found out about this, I thought it was a special trait I brought with me when I transmigrated. But looking at it now, it seems like you brought it to me. It seems so, the other Moraine nodded. This is entropy loss. It seems that because he, as a transmigrator, became the only outlier in the universe, this sense of loneliness resonated with the path of the propagation. Loneliness, division, death upon leaving the group. These are the characteristics of the path of the propagation, and they are all reflected in him. Whether it was the loneliness on the ship at the beginning or the current situation where the identity of Moraine was split into the heavens and worlds, it perfectly fit them now. And the markings that first appeared on him were the manifestation of death upon leaving the group. This is a phenomenon unique to the path of the propagation, a phenomenon unique to Honkai, Star Rail. But this is also a disease that Moraine, whose spawn point was in the world of Lord of the Mysteries, should not and could not have contracted. That's strange. Moraine wondered. I haven't been here before. How did he get a loan on a negative effect in advance? He was very sure that they should have come here first, and only after touching each other would they synchronize memories and abilities. Just like when they touched just now, he could clearly feel that he had synchronized the physical fitness of the other Moraine after embarking on the path, making his body far exceed that of a normal person. And after touching Jujutsu Kaisen Morion, he gained a tiny bit of cursed energy and the simultaneous cursed method. But why? All three Moraines were pondering this question. At this time, this pitch-black space gradually began to become unstable. The three suddenly had a premonition that they were about to go back. The other Moraine lying on the ground suddenly sat up, looked at the other two selves and said quickly, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. This time he had barely recovered, but it wouldn't be long before he felt he would really break down. So for my sake become a Beyonder. He raised his fist at Moraine. Thinking of the other Moraine's experience, Moraine couldn't help but show an expression like he had eaten shit. He felt that he was even more miserable than himself. He really wanted to help another version of himself, but even if you say that, wanting me to become a demigod or even an angel in a short time is... The other Moraine clasped his hands together over his head. Please, another me. All right. I'll try my best. I will come in from time to time. You must also remember to come in and chat with me more often. The other Moraine left the last sentence. He didn't know how long this space would cool down, but he would definitely come in as soon as he had the chance. He really couldn't stand it if no one talked to him all the time. This was also the reason why, even though they could directly view memories, the other two Moraines chose to speak and communicate. Only having time to say this, the three Moraines were swallowed by the darkness spreading around them. When his eyes finally brightened, Moraine found that he had returned to the original cabin. Moraine shook his head. The buzzing sound in his ears had disappeared. Having found companions, Moraine no longer belonged to the state of leaving the group. The manifestation of entropy loss on him was no longer so obvious. The driving force of the propagation is loneliness. He embarked on the path because of the loneliness of being out of tune with the world, and stabilized because he found the cluster. Finally, the sense of loneliness that had always lingered in his heart disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. He was finally no longer alone. The passionate slogans around him continued. Moraine blinked and listened intently. Synchronizing the effect of the synesthesia beacon, Moraine found that he could actually start to understand what those slogans were saying. At first, he could only barely understand a few words, such as devil, resistance, and so on. As he heard more and more words, he could understand more and more content. Moraine watched Triss pacing in the cabin, waving his arms, and speaking in a passionate tone. The greed and tyranny of those devils threaten every one of us. So we cannot be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If I fall, I will stand up again. But I will not fall. In this counterattack, there will only be two outcomes. Either they destroy us, or we destroy them. Roselle Gustave brought the rise of the Empire to this world. Moraine finally understood what Triss was saying, and felt that these lines sounded familiar no matter how he listened to them. It was probably used by Roselle Gustave when he was showing off. But come to think of it, Moraine suddenly felt something. The propagation, does it really have the ability to hide itself? Moraine touched his face. It felt hard. True stings can cause hallucinations. But this uses their scales. But he had already confirmed that he had not actively released any scales. And it could not be an effect caused by something from another world being synchronized over. He didn't even bring back the synesthesia beacon, he only brought back the effect of his body being transformed by the synesthesia beacon. He seemed unable to synchronize matter, and he had no scales. Moraine frowned, thinking. Thinking carefully, it didn't seem to be a hallucination, but controlling others' attention. Something is wrong. Moraine leaned his head back, making sure he wouldn't be hit by Triss, who was waving his arms constantly. If he had to say, the only thing on him that touched on this aspect was entropy loss. This would cause him to dissipate bit by bit, and leave the world silently. But this was clearly a negative effect, and as a half-walker at the time, it was impossible for him to actively control a negative effect. Then either he had other abilities, or something helped him control the entropy loss. He carefully recalled the memories brought by the other two selves. Moraine frowned, thinking and recalling. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. In the other memories, there was a moment when the other two selves had seen their reflections in the glass when facing it. The reflection in the glass was not the same as his face after the mutation. Moraine looked carefully, but he just couldn't see it clearly. That feeling, it was like. That's it. He suddenly saw it clearly. As he saw clearly what was in the memory, Moraine noticed that there had actually been a background sound in the memory all along. In fact, the Moraine of the Honkai, Star Rail world should have broken down long ago, but there had always been a background sound constantly helping him maintain his emotions, keeping him in a happy mood so he wouldn't break down. The sound had been ringing, but none of the three Moraines had noticed it. Happy mood, happy mood. Moraine slowly raised his head, just as Triss looked at him at this moment. In the reflection of Triss's pupils, he saw his own face. Triss saw nothing, but Moraine saw it. He had embarked on the path of the propagation and another path, which made his vision far superior to that of a normal person. He saw that he was wearing an orange-red mask with a grinning sneer on his face. He heard laughter. Chapter 3 Wish Power, Holy Crap. How did you follow me here? Moraine raised his hand, touching the mask on his face. He had just determined that items couldn't be synchronized between the two sides. Come to think of it, he didn't seem very sure whether this actually counted as an item. What if this was a blessing? The mask of elation was likely a reward from the Aeon of Elation. Moraine didn't know which of his actions had pleased the Aeon of Elation, Aha, but Aha had indeed bestowed a mask upon him at that moment. Speaking of which, wasn't Aha currently off teasing a dog, getting bitten, and contracting rabies? Did Aha really have the spare time to bestow a blessing on a transmigrator? Now that he mentioned it, he really didn't know what the timeline was like on the Honkai, Star Rail side. Triss merely glanced at him before quickly withdrawing his gaze, not paying much attention to Moraine. He seemed to genuinely feel that there was nothing strange about a man wearing bizarre clothing and a mask. His subconscious directly ignored Moraine's abnormality. Watching this scene, Moraine casually shifted his sitting posture, crossing his legs on the floor, one hand resting on his knee, the other supporting the mask on his face. He pondered silently. By now, he was arguably one of the broodmothers of the Moraine species. Although it sounded a bit strange, the propagation didn't care about gender. If your strength was sufficient, your status was reached, and you could split, then you were a broodmother. He had also realized that, at the very least, his self in the Honkai, Star Rail world was alive solely because of the Aeon of Elation's reward. And the fact that he in the Lord of the Mysteries world hadn't been discovered by outer deities, because of the things in his brain, was likely also due to the mask. He didn't know if it was because of his identity as an outsider, the amusement of him being a human, who had simultaneously become a broodmother, or perhaps a desire to see the amusement of other worlds through him. In any case, regardless of the reason, he had accepted this benefit. As for whether he would provide Aha with a sufficiently interesting spectacle. My accepting a gift doesn't mean I accept the terms. The inequality solved it instantly. He was now a genuine broodmother, AT0, tier character in the current version. Unreasonable. However, while this was an important matter, it was even more important to think about how to save his other self. The propagation plus elation. Who knows when his self in the Honkai, Star Rail world might end up splitting himself apart. Though that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Moraine's fingers tapped lightly against the mask. For a Beyonder in the Lord of the Mysteries world, traversing the universe with a physical body was still too much of a stretch. Most demigods couldn't do this. One of the few viable options was the apprentice sequences Wanderer. But the Wanderer relied on the astral world, and it was hard to say if the other side had anything like the astral world. However, it seemed there might be a way to help his other self out of a predicament even at the demigod stage. Mystery Prior. A mystery prior could begin to briefly become a half-human, half-data life form starting at sequence 4. He had a ready-made vehicle, but he just lacked the authorization to use it. So, what if he became a data life form? Combining the propagation and elation to become a worm of data, and a ghost of ether that way, he could easily modify the spaceship's permissions, right? But reaching demigod would take a long time. But this was the only way. During the time Moraine was deep in thought, the atmosphere inside the hold had been stirred to a fever pitch by Triss. Outside the hold were the villains who had seized the ship, and were killing people. Inside were the ordinary crew members unwilling to degenerate into beasts. They each picked up weapons, holding kitchen knives that had been distributed, or wooden clubs dismantled from chairs. Friends, 3 days have passed, their food should be just about used up. The time for our counterattack has arrived. Triss raised his arms, encouraging them. Counterattack. The crew members shouted, raising their hands vigorously. Coincidentally, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, bringing a roll of thunder. Although the lightning couldn't be seen from the lower hold, the thunder provided unexpectedly good accompaniment to Triss' speech. Moraine also raised his hand in cooperation. But he soon realized that he didn't actually know Loan. He could understand it, but he couldn't speak it. So he mumbled a few similar-sounding syllables and lowered his hand. Suddenly, he noticed something slightly off. When he realized he was wearing the mask of elation, some faint, colorful steam appeared before his eyes. However, describing it that way felt a bit uncool, so he preferred to assume it was some kind of aura. They drifted out from people's bodies and dissipated into the air. And Moraine could choose whether or not to see them, so they wouldn't obstruct his vision. This is... After thinking for a moment, he raised his right hand, which was covered in fluorescent patterns, and made a grasping motion in the air. He caught it, but there was no tangible sensation. It really felt just like grabbing a handful of water vapor. Moraine suddenly felt a sense of realization, instinctively knowing the name of these auras. It's wish power. This was wish power, it was wishes, it was emotions. Moraine didn't know how these things were produced, but for now, it seemed to be a product of the elation path. Wanting to survive, wanting to leave this place. This was the wish power generated by the crew members inside the hold. Wanting to indulge, wanting to unleash the malice of human nature without restraint. This was the wish power generated by the thugs outside the hold. I want to survive. I want to do whatever I want. So hungry, kill them. I will use any means necessary. Moraine stretched out his hand and grabbed in the air, feeling that he was catching more and more wish power. The mask on his face subconsciously lit up with a faint, colorful halo, and the next moment, the wish power dissipating in the air converged toward Moraine's palm. This was all the wish power that had permeated the ship throughout the week since the riot began. They were attracted by the mask and hadn't dissipated, now, gathered by Moraine, who had finally made contact with the mask's power. They were drawn to his hand, and then rapidly merged into his body. Moraine's mood became even more joyful at this moment. No, it wasn't just joy. At this moment, Moraine felt that he was the happiest person in the world. The corners of his mouth turned up subconsciously, and he felt a joy welling up from within his heart. He. Feeling the ship rising and falling beneath him, he sensed that a heavy rainstorm might be coming soon. After all, the waves were ridiculously large right now, and the sound of the wind outside could be heard through the walls. Meanwhile, Triss's speech had reached its conclusion. Everyone's emotions had been stirred up to the peak. As a seasoned instigator, he immediately seized this opportunity. Everyone, he shouted forcefully. If you want to survive, then follow me and fight our way out. With Triss's slogan, the wish power on the crew members became increasingly dense and clear. Inside the hold, the dissipating wish power was also tinged with a hint of red. Moraine remained seated where he was, not joining in their chanting. But he kept his hand outstretched, continuously feeling the wish power being drawn by the mask, gathering around him, and surging into his body. He let out a faint ah. This was a comfortable feeling he had never experienced before. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag for Chapter 4. Sea Monster. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Triss pushed away the debris blocking the door and unbolted the main gate. Holding a dagger in his hand, he charged out first. Behind Triss was the captain of the Clover, holding a revolver. Most of the firearms on the ship had been seized by the rioting thugs, and they hadn't left many cold weapons for the crew here either. However, encouraged by Triss, the crew had gradually lost their reason, and had lost most of their fear of the thugs' weapons. Moraine, flooded with a large amount of wish power, also stood up and followed everyone out of the bottom of the cabin. He felt light on his feet, as if he were drunk. In the various rooms of the cabin, thugs heard the commotion outside and rushed out of the cabins, wielding guns and knives. The two groups met in the corridor. Soon, the corridors, rooms, dining hall, and deck were in complete chaos. Gunshots, shouts, and the sounds of fighting. Moraine's movements were much slower. He was the last to leave the room after everyone else had rushed out. He stepped forward, walking into the battlefield with a slight sway, without seeking cover or using his abilities to lower his presence. Suddenly, someone immediately set their sights on him. A gunshot rang out. A bullet flew toward Moraine, who was not hiding at all. He grinned, his spirituality suddenly stirring, causing him to instinctively tilt his head to look at the bullet flying from not far away. An ordinary person's spirituality shouldn't have such a function, but he had indeed managed it. For a split second, the bullet seemed to slow down in Moraine's eyes, and he could see the spinning bullet approaching him. He saw it clearly. He actually saw it clearly. Moraine raised a hand and reached for the bullet. Blue flames ignited in his palm. To call it flame wasn't entirely accurate, it was hard to describe its form. It was a bit like colored wind, more like a field or aura that had been dyed a color. This was the manifestation of cursed energy being released. The bullet was firmly caught by him. Moraine himself was stunned for a moment. The previous action was entirely instinctive. He hadn't expected to catch a bullet with his bare hands at all, and even less did he expect to actually succeed. Moraine's act of catching a bullet with his bare hands gave the thugs nearby quite a shock. A barrage of bullets was immediately poured toward him. At the same time, the flames in Moraine's palm spread to his entire body, igniting him. Recalling the manga he had once read, Moraine covered the surface of his entire body with cursed energy. The bullets pattered against him, but they were all deflected. Originally, with his total amount of cursed energy, he wouldn't have been able to cover his whole body. Even covering both hands would have been a struggle. But this time, Moraine found that he had done it with ease. Feeling the cursed energy covering the surface of his body, Moraine suddenly noticed something. His cursed energy was quite different from the cursed energy of Jujutsu Kaisen Morion in his memories. Both in quality and quantity. Moraine sighed softly. In the worldview of Jujutsu Kaisen, the rankings are divided into 5 levels: Grade 4, Grade 3, Grade 2, Grade 1, and Special Grade. Assuming that ordinary weapons could cause damage to cursed spirits, a Grade 4 cursed spirit is at a level that an ordinary person has a chance to resolve with a wooden stick. A Grade 3 cursed spirit is at a level that can be dealt with using a modern handgun. A Grade 2 cursed spirit can barely be killed by multiple hits from a shotgun. A Grade 1 cursed spirit might not necessarily be killed even by a tank shell. Finally, there is Special Grade, an existence that cannot be injured even by carpet bombing. And the ranking of a Jujutsu sorcerer is usually 1 level higher than the cursed spirit they can fight. For example, a Grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer can usually take on a Grade 2 cursed spirit. Before entering the space, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion was at the level of a Grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer, or even worse. After all, Moraine had never received systematic training, and his physical fitness was ridiculously poor. Most importantly, in the Jujutsu Kaisen worldview, even ordinary people have cursed energy, but Jujutsu Kaisen Morion had absolutely no cursed energy in his body before transmigrating, nor had his body undergone any modification by cursed energy. Others are Grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerers because they only have the level of Grade 4. But Moraine was a Grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer because the lowest level is only Grade 4. He was the most roadside Jujutsu sorcerer in history, well deserved. What could Reggie, whom netizens called the most roadside Jujutsu sorcerer in history, compare with him? But now, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion seems to have been strengthened after synchronizing with his other selves. The synchronization was comprehensive, including physical fitness, mastered abilities, internal energy, and even the natural talents of the body itself. And he seems to have stacked the cursed energy of the Jujutsu world, the spirituality of the mystery world, and the path energy of the Honkai world together. The 3 can be converted into each other, and all have taken on some of the characteristics of the others. An ordinary person's spirituality won't be too high, and the path energy of someone who has just stepped onto the path won't be very high either. But now, Moraine already had the blessing of the mask, and he had also swallowed all the wish power generated by all the crew members on the ship over the past week. The handguns of this era, already backward, could no longer cause him any harm. Kill them. Moraine raised his hands, and a large amount of spirituality, cursed energy, and path energy, accompanied by wish power, gathered in his hands. I want to go home. I want to survive. I want to see my family. His movements paused. The next moment, these complex energies rapidly shifted downward to his legs. The strange masked man who had been standing in the center of the area, covered in flames, suddenly disappeared, and a hole appeared in the ceiling above. On top of the cabin, Moraine smashed through the ceiling and jumped up. He forced himself to sit down on the spot, patted his head, and felt that his current emotions were very unstable. A person who had just become a Path Strider had absorbed the extreme emotions and extreme wish power accumulated by nearly 100 people on a ship over a week. Moraine felt he couldn't handle it. He had been polluted by the wish power. Water droplets fell. It began to rain in the sky. Just as Moraine had guessed, there was a rainstorm today. He was on the roof, touching his mask, lost in thought. As he thought, Moraine had a new idea. Originally, Triss, who had been the first to rush out, had retreated to a corner at some point, hiding in the darkness using the abilities of an assassin, a smile on his lips. It began to rain in the sky, and a strong wind blew. It seemed there was a storm today, which really fit the current situation. Triss thought silently. Soon, rain fell. It started as a light drizzle, but quickly turned into a downpour. The smile on Triss' face became increasingly delighted. He felt that his potion had been completely digested. This instigation was the final step in digesting his potion. Was it too plain? He heard a voice coming from the bottom of his heart. No, it's enough. Triss tilted his head back delightedly. I have already felt the complete digestion of the potion. No, I said, it's not enough. He heard that voice again. This time, Triss finally realized something was wrong. At first, he thought it was his own thoughts, that he was asking himself. But how could he contradict himself? He opened his eyes wide and looked around quickly. There are other Beyonders on this ship. Who is it? Where are they? He had just said one word. Suddenly, the ship's hull shook violently. The water surface churned open. Accompanied by violent waves, a huge tentacle reached out from under the water. Triss' pupils shrank suddenly. He braced himself against a pillar nearby, steadying his figure. What are you afraid of? This is all fake. That smiling voice continued to ring in his heart. What's fake? Was he saying the tentacle in front of him was fake? An illusion? Triss was about to say something when he saw the tentacle slam down hard, smashing a hole into the deck. The tentacle was embedded in the hole. More and more tentacles reached out from under the water, slapping onto the ship one after another, wrapping around the hull. The ship sank violently. You say this is fake. Who exactly are you? Triss forced himself to calm down. Since the other party was willing to communicate, it wasn't impossible to talk. He wanted to incite, but he never intended to die here. Under the intuition of his spirituality, Triss looked up hard at the top of the cabin. He saw a sneering mask. He had noticed the commotion earlier, but if it was just resisting bullets, Triss was a bit wary, so he hid during the chaos. Triss asked doubtfully. Abnormal clothing, a strange mask, fluorescent patterns all over his body. It revealed abnormality from the inside out, yet he always subconsciously ignored these abnormalities. Who exactly are you? Triss' pupils contracted instantly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a Sequence 7 before, nor had he seen similar means of invisibility. But he didn't think a Sequence 7 could do such a thing. He was clearly right in front of him, and there were so many abnormalities. But as long as he didn't speak, he couldn't realize anything. This is at least a Sequence 6. What do you want to do? Triss gripped his dagger tightly. If it was a Sequence 6. The clover shook violently once again. But Moraine was not in a hurry at all. On the cabin roof where he was, his body swayed to a rhythm that Triss couldn't hear, and he looked to be in a particularly good mood. I told you, this is fake. Moraine said with a grin, sitting relaxed on the cabin roof. I don't have the ability to create a real sea monster this big. He held onto the mask on his face and communicated with Triss using the simultaneous cursed method. There was no help for it, he really couldn't speak lone language. But fortunately, the simultaneous cursed method directly sent what Moraine wanted to say into the target's mind. Relax, calm down, and experience it carefully. Moraine held up a finger, shaking his head. As long as you believe it doesn't exist, it won't cause you any harm. Hearing this, Triss forced himself to calm down through meditation. After all, facing a mid-sequence powerhouse 2 sequences higher than himself, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Afterwards, he looked at the surrounding tentacles again, and found that these tentacles had actually become translucent. A tentacle swept past his feet, brushing against his calf, but it passed right through, and then tore the railing apart. But it's tearing the ship apart. Triss blurted out. This sea monster couldn't hurt him, but it could hurt the ship. If the ship sank, he wouldn't survive at all. Yeah, Moraine tilted his head and made a helpless gesture. Because there are plenty of people on this ship who believe in its existence. The ones who created it are you all. Moraine said with a smile. I just helped you gather your wishes. He made a gathering gesture. This is a sea monster that can only cause harm to this ship, and the people on this ship. Moraine held his mask, raised his head, and looked at the sky, at the wish power permeating the space above the whole ship. A whole week. A large amount of emotions gathered on the ship, and didn't dissipate for a long time. On the path of elation, humor and sarcasm have equal power, and whether the final manifestation is fear or a smile, it doesn't matter. Moraine sat on top of the cabin, his voice entering Triss's ears. Triss didn't understand what a path was. But he instinctively felt that something was wrong. The desire to survive, the instinct for bloodthirst, the unbridled volatility of human nature, the unscrupulous means to survive. Moraine rested his hand on his mask. I really thank you for helping me instigate these emotions. If it were just me, I definitely couldn't have done it. He lowered his head again, sitting relaxed on the edge of the cabin roof, his left leg crossed, his right leg hanging down loosely. I can tell you right now how to make this sea monster die easily, how about it? He held a finger to his lips, his tone full of laughter. He originally wanted to call this kind of creation a phantasmal creation. It was just a pity that the name, phantasmal creation, had already been registered. What a pity. Triss was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. When Moraine first reminded him that this sea monster does not exist, he had actually already thought of a solution. But what was the use of thinking of a solution? He couldn't do anything. Moraine's words continued. Go and try it. If you can instigate everyone to believe that this sea monster does not exist, then it will disappear immediately. Moraine's voice became more and more delighted. As an instigator, Triss immediately judged that Moraine had not been lying from beginning to end. He subconsciously turned his head, and just happened to see the sea monster's tentacle whip hard and break a mast. How was he supposed to get others to believe this was fake? He turned back again and looked at Moraine. Moraine spread his hands lightly. Good luck. Chapter 5. The Blue Avenger. Triss turned his head and looked toward the deck. Because of the appearance of the sea monster, both sides, who had been engaged in a firefight, temporarily ceased fire. Everyone hid in their own corners, watching in fear as the tentacles roamed the ship, occasionally tearing off a plank. Cries, wails, and curses constantly reached his ears. As an instigator who had long ago abandoned his conscience, he did not feel that these sounds were pitiful at all. He only found them noisy. As the shouting rose, Triss noticed that those tentacles became even more violent. Damn it, these idiots. Triss cursed inwardly and rushed into the scene. He passed directly through the tentacles and arrived at the center of the deck. Everyone, listen to me. The ship swayed unsteadily, but Triss walked as if on flat ground. Everyone, don't be afraid, Triss's voice spread throughout the entire ship. This is a very special sea monster. As long as we act as if it doesn't exist, it cannot hurt us. Triss mobilized his Beyonder powers as an instigator, injecting spirituality into his voice so that it could clearly reach everyone's ears. Calm down, everyone, calm down. His voice carried a supernatural effect, making people unable to help but believe him. Quite a few people turned their gazes toward him. Most people didn't believe him, but under the influence of his powers, they wavered slightly. After all, he was a Sequence 8 instigator. Triss took the initiative to walk up to a tentacle, letting one of his legs pass through it. Look, as long as we don't believe in its existence, it can't even touch us. With the evidence right before their eyes, coupled with Triss' instigator powers, more and more people began to waver. As people gradually wavered, the sea monster indeed became a bit more transparent. This made even more people believe what Triss had said. This was good, it was a virtuous cycle. A bunch of idiots. The corners of Triss' mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Just by saying a few words, he could sway their emotions. Triss loved this feeling too much. Although the current situation was very dangerous, he had encountered many similar events. A true assassin must, of course, be able to remain calm at all times. Calm down, follow me, imagine that this sea monster does not exist. Triss coaxed them step by step. However, imagination is beautiful but reality is cruel. Human emotions cannot be calmed down with just a few words. Especially negative emotions like fear. Even watching a horror movie can scare a bunch of people, let alone having a giant sea monster right in front of them. The sea monster raised its tentacles and smashed them down hard, slapping the surface of the sea. A large amount of spray was whipped up, causing the water surface to shake violently, and the ship was tossed up and fell back down. Screams rose one after another. There was also laughter mixed in. The atmosphere that Triss had just managed to barely soothe was instantly shattered. Calm down, everyone. Triss still wanted to struggle, but his words were interrupted the moment they left his mouth. Save me, ah! A rioter participating in the chaos was precisely entangled by a tentacle and dragged into the air. The tentacle swung the rioter above the ship as if showing off, attracting everyone's attention, and then threw him into the water. This indicated one problem. It could touch anyone. The rumor was self-defeating. Right, I forgot to tell you. Moraine's voice rang out in Triss' mind once again. An absurd creation that cannot be seen, and cannot be believed will naturally die in loneliness. Obviously, it does not want to die. Triss gritted his teeth tightly. Damn it, this means this sea monster has intelligence and will actively seek survival. He had been wondering why, just as he finished speaking, tentacles would slap the surface of the water, causing the ship to sway. Moraine's mocking laughter rang out in Triss' mind. This is the emotion you stirred up, you have to calm it down yourself. Only knowing how to light a fire but not how to put it out is not good, you must pay attention to this in the future. Triss bit down hard on his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. People cannot listen to anything when they are panicking and have lost their reason. Let alone such nonsense as the sea monster killing people right in front of you doesn't actually exist. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. Triss thought anxiously. He didn't care about the lives of the people on this ship at all, but he definitely didn't want to die here. He raged in impotent fury. But soon, he calmed down again, attempting to manipulate the emotions of the panicked crowd, trying to instigate them. Watching the comical appearance of Triss below, Moraine sat on the cabin roof, letting out a pleasant laugh. Not far from the Clover, a somewhat old three-masted sailing ship was rapidly approaching. This ship looked far behind the times, and was not a more advanced steamship. At the bow of this ship, a man with blue hair stood there, watching the Clover not far away. He was wearing a robe embroidered with lightning patterns, his body rising and falling with the rocking, maintaining his balance with ease. About 20 minutes ago, the man had just finished dealing with the captain of this ship, and intended to come to the deck to get some air and calm down. However, what truly made him need to calm down was not the fact that he had killed the captain. but rather something that had happened even earlier, before he made a move against the captain. Alger stood at the bow, placing his hand gently on the railing. He silently recited this word. About half an hour ago, he had been pulled by a mysterious powerhouse who called himself the Fool into a magnificent palace filled with grey fog, joining a secret organization called the Tarot Club. This made him somewhat worried, but he couldn't help but harbor some calculations in his heart that shouldn't have been there. They were the white gloves of the Church of Storms on the high seas. Unfortunately, the original captain had made the wrong choice and betrayed the church. Thus, Alger had secretly killed the captain and told the other crew members that the captain had jumped off the ship out of fear of punishment. This was good. After all, no one would specifically investigate anything for a traitor. As the only sequence 8 on the ship, he had just been chosen as the temporary acting captain not long ago. This made the corners of his mouth curl upward uncontrollably, and he needed to specifically avoid others to calm down. Alger looked out into the distance and saw a scene of chaos on the passenger ship not far away, though he did not know what the chaos was about. It looked like they had encountered a riot. That was something he could go closer to take a look at. His fleet was indeed the white gloves of the Church of Sea God, but they also occasionally moonlighted as pirates. It was even better to encounter such a passenger ship experiencing a riot. They would reap the wealth and the crew would reap the lives. A win-win. Very fair. There is a passenger ship experiencing a riot ahead. Alger turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, get ready." His voice was very loud, breaking through the curtain of rain and quickly spreading throughout most of the ship. Immediately, crew members excitedly ran onto the deck, looking in the direction Alger was pointing. There was no need to explain. The crew immediately understood the captain's meaning. They had done this too many times, and were long accustomed to it. Not only did they not hesitate, but they were also eager to try. Because a ghost ship does not need sailors and had very few crew members, they never worried about supplies and could enjoy fresh food and water every day. But the day-after-day sailing and the almost unchanging scenery still made their bodies and minds feel exhausted, as if they were always suppressing something, enduring something, until they could no longer control it. They needed to vent. Which was the current situation. They were, after all, saving people. Even if an archbishop were to come in person, he wouldn't be able to find any fault with them. Chapter 6, Alger on board the Clover. Triss had tried several times, but each time he failed to convince others that this sea monster did not exist. It couldn't be helped. The sea monster was right in front of them. No matter how eloquent Triss was, it was useless. With one hand on his hip, he stood on the deck, watching as the ship was torn apart more and more by the sea monster. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, then at the crowd to his side. Suddenly, he turned and charged into the crowd of thugs. Moraine tilted his head and let out a sound of surprise. "So you're not completely brainless after all." Triss gripped his dagger in a reverse hold, plunged into the rioting crowd, and with a wave of his hand, a head went flying into the air. Blood sprayed, and a hideous head dropped to the ground. Since the sea monster created by Moraine stemmed from emotions, and the sea monster itself would vanish as soon as people's perception of it disappeared, then it was easy to draw a conclusion. As long as I kill all those who are spreading violent and malicious emotions, the only wishes the sea monster will be able to receive are things like wanting to survive or wanting to go home. Triss thought to himself as he killed one person after another with his blade. Moraine nodded silently. That's right, exactly. The solution he had initially offered was only half the story. Now, Triss had found the other half. He pushed off with both hands, leaped down from the cabin roof, and walked toward Triss. Triss easily slit the throat of a gun-wielding thug, snatched a revolver from another's hand, and fired several shots, each one taking down a thug. The sudden turn of events caught the thugs off guard, but those slightly further away still aimed their guns at Triss. Triss' speed surged to the limit of a normal human's capabilities. He anticipated the thug's actions, maneuvering through the hail of bullets, alternating between his blade and his gun. Heads fell to the ground one by one, and bullet holes appeared on bodies. In just a few seconds, Triss, who had completely digested his Sequence 8 potion, had easily taken care of the thugs. He bent over slightly, gasping for air. Just as he had expected, the sea monster immediately stopped destroying the ship. It coiled quietly on the ship, doing nothing. Truly remarkable, Moraine said, clapping as he walked over to Triss. To come up with such a good method in just a few seconds. He looked like a textbook villain right now. Upon hearing the voice, Triss immediately rolled forward, putting some distance between himself and Moraine. Then, he turned and raised his gun, looking at Moraine behind him. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the surrounding deck. How is this ship? He suddenly realized that the entire Clover had become completely intact. There were no torn-off railings, no shattered decks, no broken masts. These were things he had clearly seen with his own eyes. Didn't I say from the start that this was fake? I don't have the ability to create a real sea monster. Moraine flicked his ear. Who can you blame if you didn't believe me? Triss opened his mouth to retort, but when the words reached his lips, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Indeed, it seemed that Moraine had never actually lied to him from beginning to end. He had said the sea monster was fake, said he didn't have the ability to create a real sea monster, and had also said that as long as one didn't believe in its existence, the sea monster couldn't hurt anyone. Things that were false to begin with, of course, couldn't hurt anyone. Whether one believed in it or not, it couldn't hurt anyone. So, everything just now was an illusion? Triss asked, holding his dagger and looking at Moraine. Oh, that's not quite right. Moraine pointed behind him. At least this part is real. He was referring to the corpses strewn across the ground. Triss' expression darkened instantly. You used me as your weapon. Moraine nodded with a smile. Who told you to be so stupid? He wanted to see if Triss would fly into a rage and attack him. But Triss calmed down within a few seconds. He straightened up, tossed the pistol onto the ground, and a friendly smile appeared on his harmless-looking round face. Moraine raised an eyebrow. Triss said in a gentle tone, since you didn't attack me directly, we should still be able to talk. Even if the sea monster wasn't fake, a beyonder capable of dragging everyone on the whole ship into an illusion, was not someone he could contend with. Most importantly, Triss couldn't quite tell if the man in front of him was a real person, or just another illusion. You really are composed. Moraine teased. I thought you would be very angry. How could I be? Triss maintained his smile even with his blood-stained face. Fine, it seems you're quite sensible. Moraine nodded. Of course, Emperor Roselle Gustave once said that harmonious interaction is precious. Since you're so sensible, Moraine asked bluntly, how much money do you have on you right now? Triss' expression didn't change as he silently calculated for 2 seconds. A little over 10 pounds, he replied. About 10 pounds and 3 soli. Moraine rubbed his chin and nodded. All right, I'll leave you 3 soli, the remaining 10 pounds will be the price for your life. Triss' fingers twitched imperceptibly, but he nodded with a smile and said, no problem. He reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, opened it, removed 3 soli, and handed the remaining money along with the wallet to Moraine. Here, all my money is in there. He paused, then added, I didn't bring much money with me when I left home this time, and most of it was stolen by pirates. There really isn't much left. Fine, I believe you. Moraine took the wallet without counting the contents, and put it directly into his pocket. You can go back to the cabin and stay there. Moraine waved his hand dismissively, pointing his thumb at the cabin behind him. You're done here. All right, I understand. Triss looked toward the sea behind Moraine, cast him a complex glance, hid his emotions deep in his eyes, wiped the blood from his face with a smile, ignored the corpses on the ground, and turned to leave. As Triss walked away, Moraine turned to look behind him. Not far away, the Blue Avenger was rapidly approaching the Clover from the side. Alger did not stand at the bow but walked to the side of the ship. As the two ships drew closer, Alger noticed that there were 2 people, and a pile of corpses on the deck opposite. One had a round face and was holding a still dripping dagger, walking toward the cabin. The other was wearing a mask and strange clothing, standing in place as if waiting for them. Neither of them seemed to be the common sailor pathway beyonders of the sea, because they weren't standing very steadily amidst the giant waves. This was too unusual. Alger immediately raised a hand, signaling the crew to wait, and not to rush over. Soon, the Blue Avenger stopped, only a dozen meters away from the Clover. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #7 Chapter 7 How could Mr. Hangman be so wicked? Chapter 7 Why is Mr. Hangman so wicked? Seeing that the one leading the ghostly ship was Alger, Moraine raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. He remembered that Alger had killed the original captain of the ghostly ship on the very day Klein concluded the first meeting of the Tarot Club. And this period of time happened to coincide with the time of the Clover. In other words, just a short while ago, Alger had just joined the Tarot Club. Guh, why wasn't I included? I was clearly here first. I am about to embody the resentment of the unchosen fate. Looking at Alger not far away, Moraine waved a greeting. Ah, senpai, Chalo Angle Omega. Alger frowned, realizing things were not simple. This voice appeared directly in his mind. The pronunciation was something he had never heard before, yet he could understand it. And it even came with an inexplicable emoticon. It felt inexplicably disgusting. Is this a mental attack? How insidious. After a brief moment of thought, Alger concluded, there was no need to cause trouble with the other party here. He had only come because he had seen a passenger ship in chaos, and wanted to see if he could make some extra money. Since there was a Beyonder on the other ship, he needed to weigh the risks. He immediately raised his left hand, intending to give the return signal to the other sailors behind him. At the same time, he put his other hand into his jacket pocket and gripped something. The only thing he was struggling with now was whether having the sailors behind him make a wasted trip would affect his position as acting captain that he had just assumed. Therefore, the next instruction was delayed. At this moment, Moraine's voice appeared in his mind once again. Your name is Alger. Moraine looked at the blue-haired captain of the ghostly ship and asked. Alger's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he neither refuted nor answered. He hadn't expected anyone to actually know him. Seeing that Alger didn't speak, Moraine chuckled, stood at the side of the ship, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to hold the railing. How about we talk privately? He beckoned. Come on, come on. Watching Moraine's actions, Alger noticed some unrest among the crew behind him. Because only Alger could hear Moraine's voice, in the eyes of the other crew members behind Alger, there was only a strange masked monster standing at the bow, staring at their acting captain, and occasionally making strange gestures. And their captain seemed to have a tacit understanding with the masked monster, easily reading the other's intentions. The crew looked at each other in dismay. Isn't this just a pure undercover agent? Alger paused for 2 seconds and replied. You said you wanted me to come over and communicate with you privately, but now that you're making your voice appear directly in my mind, what's the difference between that and a private conversation? He pointed out Moraine's actions directly in front of everyone. If he didn't point it out, Alger felt that he might be thrown into the sea by the other crew members of the Blue Avenger when he turned back. Moraine spread his hands, shook his head, and made a sighing gesture. Honestly, I just wanted to make a trade with you. How can you be so harsh on a mute person? Moraine used the skill moral kidnapping. It dealt 0 damage. Alger was unmoved. His expression was very easy to understand. I don't believe it. Alger had already decided to leave. Getting exposed the moment they met this was impossible to play. The plan to fish in troubled waters hadn't been executed, so there shouldn't be any irreconcilable conflicts between the two sides. Are you interested in the potion formula for a wind blessed? Moraine's voice immediately brought Alger's movements to a halt. But Alger wasn't excited, he was nervous. The other party could call him by his name directly. Alger wasn't surprised that they knew he was a Beyonder of the Sailor Pathway. If Moraine had proposed trading a Sequence 8 or Sequence 7 potion, Alger wouldn't have been surprised. However, he already possessed the potion formula for the Sequence 7 Seafarer. This was a potion formula he had just obtained less than a day ago. He hadn't even had time to memorize it yet. Yet the other party knew it. The person before him not only knew his pathway and his sequence, but even knew about the fact that he had a Sequence 7 potion in his possession. Alger felt his palms sweating, but his outward expression remained unchanged. Although nervous, he had to admit that Moraine's proposal really piqued his interest. He made a wait gesture to the crew behind him, and stepped forward to the side of the ship. "What do you want?" he asked in a low voice. "I need a cornea of a nightmare evil eye, a piece of cursed crystal. Also 70 milliliters of nightmare evil eye pus, and 10 grams of the byproduct of a cursed crystal," Moraine answered immediately. For the rest, he needed a piece of paper recording someone else's secrets, and 13 drops of rosemary essential oil. He could solve these himself, it was easy, and the essential oil was on the ship. This was the potion formula for a mystery prior. Moraine had once read the Squid's public account, seen this third blasphemy slate, and knew the formulas and abilities for all 22 pathways. Originally, he didn't have such a good memory. But after merging 3 versions of himself, even without counting any Beyonder powers, he possessed 3 times the memory of a normal human. Coupled with the mask's bonus, it wasn't very difficult for him to dig up a bit of knowledge from his mind. Nightmare evil eye. Alger repeated it in his heart. Which pathway was this potion ingredient for? Alger pondered silently. "No need to guess, this is the potion formula for a mystery prior," Moraine smiled. "There are 2 ingredients left, which are a piece of paper recording someone else's secrets, and 13 drops of rosemary essential oil. Anyway, it's not very valuable information, so I'll give it to you for free." Having obtained a free potion formula, Alger was not happy. Instead, his expression became a little uglier. The free things are the most expensive. Alger had always believed in this famous quote by Emperor Rosel Gustav. Regardless of whether this formula was real or fake, he didn't need it at all. However, a formula wasn't like a tangible object that could be returned. Moraine had already shoved the content directly into his mind. It was impossible for him to let the other party brainwash him into forgetting this formula. As his thoughts raced, Alger immediately made a decision. "You mean you want to trade a Sequence 7 Seafarer potion formula for some materials?" Alger leaned forward, gripped the railing with both hands, and spoke immediately. "Sequence 7? Moraine was stunned for less than a second before he realized what was happening. Alger wanted to swallow this Sequence 6 formula all by himself. If the trade really went through, Alger would hand over the Sequence 7 formula he had obtained through special channels to the other crew members. This way, he could not only advance to Sequence 7 legitimately without worrying about an investigation by the Church of Storms, but he could also prepare for his next advancement in advance. Moraine raised his hand to adjust his mask and nodded with a smile. "Yes, but I also want some gold pounds." He made just a little gesture. This was extortion. But Alger knew very well that Moraine understood his meaning. Alger showed a satisfied smile. "It's so comfortable talking to a smart person. I need to discuss this with my crew. After all, this is the ship's common property, not mine alone." He actually wanted to use the ship's collective property to buy this formula. "Oh my, Mr. Hangman, why are you so wicked?" Chapter 8, Advancing to Sequence 9, "Do you have the materials on your ship right now?" Moraine's smiling voice continued to echo in Alger's mind. This time, Alger nodded very affirmatively. These were not particularly rare materials, the previous captain had collected them. "I thought so." Moraine nodded with a smile. These were, after all, the potion materials for a mystery prior, which, theoretically, should be very suitable as materials for ritual magic. It was perfectly normal to have some prepared on a ghost ship. "How much is the little bit of gold pounds you mentioned?" £1,500. That is a fair price. Moraine raised one finger. Alger nodded, feeling there was no problem with that. Indeed, that really was a quite fair price. Including the materials Moraine wanted, it totaled around £2,000. Generally speaking, a Sequence 6 formula falls within the range of £1,500 to £1,800, and occasional premiums are normal. Not to mention that this was a shakedown. A shakedown that only squeezed out £200 or £300, while also throwing in a mystery prior formula. Alger didn't feel he was at a loss. "All right, you guys go ahead and discuss it first," Moraine said. The two reached a consensus, and Alger took the other crew members away from the Clover. Soon, not even a few minutes later, the discussion among Alger and the others yielded a result. They agreed to the exchange. Because like the vast majority of pirate groups, over 50% of the Beyonders on the Blue Avenger were of the Sailor pathway. Obtaining the Sequence 7 formula was beneficial to all of them. However, after receiving the formula, they needed to verify it. A few minutes later, Alger was once again pushed to the opposite side of the Clover. "We agree to your trade, but we need to verify it," Alger said. "No problem," Moraine nodded. "However, I don't have the ability to verify it." "You don't need to worry about that," Alger replied. "We do." Having sailed the seas for so many years, if they didn't have a sealed artifact for verification, they wouldn't be able to get any good loot even when robbing people as pirates. Alger held a packed cloth bag in his hand. "We will give you the materials, and you give us the formula. After verification, we will pay the remaining money." The price he reported to the crew was £500. He would pay the remaining 1,000 out of his own pocket. "All right," Moraine smiled and tapped his finger on his head. "I will tell you the potion formula now. Listen carefully. Main ingredients: 6 crystallized feathers of a blue shadow falcon, 1 pair of eyeballs from a dragon-eyed sea eagle. Supplementary ingredients: 500 milliliters of high-purity spirits, 1 bone of a blue shadow, 2 feathers of a dragon-eyed sea eagle, 30 milliliters of rainwater that has not touched the ground, and a wisp of wind when the sun has illuminated the skyline but has not yet appeared." Alger nodded, turned his head without changing his expression, and said to another crew member beside him who was holding paper and pen, "Write it down. Main ingredients: the pituitary gland of a black-scaled shark, 1 heart of a berserk white dolphin. Supplementary ingredients: 500 milliliters of spirits, 1 fin of a black-scaled shark, 100 milliliters of blood from a berserk white dolphin, 1 branch of blue star coral, 1 piece of crystal." The crew member took the paper with the formula written on it to verify, and Alger extended his right hand holding the cloth bag toward Moraine on the other side. "You can check it now, too." The ghost ship beneath him began to move sideways toward the Clover in a way that defied the laws of physics. The distance between the two sides grew closer and closer until Moraine was within reach. "Thank you." Moraine reached out to take the bag, opened it to take a look and checked it. Very good, everything he wanted was inside. And the weight wasn't right. At the very bottom of the cloth bag was a small pouch, hiding Alger's 1,000 pounds inside. They were all 20 denomination gold pounds, 50 notes in total. The two exchanged a look, tacitly understanding. At this moment, the crew member who went to do the verification returned. He held a bulging wallet in his hand, containing 25 notes of 20 pounds each. "It was a very pleasant trade with you. I hope there will be another opportunity next time." Alger extended his hand and shook Moraine's. "Same here." Moraine smiled and shook hands with Alger. "I hope you have your own way of verifying things," Alger said. "After all, there are quite a few scammers on the sea." "It's fine, I trust you," Moraine answered with a smile. "I believe you won't deceive me, Mr. Hangman." After saying that, he withdrew his hand, took the wallet, nodded to the crew member, and then turned and left, walking into the cabin of the Clover. Leaving Alger standing there with a somewhat stiff posture, slowly withdrawing his hand. On the Clover inside a room. This was a single room with only a bed, a wardrobe and a table. But it was spacious enough. It was specially prepared for him by the captain. After returning to the cabin, Triss not only didn't spread rumors about Moraine, but on the contrary, praised Moraine lavishly. At that time, when the sea monster appeared, everyone hid, and no one saw the entire process of Triss killing all the thugs. People only knew that after the sea monster disappeared and the thugs were all dead, Triss and Moraine returned to the cabin one after another. Under Triss's narration, everyone believed that it was Moraine who dealt with the sea monster and Triss who dealt with the thugs. That was indeed the case. However, how the sea monster came to be, how the thugs came to be, that was not important. Moraine stood in front of the table, on which several things were placed. In addition to the potion materials, there were also test tubes, a balance scale, beakers, and similar things he had borrowed. Moraine placed the materials into the beaker one by one in order. When it came to the last ingredient, he picked up a piece of paper with text written on it from the table. This was the paper that recorded the secrets of others. Moraine held the paper between two fingers, shook it with a smile, and threw it into the beaker. The paper was soaked and slowly sank into the water. Soon, several lines of text slowly appeared on the liquid in the cup. The fool that doesn't belong to this era is a pauper, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog is a virgin, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck will lose 30 pounds in a future gamble. The above three descriptions refer to the same person. The text quickly merged into the cup. The preparation of the potion went smoothly, and soon, a cup of Sequence 9 Mystery Prior Potion was formed. It was a gradient-colored liquid, with the center becoming deeper and more obscure in color. It was basically consistent with the description Moraine had seen in his past life. Moraine had not told Alger what the potion looked like after it was formed. Since it matched, it meant there was no problem with the potion. Moraine picked up the cup with interest and examined it for a moment. He did not have the ability to verify it, but fortunately, knowledge is power. After confirming there was no problem, he moved the mask on his face to the other side, revealing his mouth. He brought the cup to his mouth, tilted his head back, and the potion entered his mouth. A cool and smooth sensation quickly filled his mouth, then slid down his esophagus and into his stomach. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #9 Chapter 9 caught the attention of Mr. Chapter 9, noticed by Mr. Tingen, Klein's home, in the kitchen. A young man who looked somewhat scholarly was cooking. He had black hair and brown eyes, wore a beige linen shirt, had an apron tied around him, a slender build, ordinary features, and deep contours. He was named Klein Moretti. Looking at the pot in front of him, Klein opened the jar in his hand, scooped a spoonful of lard, dropped it into the pot, and then casually closed the lid. All right, next is to let it stew for 20 minutes. Klein muttered to himself. He was making lamb stew with tender peas. Klein walked out of the kitchen, untied his apron, and intended to go sit on the sofa to rest for a while. Suddenly, he felt faint sounds coming to his ears and felt as if a crimson light had flashed before his eyes. What is that? Klein paused, looking around in confusion. However, there was nothing around him. At this moment, he remembered the tarot club he had established today. Klein intuitively believed that this might be related to the mysterious palace above the grey fog. Therefore, taking advantage of the time he had, he simply took off his apron, pushed open the door to his room, closed and locked it, and walked 4 steps in reverse, reciting a phrase with each step. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The next moment, Klein felt his soul leave his body, rising rapidly, piercing through layers of insane murmurs, and arriving above a grey fog. The towering and magnificent palace stood quietly, the ancient and mottled bronze long table, and the 22 high-backed chairs had not changed in the slightest. Klein appeared directly at the head of the long table, looking down at the bronze long table before him, looking down at the crimson stars amidst the grey fog. He discovered that one deep red star was exhibiting faint contractions and expansions. Klein looked at this star with curiosity. For someone who was a veteran netizen, having a red dot right in front of his eyes, but being unable to click it was truly agonizing. Therefore he tentatively reached out his hand and tapped it lightly. This time, he did not drag it significantly like he had when he accidentally touched the two crimson stars representing Justice and Hangman before. He merely tapped it lightly. This crimson star suddenly expanded. Through the crimson, Klein vaguely saw a human figure. He squinted his eyes, feeling that he couldn't see clearly at all. He could only make out a blurry human shape, and judging from the general outline, it was likely a man. It seemed to be a tattooed man, with fluorescent tattoos on his body. As for anything deeper, what this person looked like or what he was doing, Klein couldn't quite see. Under Klein's gaze, this man seemed to lift a cup, tilt his head back, and drink the contents of the cup. Could this be the potion that Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice mentioned when they were conversing? Klein thought to himself. The next moment, he noticed that the scene in the image had changed. He saw that after the man drank the potion, a pair of eyes appeared before the man. The man's actions seemed to freeze. He didn't react, standing blankly in place for several seconds. Then, this man tore off a mask hanging on the side of his face, and slapped it towards the eyes in front of him. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the clover inside Moraine's room. Moraine tilted his head back, and the potion slid into Moraine's mouth like a whole piece of jelly, sliding down his throat and into his stomach, with not a trace left on the cup wall. The next instant, a strange feeling immediately flooded Moraine's entire body, especially his eyes. Moraine lowered his head, rolled his eyes, and looked around. He suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment had become incredibly clear in his eyes, and his ears had become incredibly acute. In his eyes, all kinds of information flooded in, and every corner within his sight could be seen clearly. In his ears, ethereal whispers, from an unknown source and of unknown origin, came through, hazy and indistinct. Looking at the wall beside him, Moraine noticed that there were many more colors on the wall. Those were human-shaped outlines, and they were still moving constantly. Moraine knew that he was seeing the spirit bodies of the passengers next door directly through the wall. Perhaps not just next door. Perhaps even the room next to the room next door. Moraine continued to observe and discovered that not only were there spirits of living people here, but there were even more spirits of the dead on this ship. This was understandable. After all, the Clover had just experienced a massive riot not long ago, and there were more dead people than living ones. As the image before his eyes became clearer and clearer, Moraine's eyes began to swell with pain, and his head throbbed. At the same time, the things Moraine saw before him gradually began to lag. He tried to shift his vision and discovered that although the image before him was exceptionally clear, it was lagging terribly. The sense of déjà vu from this feeling was quite strong. Moraine remembered that when he was a child in his previous life, he always liked to set the graphics quality to be extremely high and max out all the special effects when playing games. But he was using an old computer that his family had bought when they were young, which was older than little Moraine himself at the time. At that time, the feeling of the graphics being maxed out while the computer couldn't keep up with the performance was very similar to now. Damn, the optimization is really terrible. Moraine raised his hand, pinched the space between his eyebrows, and closed his eyes, intending to first calm down his spirituality, which was too active due to his recent advancement. He quickly outlined a mask in his mind. This was the meditation method of this world. First, quickly imagine a common, simple, and easy object, and then after the imagination takes form, empty your mind, and use an object that does not exist in this world, imagined out of thin air, to replace the object imagined at the beginning. The mask quickly took form, and then, Moraine quickly replaced the imagined mask. However, what to use to replace it made Moraine somewhat troubled. After all, he had difficulty making choices. Something that doesn't exist, something that doesn't exist. Moraine had a flash of inspiration and quickly outlined a face in his mind. That was the author of the original Lord of the Mysteries, Cuttlefish that loves diving. This definitely doesn't exist in this world, right? Moraine mused. But soon he discovered that the Cuttlefish's face wouldn't work, because this world seemed to really have a character similar to cuttlefish. A round face, small eyes, looking very easy to talk to, with a shy personality like a girl. Isn't this Triss? So Triss is the cuttlefish's counterpart after all. Seeing that meditating on Triss wouldn't work, Moraine changed his idea. He imagined a pile of toys consisting of masks, playing cards, balls, dolls, and other items gathered together, and a pitch-black figure hiding behind these toys. Although these were all things that were fairly common in this world, the object formed by combining them did not exist in this world. He directly meditated on the joyful star god. Sure enough, this time, he succeeded. His spirituality gradually converged, and Moraine slowly let out a breath. He opened his eyes again. Then, he saw a pair of eyes without eyelashes, cold and ruthless, tending towards transparency. These nearly illusory eyes were quietly watching him. Chapter 10, Second Synchronization. Moraine exclaimed, blinking his eyes. The eye without eyelashes in front of him blinked as well. The next moment, a massive amount of knowledge was poured into Moraine's brain. Mystery priors can master various mystical knowledge such as magic, witchcraft, astrology, and ritual magic. Aside from the portion inherent to the potion itself, mystery priors can often suddenly acquire certain techniques, magic, or witchcraft they have never encountered before. This is the reason. Knowledge seeks people. The hidden sage, the uniqueness of the mystery prior pathway that has gained sentience, has the greatest hobby of packaging all the knowledge it knows and stuffing it into the brains of mystery priors. This sounds very nice, but the reality is not so. Because the hidden sage never cares whether mystery priors can withstand its knowledge, it just packs and uploads it all at once. And mystery priors are often pushed to the point where their heads feel like they are about to explode from the massive amount of knowledge, yet they can barely remember anything after it ends. Before Moraine could react, a massive amount of various information was stuffed into his brain all at once. From various witchcraft and magic to the postpartum care of sows. Various useful or useless information was stuffed into Moraine's brain in large quantities. Moraine's brain crashed in an instant, splitting with a splitting headache. However, what appeared before Moraine did not seem to be a data backup of the hidden sage, but merely a clone. This is normal. Facing a sequence 9, even if the hidden sage were bored, it wouldn't come in its true form. It likely doesn't even know of a person like Moraine, it simply, as the uniqueness, noticed that there was one more mystery prior in the world and casually threw a couple of installation packages over. How great is the open source spirit! Praise open source! After being stunned for a few seconds, Moraine quickly recovered. Aside from his head hurting so much that he wanted to bang it against a wall, there was basically no problem. Because he had synchronized once before, his brain's information processing capability was more than 3 times that of a normal person, so he recovered much faster than a normal sequence 9, regaining his senses before the eye in front of him disappeared. Stuffing information into me. By what right do you stuff information into me? You don't even know how many ways there are to write the character Hui in aniseed beans. I really need to teach you a lesson. Looking at the eye in front of him, Moraine tore off the mask that had shifted to the side of his face due to drinking the potion, and then slapped it onto the eye in front of him. Reciprocity is the key to longevity. I'll throw a couple of installation packages at you too. The illusory I did not dodge or evade. Because it is a data entity, it has no physical form. Physical attacks are meaningless to it. The mask slapped onto one of the eyes. The eye felt pain, quickly closed and vanished. Watching the hidden sage disappear, Moraine snorted softly and put the mask back on. His mask cannot be too far from his body. After all, he still relies on the mask's protection to avoid being noticed by outer deities. It is basically at the level where if the distance between his main body and the mask exceeds 100 meters, the main body automatically explodes. He exhaled forcefully and closed his somewhat dry eyes. The Eye of Mysteries of a Mystery Prior is a passive skill that cannot be turned off under normal circumstances, making it very easy to see things that shouldn't be seen. However, this didn't have much of an impact on him. With the mask, aside from wish power, most things related to corruption have difficulty causing him any harm. The biggest problem is probably that seeing too much makes his brain stay in a high-load state all day long, which is very tiring. I wonder if there is a solution in other worlds. Moraine muttered to himself and looked in the mirror. Well, it has been almost 10 hours since he left that magical space. Reasonably speaking, the Shibuya incident on the Jujutsu Kaisen side should be over, right? Moraine thought about how he in the Jujutsu Kaisen world is currently in the time period of the Shibuya incident. However, judging by his experience reading novels, in most simultaneous transmigration cases, the time flow rate of several worlds is different. So Moraine is not sure how the other version of himself is doing right now. He was in a hurry to find Alger to exchange formulas, largely to obtain more Beyonder abilities sooner, to avoid that version of himself who can only send messages from afar being treated as a speed bump by the for great calamities. Even without counting the things obtained from knowledge seeks people, the abilities of a mystery prior itself are quite good. He knows quite a bit of magic, witchcraft, astrology, and ritual magic, and can easily perceive certain existences hidden behind things. He can even quickly complete ritual magic, easily accomplishing things that other Beyonders take several hours to do without needing too many materials or assistance. He also possesses an eye of mysteries that can see more things than the vast majority of Beyonders of the same sequence in other pathways. He can observe the state of a target's astral body, ether body, and mental body, examine various details of the astral body, and see things around him that are normally invisible or shouldn't be seen. Simply put, it is super strong observation ability, the ability to see spirit bodies with the naked eye, judge a person's emotions, and even do something similar to a spectator's mind reading. To a certain extent, he can very easily judge a person's thoughts and physical state, and determine if a person is sick or has any defects. Aside from the inability to turn off the eye of mysteries, and the tendency to drop dead from looking around everywhere, there are basically no drawbacks. Moraine patted his face and felt it. As he expected, the mystery prior potion melted as soon as it touched his mouth. He is now at the peak great perfection realm of sequence 9. This is very reasonable. He is a man who has seen the third blasphemy slate, a walking blasphemer. The secrets he knows may not be particularly numerous, but their quality is definitely high, and their status is definitely high. If he were to be eaten by the hidden sage, the sage might just pull the original creator has awakened within me right there and give this universe a big one. Moraine walked casually to the bedside, sat on the bed, tried to mobilize the power within him, and gave the command to return to space. The next moment, deep darkness surged from all around, wrapping him up. Opening his eyes again, Moraine returned to that space that gave him incomparable peace of mind. Ah, it's still better here. He spread his arms, a smile on his face. At this moment, he noticed a version of himself crouching in the corner. Both being Moraine, there is a special connection between them, and they can very easily distinguish each other. Moraine knew that it was the Moraine from the Honkai, Star Rail world. Moraine muttered to himself, eyes wide, filled with confusion, what is this? What is this? It looked a bit scary. Moraine looked around and quickly found the other version of himself not far away. What's wrong with him? Moraine carefully avoided Moraine and walked over to Jujutsu Kaisen Morian. He didn't see Cthulhu, did he? By the way, is there Cthulhu in the Honkai, Star Rail world? Will I be corrupted if I touch him to synchronize memories? Oh, that's not it. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian replied. He just synchronized my memories. Moraine jumped to the side, distancing himself. What did you do? It's nothing much. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian looked at Moraine with a somewhat strange expression. You'll know if you take a look. He reached out his hand towards Moraine. Moraine hesitated for a moment, then grasped it. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian's explanation arrived late. He grinned. It's nothing much. I just ate sweet strawberry mapo tofu at a convenience store in Japan. Something even more terrifying than Cthulhu has appeared. Chapter 11, Since I'm already here. A massive influx of memories surged in, and Moraine quickly accepted the recent experiences of the other two versions of himself. Just as he had guessed, the flow of time for the three versions of himself was different, only briefly synchronizing within the synchronized space. During this period, Moraine had spent the longest time, yet had the fewest experiences. After leaving the space, he continued to be bored on the spaceship. However, he could barely manage to find something to do. Floating in the zero-gravity environment, he listlessly organized the memories of the other two versions of himself. Just like that, every day, aside from eating and sleeping, he would study the cursed energy and curse technique brought by Moraine, occasionally entering the empty space, and 5 days passed. In these 5 days, he completely organized all the memories and spent 5 days studying the cursed technique, cursed energy, and the space itself. He discovered that when he was in the synchronized space, time outside did not flow. This could be used as a hyperbolic time chamber. He didn't make any headway with the cursed technique. After all, there was no one there for him to experiment on. However, his mastery of cursed energy had deepened significantly. Finally, on the 5th day, he entered here and finally saw another version of himself, running up excitedly to give him a big hug. And then he got backstabbed. After eating tasteless nutritional meals for 5 days, the first thing he opened his mouth to was sweet, strawberry-flavored mapo tofu. On the other side, time passed very slowly for Jujutsu Kaisen Morion. A dozen hours on the side of Moraine was only a little over half an hour for the Jujutsu Kaisen side. Upon returning to reality, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion quickly found a barely safe area, thanks to his reinforced body and reaction speed. It was an unmanned convenience store. Moraine found some side dishes and a self-heating rice meal in the convenience store's pre-made food section, spending half an hour heating them up with the store's microwave. Finally, after finishing his dinner, he entered the synchronized space with hollow eyes. However, it wasn't just Jujutsu Kaisen Morion who had a trick up his sleeve. Moraine wore a smile of a scheme successfully executed. Eat my infinite void touch. Knowledge chases people. The knowledge that had been poured into Moraine's memory by the hidden sage flooded into Jujutsu Kaisen Morion's mind all at once. Jujutsu Kaisen Morion let out a huff, rolling his eyes and nearly collapsing to the ground. It was a counterattack. A great success. Still, everyone is a villain. Soon, the three finished exchanging memories and synchronizing their abilities. Your experiences today are truly spectacular, Moraine said enviously, much more enjoyable than my 5 days. But now, I finally have something to do. He revealed a satisfied smile. Moraine decided that after going back, he would study every ritual, every magic, and every sorcery. Although at the mystery prior stage he could only understand them, and 99% of the Beyonder abilities he grasped were unusable. But it didn't matter, at least he had something to do. You've stacked up 5 days of loneliness, how come your blue bar only rose a little bit? Moraine joked. He was referring to path energy. The driving force of the propagation path is loneliness. Moraine had been locked up for 5 days, but his loneliness hadn't increased much. However, it was impossible to say it hadn't risen at all. Being alone in a cramped room, even with things to study, was painful. After all, it was quite fulfilling, at least not completely idle, Moraine replied. It will probably rise even slower from here on. That's not bad either. Moraine nodded. At the end of the day, they were all himself. He couldn't wish for another version of himself to do poorly. He was just joking earlier. If Moraine could actually have a better time, he would actually be more willing. What a pity, it's just a mystery prior and not a melee scholar, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion sighed regretfully. Even though a mystery prior melts in the mouth, absorbing a melee scholar directly probably wouldn't be too difficult. It still would be. Moraine had the deepest understanding of this, the spirituality is too unstable. Although the two possessed the same memories, there was ultimately a difference between personal experience and recollection. Just like no matter how much Jujutsu Kaisen Morion tried to scheme against the other two versions of himself, the one who suffered the most damage would always be the one in the Jujutsu Kaisen world. I plan to buy the Melee Scholar potion at the secret gathering in Tingen. I remember there's one in the basement of the Bravehearts bar. A Sequence 8 potion, it's not hard to resolve once you know the materials. He glanced at Jujutsu Kaisen Morion. I hope I can advance before you participate in the culling game. Jujutsu Kaisen Morion nodded and casually said thank you. He decided to join the culling game. Since I'm already here. But the most important thing for me right now is to face the Shibuya incident, Jujutsu Kaisen Morion said. By the way, Moraine suddenly interrupted, if you plan to fight Sukuna, you might need to be prepared. Jujutsu Kaisen Morion looked at Moraine. The slashes within Sukuna's domain are omnidirectional, and have no blind spots, Moraine said. In other words, Sukuna's attacks will cover your little brother, raining down continuous strikes at a speed that can shred a house into dust. Jujutsu Kaisen Morion froze, his expression changing in shock. Brothers, the plan has changed. I'm not fighting Sukuna anymore. Jujutsu Kaisen World. Shibuya, inside a ubiquitous 7-Eleven convenience store. Moraine opened his eyes and disgustedly pushed the packaging box on the table in front of him to the side. He stood up from the dining area in the corner of the convenience store, walked to the shelf area behind him, took a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator, opened it directly, and drank it all in one gulp just as a mouthwash. There was no need to pay, because there was no one left inside the convenience store. The clerk didn't know where they had gone. In any case, when Moraine arrived here, the store was already empty. He turned his head to look at the wall clock not far away. There was still quite a bit of time before the end of the Shibuya incident. What should I do next? Moraine muttered to himself while listlessly tapping his head with the plastic bottle that held his drink. I have to do something. Since I'm already here. Moraine turned his head and looked around. Everywhere was filled with wish power. That wish power penetrated the walls and clearly entered Moraine's line of sight. Last time, when he returned from the synchronized space, he had noticed the mask on his face, and the wish power permeating the entire sky over Shibuya. He felt that he could manipulate this wish power, but he dared not. In Honkai, Star Rail, absorbing too much wish power would cause contamination and changes. The Trailblazer had a Stellaron to carry wish power, but he didn't. Sure enough, with the experience of another version of himself almost being engulfed by wish power, Moraine could be certain that he could not absorb this wish power. He had almost lost himself just by absorbing the wish power of a ship. If he let the wish power rush towards him now, he absolutely would not be able to handle it. Walking back to the shelves, Moraine took down 2 kitchen knives, tore open the packaging, and without drawing the knives from their sheaths, stuffed them casually into his pockets, one on the left and one on the right. Then, he took a pack of tissues from the counter to wipe his mouth, hung the mask back from the side of his face to the front, pushed the door open, and left the convenience store. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #12 Chapter 12 I'll destroy you on behalf of a male character. Chapter 12 On behalf of traps, I will eliminate you on the street. Moraine walked aimlessly, relying entirely on his intuition. He looked up at the somewhat hazy sky. It was approaching 9:30, so it was normal for it to be dark. But the sky at this moment looked like it had a filter on it, dimmer than usual. That was because there was a curtain in the sky. It could be simply understood as a barrier. There were 4 layers of curtains here now. However, since he was just a passerby, he didn't intend to run toward the core area. Come to think of it, I remember there seems to be a curse user in Shibuya with a strength-weakness reversal curse technique. If I couldn't find him, I'd really want to fight him. Moraine sighed. I'm really curious what would happen if the most insignificant jujitsu sorcerer in history, whose curse technique is sending messages, encountered strength-weakness reversal. It was a pity that Moraine couldn't find him. At this point in time, that little old man had probably already been dragged away by the main cast to be beaten up somewhere. Suddenly, a voice came from above Moraine. You kid with the mask over there, it's dangerous here, hurry up and hide. Moraine looked up in the direction of the voice. It was an overpass, and a middle-aged man in glasses wearing a suit stood on the bridge, shouting at Moraine. The man had black hair and the look of a corporate slave. He looked like a pitiful worker suddenly dragged out of bed in the middle of the night by an unscrupulous boss to work. "It's an assistant manager." Moraine waved happily to greet him. That was nice. It was a jujitsu sorcerer with a pitifully low amount of cursed energy, just like him. The assistant manager, Ijichi, looked around, then immediately jogged down from the overpass and ran toward Moraine. "Hurry up and hide. It's dangerous to run around outside." Moraine immediately understood the situation. Ijichi sensed his almost non-existent cursed energy and took him for a normal person. As an assistant manager, he dealt with jujitsu sorcerers every day, so he had at least that much discernment. Right, after all, in the common sense of this world, with Moraine's meager amount of cursed energy, even if he really was a jujitsu sorcerer, he was no different from a normal person. He could barely even see cursed spirits. Even Ijichi, as an assistant manager, could probably easily deal with him. Ijichi grabbed Moraine's arm and pulled him toward a nearby shopping mall. "Hurry up and hide," he warned. "But I just came out." Moraine didn't resist as he was dragged away by Ijichi, jogging along with him. He looked back at the overpass behind him. He remembered that in the original story, Ijichi was ambushed on an overpass. Did this count as saving Ijichi's life? Fortunately, it was already dark, otherwise, his first grand escape toward the sunset would have been with a mun. While thinking this, he was dragged by Ijichi into the mall. Ijichi didn't slow down until he had dragged Moraine up to the second floor. Only then did he realize belatedly that Moraine's voice earlier had appeared directly in his mind. "Are you a jujitsu sorcerer?" He let go of Moraine. "Aha," Moraine nodded, "I guess I count as a grade 4 jujitsu sorcerer." "Grade 4? No wonder." Ijichi nodded, "Then why didn't you leave here? The outer curtain here only targets normal people." "I know, but I didn't have time to," Moraine nodded. Moraine knew this. There were 4 layers of curtains here, 2 targeted normal people, 1 targeted jujitsu sorcerers, and another targeted the individual, Gojo Satoru/Satoru Gojo. When he was still a normal person, he had been blocked by the outermost curtain that targeted normal people. After awakening his cursed energy, he kept hiding and didn't have time to leave. It wasn't until over half an hour ago, when he entered the shared space and gained some self-preservation ability, that he decided not to leave. Since he was already here, and it wasn't like he lacked strength, he might as well play around a bit. "It's very dangerous here, leave quickly," Ijichi advised. "Then why did you drag me in?" Moraine retorted. "I thought you were a normal person, after all." The Japanese tendency toward understatement left Ijichi not knowing how to say it. "After all, I'm just too weak, right?" Moraine smiled. Ijichi couldn't very well nod, so he just went along with it. At that moment, suddenly, Moraine extended his foot forward, passed it between Ijichi's 2 feet, and hooked inward. Ijichi immediately lost his balance and fell backward. He didn't expect Moraine to suddenly attack him. As an assistant manager, his combat ability was slightly stronger than a normal person's, but limited, and he couldn't react at all to such a sudden attack. But the next second, a spinning long blade slashed past his eyes, narrowly missing the spot where his head had just been. It was a blade without a hilt, the edge sharpened to a point, and where the hilt should have been, there was a human hand. He fell onto the ground on his butt, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ijichi stammered. "You're welcome." Moraine looked in the direction the long blade had flown from. From that direction, a blond guy with a very relaxed posture walked over. He was wearing a revealing bodysuit, had a golden ponytail, and 6 purple inverted triangle tattoos under his eyes. "Ah, found you, one in a suit," the blond guy said, drawing out his words in an effeminate voice, "and another guy with so little cursed energy, is he a newly awakened jujitsu sorcerer?" "How nice." He grinned. "I really am best at bullying the weak and fearing the strong." It was the curse user Shigemo Haruta. In the original story, he was the one who ambushed Ajichi, and according to the timeline, he should indeed have appeared here. It seemed he had seen Ajichi dragging Moraine to hide nearby just now. Moraine stepped forward, walked to the edge of the second-floor corridor, and looked down at Shigemo Haruta standing on the first floor. "You're not running away. I've already thrown my weapon, you know, now is the best time to run." Shigemo Haruta stood on the first floor, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted up at the second floor with a smile. He wanted to play a cat-and-mouse game. He wanted to watch the two of them get their hamstrings cut while they were running away in panic. But Moraine ignored him, only pulling 2 kitchen knives from his pocket, his left hand hanging naturally, his right hand aimed at Shigemo Haruta. "Are you trying to be an ally of justice?" Shigemo Haruta still wore a malicious smile on his face. "What's the point of that kind of thing?" Moraine's voice appeared in his mind, making him freeze. Was this the other party's curse technique? Telepathy. Moraine's voice continued. "You're dressed like this, with long hair, looking all effeminate. Yet you've done such disgusting things." Moraine looked down at him from above, wearing a mask, his expression invisible. However, Shigemo Haruta could feel him trembling slightly. Was it fear? The malicious smile on Shigemo Haruta's face became even more pronounced. He loved watching allies of justice break down the most. The next second, Moraine's voice, almost like a roar, appeared in his mind. "As a trap enthusiast, I will never allow someone like you to exist. Traps should be fragrant, soft, and cute, you guy who defiles traps. I will eliminate you on behalf of traps." Chapter 13. Cell division is also the propagation. Shigemo Haruta was stunned for a moment, then immediately let out an undisguised mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." He pointed at Moraine and laughed loudly. "Are you an idiot? Just because of something like this?" "What do you mean, just because of something like this?" Moraine waved the kitchen knife in his hand. "This is obviously a very important matter, okay? You know nothing about the beauty of femboys." While Moraine was arguing with Shigemo Haruta, the knife with a hand that Shigemo Haruta had thrown up suddenly stood up. It used the hand growing at the junction of the blade and handle to prop itself up, then exerted force from its wrist, pushed hard against the ground, and rapidly lunged toward Moraine, who had his back turned. This move of his was almost foolproof. But unfortunately, Moraine had read the script. Moraine suddenly let go, and the kitchen knife in his right hand fell to the ground. He turned around, reached out, and with his right hand coated in cursed energy, grabbed the blade of that knife. The blade slightly sliced the skin of his palm, but it didn't cause much damage. He had bet correctly. Judging from their performance in the original work, regardless of whether it was Shigemo Haruta or this knife, as long as they were separated, Shigemo Haruta's overall strength would drop significantly. Yet this disgusting idiot always liked to throw his knife away, relying on information asymmetry to bully people. If anyone had information on him and knew that the knife could move freely, his actions would be no different from cutting off his own arm. Although this knife could move freely, without its user, its strength was likely not even comparable to an ordinary person's. At least in the original work, this knife couldn't even cut through a person's leg bone when ambushing. And once Shigemo Haruta lost this knife, his displayed combat power was barely equivalent to a grade 3 jujitsu sorcerer, not particularly strong. His own curse technique had absolutely no lethality, all his skill points were put into self-preservation. Shigemo Haruta, a grade 2 curse user, possessed the cursed technique, Miracle Storage, which stored miracles by erasing memories of small, everyday pieces of good luck, and would automatically release them when encountering fatal danger to counteract the fate of death. His self-preservation was strong, but he had basically no offensive capabilities. Plus, his main body didn't have much combat power, so without his weapon, he could barely be considered a grade 3 jujitsu sorcerer. "Oh my, I've been caught." Yet Shigemo Haruta didn't look anxious at all. He laughed, ran toward the stairs, looking like he wanted to run directly up to the second floor to engage Moraine in a direct confrontation. Taking advantage of this gap, Moraine turned his head to look at the newly standing Ejichi, his voice appearing in his mind. "Do you know how to use barrier techniques?" Moraine asked. Ejichi answered truthfully. "If you can't, a curtain might work too." "You can do that, right?" Moraine pressed. He remembered that in the original work, Ejichi had set up a curtain. "I can do that." Ejichi glanced nervously in the direction of the stairs, nodding while answering at a very fast speed. "Then go and lower a curtain now, covering this small area nearby. Don't make the range too large, and then keep wishing to me in your heart. Wish that I can take care of that person." Ejichi nodded. He was a jujitsu sorcerer without talent, not even possessing a cursed technique. But fortunately he had one advantage: he was obedient. He didn't know who Moraine was. Moraine was not in the database of either jujitsu sorcerers or curse users. But he knew Shigemo Haruta, knew that he was a curse user, a wanted, nasty guy, and he also knew that Moraine had just saved his life a short while ago. So he chose to obey the order. Born from darkness, darker than darkness, purify the filth and impurities. The lights inside the mall suddenly dimmed. Moraine looked around, satisfied, and nodded. "Very good, it's indeed feasible." Ejichi was confused, not knowing what was feasible. But he understood that he should stay quiet at this moment. "A curtain?" Shigemo Haruta, who had just run up, looked up in confusion, and then looked at the assistant supervisor, Ejichi. The distance from the first floor to the second floor was not long for a grade 3 curse user. They had only spoken for a few seconds before Shigemo Haruta ran up. "Forget it, it's not important." He grinned, raised his hand, and punched toward Moraine's face. Moraine swung his right hand, which was holding the blade of the long knife, forward, intending to use Shigemo Haruta's knife to slash his own hand. But the next moment, the hand growing on the handle suddenly jerked upward, dodging Shigemo Haruta's fist. Moraine had no choice but to step back twice, following the momentum of the raised hand, and dodged Shigemo Haruta's subsequent punch sideways. However, the knife began to shake wildly, causing Moraine's arm to swing uncontrollably. It required a great deal of effort to stabilize it, leaving Moraine completely unable to stand firmly, and it also scratched his palm. He couldn't just grab the handle directly because the handle of this knife was a hand, and the blade grew from under the wrist. If he gripped the handle, the knife could directly rotate its wrist and turn the blade to slash him. This was the reason why Shigemo Haruta was never afraid to throw his knife away. If an enemy snatched the knife, it would be hard for them to maintain their balance, and they would have to face the long knife's own interference. But if the enemy didn't snatch the knife, he would need to be on guard against sneak attacks at all times. Of course, if the enemy was strong enough to forcibly control the knife, then Shigemo Haruta would have run away long ago. He was the most cowardly curse user in history. If it weren't for seeing how little cursed energy Moraine had, he wouldn't have come up to launch a sneak attack. Shigemo Haruta's fist made a slight sound of breaking the air as it struck the stomach of the slightly unstable Moraine. Moraine stepped back in pain, his grip loosened, and the long knife spun, flying upward and then quickly falling back down. His palm was sliced open by the blade. Shigemo Haruta took the opportunity to raise his hand and catch the long knife falling from the sky, then took a step forward and slashed down. However, Moraine's reaction speed and flexibility, after synchronization, had also reached several times that of a normal human. He took the momentum to bend his waist backward into a back bridge to dodge the attack, then supported himself with one hand on the ground, lifted his leg, and kicked from bottom to top, forcing Shigemo Haruta to retreat. The knowledge seeker from not long ago was not for nothing. Although the knowledge seeker was very painful and uncomfortable, the hidden sage really gave the real deal. For example, some basic combat techniques. Moraine didn't fully understand everything, but his sufficiently strong control over his body allowed him to barely use the techniques within. Supporting himself on the ground, lifting his leg, he turned his whole body around, using the momentum to stand back up. Not giving Moraine a chance to stabilize his body, Shigemo Haruta's knife followed closely. Moraine switched the kitchen knife from his left hand to his right, and stepped forward to clash blades. He hadn't played with knives much, nor had he slashed anyone, but decent technique combined with super reaction speed allowed Moraine to barely clash a few times. Although he still had several wounds grazed onto his body, he could barely fight. With a crisp sound, the kitchen knife in Moraine's hand shattered. Although it was coated in cursed energy, it still shattered after a few clashes. Your knife isn't a cursed tool. Shigemo Haruta let out a cry of pleasant surprise. He pressed his advantage and slashed at Moraine's chest, cutting diagonally from his left shoulder all the way to his right waist. Fortunately, Moraine retreated quickly, so the wound wasn't particularly deep. Indeed, even if covered in cursed energy, it was, in the end, just an ordinary kitchen knife. This is really not looking good, right? Shigemo Haruta asked with a smile. What are you going to do now that you have no weapon? Moraine tossed the remaining handle aside, revealing the palm that had just been sliced open by the blade. The wound that had just been slashed open on his palm was healing rapidly. What am I going to do? Moraine replied, also smiling, didn't I say I was a summoner? I am the brood mother. As Moraine's wound healed, his cells divided in large numbers. And division is precisely the manifestation of the propagation path. Saying this, a tiny butterfly detached from around Moraine's wound, and then rapidly grew larger. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #14 Chapter 14 Simultaneous Breeding Chapter 14 Simultaneous Cursed Method. The propagation around Moraine's wounds, the injured skin began to flake off, and as soon as it fell away, it transformed into a tiny butterfly. They detached from Moraine's palms, grew larger in the air, and reached the size of normal butterflies. With every butterfly that fell off, Moraine's wound became a little smaller until it healed completely. It looked as if a tiny swarm of insects was rapidly gnawing at Moraine's wounds, and the insects that fell off instantly turned into butterflies. Shigemo Haruta let out a puzzled sound. He clearly felt that Moraine's cursed energy was pitifully low. How could he do something like this? His perception was correct, but unfortunately, Moraine was a broken boss that could regenerate its own health and mana, and it even had a second phase. On the surface of Moraine's body, the various large and small wounds inflicted by Shigemo Haruta were healing while sprouting tiny butterflies, which then flew up, grew larger, and circled around Moraine. This included the largest one that slanted across his chest. Soon, Moraine was surrounded by a swarm of deep purple butterflies, circling around him like slanted rings. Those butterflies looked similar to ordinary butterflies in appearance and size, but their wings bore golden and orange-red patterns, straight or curved, forming designs that looked like eyes without eyelashes. Congratulations, Moraine adjusted his mask with his left hand and spread his right hand. Next up is the boss's second phase. The next instant, the cursed energy within Moraine surged rapidly, and the cursed energy he manifested also changed its form. Small, deep purple particles appeared within the blue flames. They looked like bubbles or insect eggs, constantly appearing, splitting, and bursting. He infused the path energy of the propagation and elation into his cursed energy. This cursed energy spread from Moraine's hands across his entire body, quickly enveloping him completely. Even the butterflies began to burn with blue-purple flames filled with particles. What is this? Feeling this suddenly surging and eerie cursed energy, beads of sweat seeped from Shigemo Haruta's forehead, and his smile became somewhat forced. Are you a cursed spirit? A butterfly curse spirit? What's up with that cursed energy? Interested? Moraine glanced at the blue-purple particle-filled cursed energy covering his body, and suddenly remembered a concept. Binding vow. In the worldview of Jujutsu Kaisen, a binding vow is a very important thing. It allows one to exchange things beneficial to oneself to gain something else. Simply put, it means actively turning oneself into a specialized god of combat. Among these, the most common binding vow is known as Curse Technique Reveal. By revealing one's own ability, one gains a partial boost to that ability. Moraine had a sudden thought. He wondered if, in this world, things from other systems could become part of a binding vow. Thus, Moraine answered Shigemo Haruda's question. It is the propagation, Moraine replied using the simultaneous cursed method. At that instant, Moraine clearly felt the path energy within him jump. It had improved by a tiny bit. Very little, but it was definitely there. At this moment, Moraine suddenly thought of something. He seemed to know how to use the simultaneous cursed method now. Under his mask, the corners of his mouth curled upward, widening into an arc. He uttered a single syllable. The propagation. Shigemo Haruda was somewhat puzzled. So you are the propagation curse spirit. How could that be? I'm a human. Don't I look like one? Moraine glanced at the butterflies around him. Aren't they pretty? After a pause, he continued. You don't know what the propagation is. That's fine, I'll tell you. Driven by the primal force of loneliness, the path of the propagation manifests as such: replication, division, proliferation, swarming. To be apart is to die, that is the propagation. Shigemo Haruda suddenly clutched his head, and took a step back. All right, no need to repeat it, he said with a somewhat twisted expression. In his mind, Moraine was constantly repeating what he had just said. Over and over again. I'm not repeating myself, Moraine's smile under the mask widened. I said, replication and division are the manifestations of the propagation. In Shigemo Haruda's mind, the voices grew more numerous and chaotic. They were no longer orderly, instead, they came one after another, layering upon each other, with the second sentence squeezing in before the first was even finished. Moraine's narration continued. My curse technique is called Simultaneous Curse Method, a very weak and very roadside-level curse technique. It cannot harm anyone, even if I inject it with more cursed energy, it cannot achieve an offensive effect. But in return, it has gained sufficient clarity. No matter the nationality or species, any creature can understand my words. It pays the price of absolutely no offensive capability. In exchange for my transmitted message is almost guaranteed to arrive. Shigemo Haruda let out a ferocious roar. I said, enough. He charged at Moraine recklessly, raising his blade to stab. But just as I said, replication and division are the manifestations of the propagation. My voice is also a part of me. Moraine carelessly dodged his increasingly chaotic attacks, and then punched him in the face. The fist covered in the propagation cursed energy struck Shigemo Haruda's face, triggering a crackling sound. The small particles burst one after another, releasing streaks of small, deep purple lightning. Every time an egg exploded, a small, deep purple butterfly would burst out from within it. And the moment Moraine's fist hit his face, hundreds of butterflies broke out of their cocoons. These little butterflies swarmed over, covering Shigemo Haruda's face, and beginning to tear at his skin. Shigemo Haruda screamed, staggered back, and fell to the ground. Moraine's curse technique reveal continued. For me, who represents the propagation, my voice can also be replicated and divided. However, even if its quantity is divided infinitely, the target can still accurately understand it. But the human brain has its limits. Understanding hundreds of statements simultaneously, no matter how good the brain is, it will stutter, and won't be able to take it. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of voice messages were playing on loop in Shigemo Haruda's brain, and because of Moraine's curse technique, he could clearly understand every single one of them, unable to ignore them. Well, my curse technique reveal is about done. Moraine walked to the side and picked up the kitchen knife that had fallen to the ground at the beginning. Let me say one last thing. He looked at Shigemo Haruda. I can control wish power. I can transform people's wishes into wish power, absorb them, and turn them into miracles that manifest in reality. At this very moment, inside this curtain, there are only two types of wish power. He glanced at Ajichi, who was hiding in the corner. One is the wish for me to kill you. He looked back at Shigemo Haruda again. Two is the wish to be able to torture others. Having said that, he chuckled. Heh, your wish is really Moraine took a step and slowly approached. But it doesn't matter, I won't mock your wish. A wish is just a wish, there is no distinction between high and low, noble and base. Carrying the kitchen knife, he walked over to Shigemo Haruta, who was lying on the ground, curled up and clutching his head, and slowly crouched down. I will fulfill both of these wishes properly. Chapter 15, The First Offspring. Hold on. Shigemo Haruta forcibly raised his hand tremblingly, speaking in a slurred voice. His brain was filled with all sorts of sounds, and now it was almost impossible for him to speak clearly, yet he still tried to struggle. At least ask for some intelligence, right? For example. But unfortunately, Moraine was not interested in so-called intelligence at all, and he already knew far more than Shigemo Haruta did. He smiled and raised his blade. Behind Moraine, the blade with human hands that had fallen to the ground at the very beginning struggled to stand up, still wanting to ambush him. A foot clad in a leather shoe stepped on the side of the blade, pinning it back down to the ground. Hearing the sound, Moraine turned back. Oh, thanks. Moraine nodded and smiled. It's my duty. Ijichi said, sweating while stepping on the blade. He was a bit nervous, but he had seen his fair share of jujitsu sorcerers. Since the source of cursed energy is negative emotions, there are quite a few lunatics and people with peculiar fetishes among grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer personnel. Although Ijichi himself felt some fear regarding this, it was actually still within his acceptable range. A heart-wrenching scream reached Ijichi's ears, followed by a squelching sound. Ijichi stepped on the thrashing blade, subconsciously turning his head away and adjusting his glasses. Sweat poured down the face of the middle-aged salaryman, yet he said not a word. Some powerful sorcerers abandon their human kindness, attacking the weak and taking pleasure in torture. Such sorcerers are not recognized by the jujitsu world and are called curse users. In the jujitsu world, curse users have almost no human rights, and are on the same level as cursed spirits. Any curse user who is caught receives no protection from the jujitsu world. Therefore, it is Moraine's freedom to do whatever he wants. Ijichi would not, and dared not, say anything more. The sounds of splashing flesh and screaming grew louder, and Ijichi silently turned his head to face away from that side. Although I've seen a lot, I still can't quite accept this. Sounds kept coming from behind him, mixed in with Moraine's muttering. It wasn't the simultaneous cursed method being sent directly into his brain, just plain sound. So he could actually speak. Ijichi pondered subconsciously. However, it seemed to be the language of the great nation across the sea. Moraine's muttering continued. Ijichi was, after all, a high achiever who had interacted with many foreigners, and since Japanese and Chinese share many commonalities, he could barely understand some of Moraine's muttering. Due to his profession, Ijichi instinctively collected information. It seemed like he was saying that person had 7 lives, and could be used for some kind of experiment. There also seemed to be words like incubation, parasitism, and so on. The sweat on Ijichi's face increased. These didn't sound like good words. He lowered his head and suddenly noticed water droplets on the ground. Is it raining? Ijichi wondered with confusion. No, it's not rain. It's sweat. So that's it, I'm drenched in sweat. I don't know how much time passed, but the screaming behind him slowly stopped, and the blade he was stepping on ceased its movement. Suddenly, an exclamation full of surprise came from Moraine behind him. Then came the sound of the blade being tossed carelessly onto the ground. Ijichi turned to look and saw that Moraine had stood back up, looking at his own fingers with a face full of surprise. Perched on his fingertip was a golden butterfly. It was completely different in color from the butterflies surrounding him, looking very distinct. Noticing the gaze Ijichi cast, Moraine waved his hand. His voice rang out in Ijichi's mind once more. Do me a favor, throw that blade at me, aim it at my head. Ijichi pointed at himself in confusion, then looked down at the blade on the ground. He didn't understand, but he respected it. He bent down to pick up the blade with hands on the ground, held it, and aimed at Moraine. I'm throwing it then. He gave a warning. He turned his waist and swung his arm. Ijichi flung the long blade from his hand. But at the very moment the blade left his hand, he saw Shigemo Haruta behind Moraine. His legs went weak, his center of gravity shifted, and he lost strength in his hand. The thrown blade fell askew, rotating, right in front of Moraine. "I'm sorry." Ijichi immediately bowed to apologize. Moraine raised his hand to stop his apology, his gaze still fixed on the golden butterfly on the tip of his other finger. The butterfly suddenly stopped flapping its wings, and very fine patterns appeared on its body. The next second the butterfly's wings fell off, shattering into pieces. The entire butterfly fell from Moraine's finger. Moraine smiled and looked at Shigemo Haruta. "How fortunate, don't you think?" At this moment, the voices in Shigemo Haruta's mind had long since stopped, yet he was unable to resist. He was covered in blood, his eyes full of tears, all four limbs severed, and his tongueless mouth could not make very complex sounds. Beneath his skin were several dense ridges, as if bugs were crawling inside. Most importantly, his stomach was bulging high, and something was struggling beneath it. Moraine shifted his gaze upward, noticing the last inverted triangle tattoo under Shigemo Haruta's eye slowly disappearing. "Ah, was the last life used up?" Moraine said with regret. It seemed that the miracles stored by Shigemo Haruta had been exhausted. Moraine revealed a satisfied smile. "How wonderful, thanks to you having a full 7 lives, I was able to complete the experiment. There were so many mistakes in the middle, it's really great that you managed to survive." Moraine smiled very innocently, without a trace of gloom. Although he was wearing a mask, Shigemo Haruta couldn't see it clearly at all. But Moraine believed that his sincere voice would surely let him feel it. Perhaps it was because he had become a mystery prior, or perhaps because he had used the Eye of Mysteries to look at the hidden sage once, but Moraine always felt that his curiosity was much greater than before. Just like now. Moraine clapped his hands with satisfaction. "All right, your wish has been fulfilled. Now you can die in peace." Shigemo Haruta's stomach grew larger and larger and larger. His stomach exploded, and a golden butterfly the size of a person crawled out from his stomach. It had beautiful colors and gorgeous patterns, gently flapping its wings as it hovered in front of Moraine. Looking at this butterfly, the ferocious smile behind Moraine's mask receded somewhat, becoming softened. He slowly moved the mask from the front of his face to the side, revealing the face behind the mask that was covered in fluorescent patterns. He clapped gently, his eyes revealing a touch of tenderness and a touch of admiration. This was to offer a blessing for its first breaking out of the cocoon. The butterfly also flapped its wings rapidly, feeling joy. Moraine smiled gently. "Happy birthday, my lovely child." Chapter 16, Me Realm Swarm King. From now on, you shall be called. Moraine thought for a moment. Luck-gathering broodmother, how does that sound? The luck-gathering broodmother immediately conveyed a feeling of joy. Moraine reached out and stroked its body. The insect, now enlarged to human size, was furry and felt quite nice to the touch. It was just that the insect legs, mouthparts, and compound eyes were a bit creepy. But Moraine unexpectedly felt it was not bad at all, quite cute actually. Perhaps this was the parental filter. I finally understand why, in the eyes of the ancient sun god, Amon's actions could only be described as a child's prank. Strange, I don't even have pregnancy hormones, Moraine muttered to himself. Placing his hand on the butterfly's cheek, it immediately rubbed its head against him. Moraine chuckled softly. "Heh, since I already have a broodmother under my command, it doesn't seem appropriate for me to be a broodmother myself. It's also time for a raise and a promotion." Moraine had a sudden thought. "I'll just promote myself to Swarm King," Moraine said matter-of-factly. "I don't care if anyone acknowledges it or not. I am already practicing the propagation across the myriad worlds. Who dares to say I am unworthy of the title Swarm King? Furthermore, in worldviews with infinite parallel worlds, my birth means that for every additional parallel world I split once. Every choice I make, every action I take, splits into infinite versions of me. Is there any other insect that can do that? Even if the aeon of the propagation were resurrected, I would make them polish my shoes. Although there might be parallel worlds in the Honkai, Star Rail world. But Moraine is infinite times infinite. After speaking, Moraine suddenly noticed that the newly born broodmother was rapidly waving its front two insect legs. It seemed to be applauding. As this butterfly began to applaud, more and more butterflies began to flap their front two insect legs. This is the swarm behavior of the colony. Moraine raised his eyebrows with great interest. This broodmother seems to possess quite a bit of intelligence. He put the mask back on his face. Very clever. Moraine reached out and held it like a puppy, pulling it into his arms. Your emotions seem truly too rich. Looking at the original work, the swarm should only know the propagation, right? Is it because your swarm king has too much humanity? The luck-gathering broodmother opened its mouthparts, using energy mixed with spirituality, cursed energy, and path energy to vibrate the air, emitting a hum. Moraine understood. It was saying, "Father is truly amazing." Moraine released it, letting it fly on its own. Is your intelligence actually this high? You can even flatter me now. Moraine said with some surprise. If that's the case, then I can't call you it anymore. He stroked his chin and mused. You need a name. Very good. Since you are the first luck-gathering broodmother, then you shall be called Lianyun. As for your offspring, I won't worry about them, you can manage them yourself. Moraine was very satisfied with his naming ability. That's it, it needs to be simple, faithful, expressive, and elegant. Lianyun was very happy. Moraine turned around and looked at Ajichi. What time is it now? Moraine asked. It is currently. Ajichi immediately looked down at his watch. It is 22:03. Is it past 10 at night? Moraine pondered. Come to think of it, it had been almost an hour since he left the space. The curtain can be dispelled. Moraine let the voice enter Ajichi's mind. Understood. Ajichi held up two fingers and dispelled the curtain he had set up. Inside the mall, the brightness suddenly increased, and it was no longer so dim. The curtain set up by Ajichi disappeared. But it was not just Ajichi's curtain that disappeared. There is another curtain. Moraine looked up and gazed out the window. The second layer of the curtain, surrounding the central area, had disappeared at some point. Originally, this curtain was like a black eggshell wrapping around the central area of Shibuya, but now this curtain had disappeared unknowingly when Moraine was trying to create Lianyun. It seems that the old man who played with reversing strength and weakness has been taken out. Moraine touched his mask and looked out the window. Wanted to go in and play for a bit. But the swarm's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages told him that it was very dangerous there and not suitable for survival. That is the thinking of a loser. Since he was already here, it would be a huge loss not to watch the live version of the elbow strike battle. Moraine thought of a cursed spirit. Dagon, one of the four major calamities. As a cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of the ocean, his domain is deathly calm, a rare, non-terrifying domain that resembles a vacation beach. And since the ocean is the source that nurtures all life, within his domain, he can summon endless Shikigami. Endless, huh? Moraine sighed. He really dares to say that. However, he touched the mask on his face. I really want to see it. He turned back to look at Ajichi. Can you contact Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento? Ah, yes I can. Ajichi immediately took out his phone. Good, make the call. Moraine nodded. Well, right now, it should still be early enough, there's still time. However, Moraine still decided to synchronize before entering the central area. It had been almost an hour now, and perhaps there had been new developments on the other two sides as well. Closing and opening his eyes, Moraine arrived at the synchronization space. Just after entering, Jujutsu Kaisen Morian saw two people. "Yo, you're here." Moraine waved. "It's great that the time flow is slow." Moraine smiled and said, "Every time I come in, I can meet people. Unlike me, I only met people 4 times in 2 weeks." He elbowed the Moraine beside him. "Luckily you can keep me company. Then shouldn't you call me savior?" Moraine elbowed back, "Also, don't elbow randomly. We have synchronized elbow Kaisen. What if you elbow me and trigger a black flash?" After speaking, the two laughed happily. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian also laughed. "I have something good here." He raised both hands and high-fived the other two versions of himself. The next second, exclamations rang out. "Holy shit. Humph, but I'm not bad either." Moraine tossed his head. "I am now a noble sequence 8. 3 days have passed on my side." Moraine held up 3 fingers. Because this riot was resolved in a timely and relatively easy manner, it didn't deviate much from the route. We returned to the port of Tingen City earlier than in the original work. It only took about 2 days. After getting off the ship because of the Clover incident, the police planned to investigate, but I slipped away in advance. Then I infiltrated an underground secret gathering in Tingen City, used the money I got from Alger to buy materials, and used the remaining money to get identification documents from the black market. In 3 days, he successively advanced to Sequence 9 and Sequence 8. In the Lord of the Mysteries world, he certainly had the capital to be proud. But all in all, if I, with this amount of secret reserves, couldn't digest the mystery prior in 1 second, then Sequence 8 shouldn't exist in this world. Moraine spread his hands and joked. "You're awesome too." "That's great." Moraine was very satisfied with his straight men. "As for me, I'm completely clinging to a big shot. Transmigrating to this world for 3 days, with monsters everywhere, it's really tough. And my spawn point was in Z City. Fortunately, I met Saitama, so I simply moved next door to him. That makes me feel safer." Oh, there are monsters, so clinging to a big shot is normal." Jujutsu Kaisen Morian nodded. "It would be abnormal not to cling to a big shot, that's understandable." Moraine agreed. "There are monsters, so there's really nothing to be done about that." Moraine expressed comfort. After the 3 of them finished their comments, they suddenly froze in unison. "Something's wrong. There's a problem." Immediately, the 3 of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the 4th Moraine. "Why are you looking at me?" The 4th Moraine scratched his head. "Aren't we sharing information?" Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #17 Chapter 17 Newcomers join the group. Chapter 17 Newcomer joins the group. A newcomer joins the group. The 4th Moraine has joined the group chat. Inside the shared space, the 4 Moraines have completed the sharing process. 3 Moraines surrounded the 4th, newly arrived Moraine, whispering. "You can't really be considered a human anymore, right? You're already a monster, aren't you?" Moraine and Moraine said, one after the other. "Yeah," the 4th Moraine replied, "but you guys look like you're bullying me right now." "We are bullying you, can't you tell?" Jujutsu Kaisen Morian said, placing his hands on his shoulders and shaking him. "We are partners of justice, of course we have to bully monsters relentlessly." Haha, the newcomer Moraine laughed twice, and the fluorescent patterns on his face visibly softened. He came from the world of One Punch Man. After transmigrating, he arrived in the uninhabited zone of Z City. Like the other Moraines, he instinctively used his mask and entropy loss to lower his presence, avoiding the monsters common everywhere in Z City for the first 2 days, and then, after accidentally seeing a bald man wearing a yellow bodysuit, he followed him into the only place in Z City that could barely be considered safe. The apartment where Saitama lived. Coincidentally, because monsters frequently appeared in this area, most of the original residents had moved away, turning Z City into an uninhabited zone. Moraine then stayed inside for several days, using the free water and electricity, until he entered the synchronization space. And then you became a loneliness monster because you were too lonely, Moraine summarized. Right, the worldview of One Punch Man is sometimes even more idealistic than Honkai. Indeed, sometimes people even turn into fruit monsters just because they like eating a certain fruit too much, One Punch Man Moraine replied. Like a strawberry monster or a durian monster, for example. That's just too hasty. Actually, your monsterification was pretty hasty too, wasn't it? Moraine retorted. It's alright, One Punch Man Moraine blinked. At least it was due to extreme emotions, and there's a high probability it was influenced by the path of the propagation. That's true. After transmigrating for over a week, One Punch Man Moraine completed his monsterification in the One Punch Man world. He gained a body stronger than that of an ordinary person, and an ability unique to him. Named Déjà Vu. The effect allows others to subconsciously misidentify Moraine as someone they have a good relationship with. However, judging by One Punch Man Moraine's ability, it can currently only affect weaker ordinary people, and has basically no effect on monsters. Stronger or more strong-willed ordinary people can also partially resist it. Because he was too lonely, he possessed the ability to make others not subconsciously reject him. Jujutsu Kaisen Moraine smiled and said, anyway, regardless of anything else, I think I have the courage to go and take a look at the upcoming plot now. The strength of the Moraines was further enhanced at this moment. Jujutsu Kaisen Moraine's understanding of the use of cursed energy, Moraine's promotion, and One Punch Man Moraine's joining. Moraine gave a thumbs up. According to my research, I found that in worlds other than the Lord of the Mysteries world, it is almost impossible to create charms or use ritual magic. In occultism, the creation of charms can mostly be classified into two categories. First, praying to gods and conducting rituals. Second, carving runes, honorific names, and spiritual numbers related to gods onto the charms. Ritual magic is the same. He looked at Jujutsu Kaisen Moraine and One Punch Man Moraine. But half of these worlds have no gods, so we can't carve anything, and no gods can respond to our prayers. My world has a god, One Punch Man Moraine indicated. That god. Moraine frowned, doesn't count, right? Does it count? It doesn't, right? In short, this means that apart from the very few rituals that only require one's own spirituality, our ability as mystery priors to quickly set up rituals is effectively useless. I wouldn't say that, Moraine raised his hand. Anyway, I find it quite satisfying to use myself. Unfortunately, no other version of himself was willing to pay attention to him. Until I discovered this. Moraine smiled and pointed to the mask hanging on the side of his face. The other Moraines nodded one after another. After all, they had all synchronized their memories. Listening to Moraine speak was just to alleviate the discomfort of his long-term inability to find anyone to talk to. We can use the status of the mask to pray to ourselves and respond to ourselves. Everyone can try it later. Honorific names are actually easy to solve. After all, they are the only transmigrators in their respective worlds. They only need to add titles like Simultaneous Transmigration, the Propagation, Mystery Prior, Transmigrator, and Mask of Elation to the honorific name to point to themselves effectively. Of course, it is still possible that it doesn't point to oneself. So to ensure precise targeting, Moraine added a bit more description. He extended each part of the three-part honorific name to dozens of characters. But this honorific name is too low class. One Punch Man Moraine joined the conversation well. The other Moraines nodded. What kind of decent person recites an honorific name like a spell, several hundred characters long, when praying? We can set the last part as Swarm King diffusing through all worlds, Jujutsu Kaisen Moraine proposed. That's not bad, but it's easy to point to other Swarm Kings, Moraine replied. There are quite a few Swarm Kings in the Honkai Star Rail world, although I don't know how many are still alive. If it pointed to another Swarm King, Moraine would have a hard time escaping. Although the Moraines have the guts to style themselves as Swarm Kings, they have not, in the end, received the recognition of the Swarm and the Aeon of the Propagation, Tazezarunthe. Don't look at how Moraine can play asmuffing game in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, opening Simultaneous the propagation to completely crush Shigemo Haruta. But if he really encountered a real Swarm King, Moraine would only be fit to act as a speed bump. It's that Moraine and the star system he is in would only be fit to act as a speed bump. After all, Moraine doesn't even dare to imagine how lonely a Swarm King that has survived alone since the fall of the Aeon of the propagation would be. And for a Swarm King, loneliness equals power. For now, let's see if the Lianyun insect lineage I created can appear in other worlds, Jujutsu Kaisen Morian stated. As mystery priors, we digest it as soon as we consume it, but as a melee scholar, we have to start learning to digest it for real. I can go find Bangu to learn Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. One Punch Man Morian raised his hand. Before, it was because he was too afraid to go out that he stayed in the Z district. Now that he has strength, it's not impossible for him to go out for a walk. If, at the very beginning, One Punch Man Morian could only be considered a wolf-level monster that barely posed a threat, now he could be considered a demon-level monster that could potentially cause a town to fall into paralysis. Having said that, is digestion and acting in other worlds really useful for potions? Moraine raised a question. This question immediately stumped the other three Moraines. I don't know. After all, the Sequence 9 potion was digested as soon as it was consumed. I reckon this potion still owes me several hundred times the digestion progress. Moraine made a flexing remark that would make all Sequence 9s want to beat him up. Then we'll just have to try it, Jujutsu Kaisen Morian said. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Chapter 18. The bane of all Shikigami users, Gojo Satoru/Satoru Gojo has been sealed. It is truly jaw-dropping. A weathered yet powerful voice rang out. Two men and one woman stood at the entrance of a subway station, chatting. One of the men was wearing a suit and a tie, his blonde hair combed meticulously. The other, an old man with white hair and a handlebar mustache, leaned against the wall, his face slightly flushed, looking a bit tipsy. The last person was a young girl wearing red glasses, her long, dark green hair tied in a high ponytail, a long-handled naginata resting on her shoulder. By the way, why are we waiting here? Maki Zenin, with her high ponytail, asked. Not long ago, Ijichi called me and told us to wait, there are reinforcements coming. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento, dressed impeccably, replied. Didn't we agree to split up? Why are there reinforcements? The old man, Zenin Naobito, said. After all, the curtain has been lifted, Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento replied calmly, the upcoming operations will only become increasingly dangerous. It is always good to have someone to look out for us. Ah well, since there are reinforcements, Maki, you should go back. Zenin Naobito waved his hand at Maki Zenin, with a look of distaste. After saying that, he tilted his head. Grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer Nanami. Maki, on this matter, I agree with Zenin Naobito's opinion, Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento said calmly. I am at least more useful than this drunkard, Maki Zenin said, somewhat dissatisfied. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento was stunned and looked at Zenin Naobito. You've been drinking. I haven't. Zenin Naobito lifted his head and let out a drunken hiccup, hic. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento frowned and turned his head away. It's a good thing there are reinforcements. He thought to himself, feeling secretly relieved. Just then, a voice came from the corner not far away. Maki-senpai. Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, the suicide bomber, with black sea urchin hair, walked around the corner and approached them. So you're the reinforcements. Maki Zenin adjusted her glasses. But Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro was very surprised. What reinforcements? Maki Zenin was also very surprised. You're not the reinforcements. I am not, Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro shook his head firmly. I just happened to be passing by and heard your conversation. No, Ijichi said the reinforcements would be a strange man wearing a weird mask with fluorescent patterns on his skin. whose curse technique allows his voice to appear in other people's minds. What a useless curse technique, Zenin no Obito commented. I actually think it's a pretty good command-type curse technique, Maki Zenin retorted. The Zenin family. One of the big three families of Jujutsu world, and also the most feudal and hierarchical one among them. In the Zenin family's view, those who are not part of the Zenin family are not sorcerers, and those who are not sorcerers are not human. Everyone in the Zenin family has their value preliminarily determined from birth, and their value is set in stone once they awaken their cursed energy and curse technique. Those who inherit the clan's inherited curse technique can stand high and mighty, while those with inferior techniques are lowly servants. As for Maki Zenin, being a heavenly restriction user with no curse technique, and even less cursed energy than an ordinary person, she lived a miserable life that normal people could hardly imagine. Not bothering with the Zenin family's internal affairs, Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento asked Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro. Where are the other two? Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro replied. Ino-senpai has withdrawn, and Itadori and I split up. I understand. Then you should come down with us. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento nodded and checked his watch. We are still missing one person. Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait another 5 minutes. Suddenly, everyone looked up towards a direction in the sky. Accompanied by a flapping sound, a giant butterfly flew down from the sky. The butterfly was perched on the back of a masked man, looking like a winged backpack. A strange mask. Maki Zenin pointed, so it's him. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento replied, not very sure. Probably. Soon, the butterfly descended from the sky with Moraine. Moraine, who had landed on the ground, scanned the people present and suddenly froze for a second. Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro. Why is he here? But this surprise lasted less than a second, and Moraine quickly reacted. Because he had asked Ajichi to make a call to have Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento, and the others wait for him, the two groups that had originally entered the subway station one after another had gathered together. Moraine stroked Lianyun's fur. This is called the butterfly effect, Moraine said to Lianyun with a smile. The butterfly effect brought about by a butterfly is the true butterfly effect. Lianyun happily flapped her butterfly wings. The joke father told was really funny. Her sense of humor seemed to be quite low. The luck-gathering broodmother let go of Moraine and flew behind him, flapping her wings. Moraine stepped forward, and his voice appeared in everyone's minds. Hello everyone, my name is Moraine. Moraine introduced himself simply. Maki Zenin tried, finding that the pronunciation of Moraine's name seemed a bit difficult for them. Oh, I forgot that Japanese grammar doesn't have an R. You should practice more, or if that doesn't work, you can just call me Mask, Moraine said understandingly. Haha, so you're still a brat who watches Kamen Rider, Zenin no Obito laughed. Haha, do you watch it too? Moraine replied with a smile. Yes, it's very good. Zenin no Obito didn't mind showing his youthful mindset at all. I actually also watch magical girl shows. A tough guy with a girly heart. The group introduced themselves one by one. Moraine shifted his gaze to look at Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro. Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, can I see your rabbit escape? Moraine asked. Rabbit escape? Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro was puzzled. Because I am also a summoner, Moraine pointed to Lianyun behind him. My method of controlling summons also involves the simultaneous appearance of a large number of Shikigami. Isn't your curse technique transmitting messages? Zenin no Obito asked confusedly. Guess. Moraine did not answer this question. Zenin no Obito asked nonchalantly. I don't want to guess, can't you just tell me directly? When we become enemies, I will reveal my cursed technique to you then, Moraine replied. Zenin no Obito was surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you brat, you've got guts. After hearing what Moraine said, Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro glanced at the small butterflies swarming around Moraine, and the large butterfly behind him, thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. He raised his hands and used their shadows to form a rabbit, then softly chanted. Rabbit escape. The shadow at his feet expanded rapidly, and suddenly, thousands of white, fluffy rabbits crawled out from the shadows, dense and numerous. From a distance, it looked like a giant piece of white cotton suddenly expanding, rapidly growing to the size of nearly 2 stories high. In Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's curse technique, 10 Shadows technique, Rabbit Escape is the only Shikigami that can be summoned in large numbers and consumes almost no cursed energy to summon. Therefore, even showing them off a little before the battle was not a burden for him. Looking at the dense mass of white fluff, Moraine opened his arms, hugged a rabbit, and rubbed it, feeling that it felt quite nice. He looked at Fushiguro. Can you give me one? Moraine asked expectantly. These are summoned using shadows, Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro explained. They will turn back into shadows once the curse technique is dispelled. Even if I were willing to give you one, it would. Halfway through his sentence, Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's eyes suddenly widened. He saw Moraine reach out his hand and stroke the fur of the rabbit escape, with a palm wrapped in strange cursed energy. Instantly, Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro, as the summoner, immediately felt that this Shikigami had slipped out of his control. How is this possible? Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro muttered to himself. Although the connection between him and each rabbit escape was actually quite weak due to the large number summoned. But to have the ownership of one rabbit escape taken away so easily was something Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro had never imagined. This person. He is simply the bane of all Shikigami users. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #19 Chapter 19 starting with 0 frames. Chapter 19, 0 frame start. Everyone present was knowledgeable. Especially Zenin no Abito. The 10 Shadows technique was the most important curse technique of their Zenin family. Even though he hadn't inherited this technique, and the only modern inheritor of the 10 Shadows technique had been sold off by Toji Fushiguro, he was still the person present who understood the 10 Shadows technique best. He understood it better than Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro himself. That was exactly why he was so shocked. Looking at Moraine's right hand, which was coated in blue-purple cursed energy, and observing the deep purple granules speckled within the cursed energy, Zenin no Abito narrowed his eyes. It's a fake, right? Moraine didn't pay attention to their shock and patted Lianyun. All right, you go wander around elsewhere, he said gently. Just stay nearby, don't go anywhere too dangerous. Moraine reminded her. Lianyun vibrated the air, emitting a humming sound. Then, with a flap of her wings, she flew upward. All right, let's go in. Holding the fluffy white rabbit in his arms, Moraine strode toward the subway stairs. The others looked at him with complex expressions and followed. As they walked down the stairs, Maki Zenin couldn't help but offer a reminder. As a Shikigami user, aren't you keeping your Shikigami with you? Moraine tilted his head to look. Didn't Ajichi tell you guys? I'm not a Shikigami user. He did say that. Kento Nanami Kento nodded. Then that's right, Moraine replied in a light tone. Lianyun, she is my child. The several jujitsu sorcerers didn't find this statement strange when they heard it. Many people who raise pets refer to themselves as daddy or mommy, not to mention a Shikigami that was likely raised from a young age and had fought side by side with them countless times. It was understandable that they would be close. However, Moraine's next sentence shattered their worldview once again. She's my biological child. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. They didn't speak again until they reached the subway station. They were all having a mental storm. Especially Maki Zenin. She remembered her classmate Yuta Okatsu, who claimed to have a pure love with a cursed spirit. Could it be? Could there really be a warrior who surpassed Yuta Okatsu? Ah, we're here. Moraine stopped and looked at a load-bearing pillar in front of him. The others also recovered from their mental storms one after another and began to guard. Everyone felt the fluctuation of cursed energy. And it was very dense. A red hand reached out from behind the pillar and gripped it. Then a head peeked out from behind the pillar. It was a red octopus cursed spirit, looking only about the size of 2 or 3 basketballs, shaped like an octopus with arms and a body like a white silkworm cocoon. Its eyes were large, it wore a white hood, and it made childish whimpering sounds. He was Dagon, one of the 4 calamity cursed spirits. He symbolized humanity's fear of the ocean. But before the others could react, a hand touched Dagon's back. Dagon, the entire cursed spirit, was frozen in place, like a photo stuck to glass. You guys are a bit slow. Zenin Naobito had already reached behind Dagon at some point. Dagon's small body couldn't move at all, and sweat seeped out on his face. Zenin Naobito laughed loudly and threw a punch, hitting Dagon in the face. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, Dagon was sent flying and hit a wall in the distance. This was the speed of the fastest jujitsu sorcerer, excluding Gojo Satoru/Satoru Gojo. This punch made him cry. Dagon's eyes were moist, his stomach swelled, and he opened his mouth to vomit. He was beaten into vomiting. As he vomited, a large number of human bones were expelled, almost paving a carpet 5 or 6 meters long. You guy, just how many people have you eaten? Zenin Naobito was still laughing, but his laughter had become somewhat low. The small cursed spirit crawled inch by inch on the carpet of human bones. The childish voice carried a tremor, and his large eyes were filled with tears. His pupils contracted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Hanami. His body began to tremble violently. You actually dared to kill Hanami. Perhaps because there were far more people present than in the original story, Dagon had completely lost the idea of testing them like in the original story. In an instant, the surrounding environment changed abruptly. Blue sky, white clouds, sunshine, breeze, beach, ocean. Everything looked so peaceful. Domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skanda. Dagon's voice came then. But this time, his voice was no longer childish, but full of a rough and thick feeling. Logically speaking, domain expansion requires 2 prerequisites. One is to make the hand gesture for expansion, and the other is to shout the name of the domain. But as one of the 4 calamities, Dagon was also incredibly cunning. Effect first, name later. 0 frame start. Even Zenin Naobito, known as the fastest jujitsu sorcerer below Gojo Satoru/Satoru Gojo, couldn't react in time. No wonder it was so weak, it was just a cursed womb earlier. The old man still wanted to spout some trash talk. But in the very next instant, wounds appeared on Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, Maki Zenin, and Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento respectively. This was the sure hit effect from the domain. In the domain, all creatures with cursed energy would be locked onto. As the calamity of the ocean, Dagon's curse technique, besides controlling water, also had the ability to summon fish-type cursed spirits. Under the effect of the sure hit, these cursed spirits could be generated out of thin air, hit the enemy, and could not be dodged or defended against. These cursed spirits might not even exist before hitting the enemy, they were born at the very moment of hitting. On the other hand, Zenin Naobito was not injured, with the corpse of a green fish-type Shikigami lying behind him. Secret art, falling blossom emotion. This was the method of domain countermeasure passed down among the big 3 families, capable of automatically using cursed energy to repel damage and protect oneself the moment the sure hit effect hit. As a reliable adult, Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento's gaze quickly scanned the battlefield, confirming the situation. His own shoulder was injured, Maki Zenin's waist was injured, Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro's thigh was injured, Zenin Naobito had used falling blossom emotion to block the damage, and Moraine. Not injured. Moraine hadn't expanded a simple domain, or hollow wicker basket, nor had he used a falling blossom emotion like Zen in Naobito. He was just standing there, yet he hadn't received any damage, and hadn't been affected by the sure-hit curse technique within the domain. I just wanted to watch the show. Moraine looked at the suddenly changed environment. Why did you pull me into? Don't hurt my rabbit. Just got her. Moraine was holding Rabbit escape. The cursed energy inside his body began to shrink rapidly the moment he entered the domain, until it became nothing. They had transformed all cursed energy into spirituality. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, domain as the ultimate move of Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits, possesses a sure-hit effect. However, this sure-hit locks onto cursed energy. Conversely, as long as one has no cursed energy, they will be judged as a building, and cannot be locked onto. The cursed spirits that couldn't directly hit him had to appear around him first before attacking. But they were easily grabbed by him and crushed. Moraine's eyes under the mask were full of curiosity, carefully observing this domain with the eye of mysteries. Upon noticing that they had been pulled into the domain, everyone reacted one after another. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro immediately expanded his domain to counter Dagon's domain, neutralizing the sure-hit effect of the domain. A black circular platform with a radius of less than 3 meters expanded from beneath Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's feet. That was his domain, and also his shadow. Although his domain looked much weaker than Dagon's, that was indeed the case. But a domain is a domain. When another domain appears within a domain, no matter how small or weak this domain is, the original sure-hit effect will be neutralized. This domain. Moraine looked back at the domain expanded by Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro, and rubbed his chin. He felt that Sukuna would be scared to death if he saw this domain. No sure-hit, no sure-kill, the range is so small, and it's an open barrier domain, enemies can come and go as they please, with absolutely no restraint. Just how much of a loan does he have to take out for this? Chapter 20, being able to see such a scene, is worth the price of admission, even if it means death. Dagon looked toward Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro. Just as Moraine had guessed, Dagon was truly bluffed by Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's domain at the very first moment. Thus, he immediately unleashed his cursed technique, intending to use maximum power to eliminate everyone present. The two domains began to press against each other, and Dagon's curse technique lost its sure-hit effect. However, Dagon's curse technique remained powerful even without the sure-hit effect. Curse technique unleashed, Death Swarm. A massive number of fish-like cursed spirits surged out from the seawater, rushing toward the shore. To be honest, this was the first time Moraine had used a word like surging to describe living creatures. But the number of those cursed spirits was simply too great. The ocean is the source of life, and the effect of Death Swarm is that it can summon an endless stream of Shikigami from the sea. Moraine widened his eyes, neither dodging nor flinching, as his slightly glowing eyes reflected every single Shikigami. In Moraine's eyes, everything seemed to slow down. Eye of Mysteries. This is... Moraine's smile grew wider and wider. So exciting, so exciting. Being able to see a scene like this is worth the price of admission, even if it means death. Then, in the next instant, Moraine, who was closest to the sea, was submerged by the school of fish. Kento Nanami Kento's pupils constricted. Just a moment ago, he had thought Moraine possessed some hidden, powerful ability. As it turned out, he was the first to be taken out. However, he no longer had the spare capacity to worry about others. The school of fish had already surged right in front of him. Kento Nanami Kento had no choice but to withdraw his attention, drawing a blunt blade wrapped in bandages from behind his back and swinging it forcefully forward, cleaving the Shikigami in front of him. Floating in midair, Dagon maintained the hand gesture for his curse technique release, looking down at Moraine, who had been swallowed by the cursed spirits. "You are the weakest one," he said without emotion. After speaking, he withdrew his gaze and focused more of his attention on Zenin Naobito. Like most jujitsu sorcerers and cursed spirits, Dagon was accustomed to judging an opponent's strength by the intensity of their cursed energy. Next, he directed 60% of his cursed energy against Zenin Naobito, 40% against Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento, and Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro. And as for the last one, Maki Zenin, he simply ignored her, deciding to eliminate her with the aftermath of the battle. The school of fish surged toward the other jujitsu sorcerers. Among them, several sea snakes charged straight toward Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, opening their huge mouths, intending to kill him. Yet Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro could only stand in place, holding his hand sealed to maintain his domain, watching helplessly as the two sea snakes lunged at him. The group was somewhat spread out, and the other jujitsu sorcerers were also blocked, completely unable to provide rescue. Dagon's judgment was very accurate. As long as Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro was eliminated, then once the sure hit effect was restored, all the other jujitsu sorcerers would become fish on a cutting board. At this moment, a golden butterfly the size of a fingernail landed on Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro's shoulder. Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro noticed it. The next moment, an accident occurred. Both sea snakes wanted to finish off Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, opening their mouths simultaneously and attacking him without order. But precisely because of this, their heads collided and bounced off each other. Just like that, the two sea snakes missed Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro. The golden butterfly on Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro's shoulder also withered and shattered the next second. It delayed them for less than 2 seconds, but that was enough. One of the sea snakes, having reacted and resumed its attack on Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro, was quickly pinned to the beach by Maki Zenin's Naginata. In the next instant, the other sea snake and all the approaching fish were successively cleaved apart. Ratio Technique. Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento's Cursed Technique. It can forcibly create a weak point on the enemy's body at the 7-to-3 ratio. This sounds like a high-difficulty curse technique that requires aiming. But the range for dividing the lines on the target is determined by Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento himself. Cutting the face is the 7:3 of the head, cutting the stomach is the 7:3 of the upper body, and cutting the leg is the 7:3 of the lower body. Hitting the weak point results in a critical hit. Just kidding, hitting anywhere is a weak point. The 7-to-3 ratio is infinite. On the other side, Zenin Naobito quickly leaped up, then stepped on the heads of the fish-like Shikigami passing beneath him, closing in on Dagon. His speed was unimaginably fast, each movement was faster than the last. In just an instant, he arrived in front of Dagon and raised his hand, punching toward Dagon's face. Meanwhile, Kento Nanami/Nanami Kento and Maki Zenin quickly approached Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro to help him clear away the surrounding Shikigami, as he had to maintain his hand seals. In the situation where the sure hit effect was lost, even with the augmentation of his domain, Dagon's combat power was only on par with Zenin Naobito. In the original work, being able to suppress Zenin Naobito relied purely on using the sure hit effect at the very beginning to sever one of Zenin Naobito's arms. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, trading punches and kicks, evenly matched. However, both sides knew that as long as the time was dragged out, until Fushiguro Megumi/Megumi Fushiguro could no longer maintain his domain, Zenin Naobito would undoubtedly lose. The moment the sure hit effect was restored would be the end of Zenin Naobito. At this moment, Dagon suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. As a special-grade curse spirit, his intuition was sharp enough. Logically speaking, at this moment, he should have grown several sea snakes on his back to swallow the person coming from behind. But in a daze, Dagon hesitated for a moment. He inexplicably felt that the person behind him was very familiar. Hanami. He murmured subconsciously. For an instant, he dazedly felt as if the other calamity curse spirit, who had been killed by jujitsu sorcerers, had returned. "Don't kill my rabbit," Moraine's voice echoed in Dagon's mind, "I just got it." "Then you should watch out yourself," Dagon replied subconsciously. Dagon broke free from that feeling of confusion. But by then, Moraine's leg had already kicked in from the side, a whip kick striking fiercely toward his stomach. Dagon hurriedly swung his fist toward the side. But Moraine, at his side, while kicking, held the rabbit in one hand and extended his other palm, lifting it upward as if holding a tray. His palm perfectly caught Dagon's fist, lifting that red fist upward. At the same time, Moraine's leg arrived. His toes were curled up, and his toe tips inserted into Dagon's abdomen like a short-bladed sickle. Following closely was the left hand that Moraine had initially used to lift Dagon's fist. This arm quickly retracted downward, the elbow thrusting forward, and an elbow strike hit Dagon's face, fiercely slamming his octopus face to the other side. Melee Scholar. Good lad. Zenin Naobito had already appeared on the other side of Dagon, pressing a palm against Dagon's flank. Not good. Dagon tried to block, but it was already too late. His movements froze in place, as if he had turned into a photograph. Yahahaha. Zenin Naobito raised both hands, his fists striking Dagon's face in rapid succession. And Ora. Moraine acknowledged Zenin Naobito's identity as an old-school anime fan. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, Dagon was knocked from the air above the sea onto the beach, tumbling and crashing into a tree. Chapter 21 The Propagation. The strictest father of Shikigami users, Dagon, was knocked flying, and Zenin Naobito and Moraine followed closely behind. For the first half-second or so, Moraine could keep up, but he was soon left behind by Zenin Naobito. Just as Dagon managed to stand up again, Zenin Naobito had already rushed in front of him, raising his hand to punch Dagon in the abdomen. Dagon's abdomen rippled, and a sea serpent grew out, opening its mouth to bite Zenin Naobito's fist, while Dagon raised his hand into a fist, preparing to strike Zenin Naobito's face. The two intended to trade injury for injury. But immediately after, something that neither the man nor the cursed spirit expected happened. After this sea serpent emerged from Dagon's lower abdomen, it suddenly turned back, and bit the arm Dagon had swung out. The words I transmit must be understood. Moraine's voice rang out in everyone present's minds. Then, creatures that cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood, and rely only on instinct, will take my words as their own thoughts. The bane of all Shikigami users. Everyone else recalled their previous judgment of Moraine once again. Zenin Naobito's fist landed on Dagon's abdomen, and then, turning his fist into a strike, he slapped the same spot with his palm. Dagon stiffened once again. Projection sorcery. Another powerful inherited cursed technique of the Zenin family besides the 10 Shadows technique. While the curse technique is active, the user uses their own field of vision as a lens, splitting 1 second into 24 frames, and maps out and mimics the pre-planned actions within that vision. The initial speed of each action frame connects to the end speed of the previous frame, and the gap between each action frame is skipped over quickly, as if frame skipping occurred. If the curse technique is stacked continuously, the speed can be stacked infinitely. However, it is a pity that this speed comes from frame skipping, rather than acceleration in the true sense. Therefore, no matter how fast his speed is, he cannot achieve speed to impact force. No matter how fast the speed is, the strength of each punch remains the same as his own punch strength in a non-curse technique state. Precisely because of this, in the original work, even though Naoya Zenin stacked his speed to subsonic levels, he still could not cause fatal enough damage to the fully awakened Maki Zenin. In addition, projection sorcery has another ability. Anyone touched by the user's palm must also map out their actions in units of 1/24th of a second. That is, they must perform 24 continuous and different actions in 1 second. Otherwise, they will be frozen for 1 second. However, this curse technique has negative effects. Once an unexpected situation occurs, or if the pre-planned actions do not comply with physics, as long as the user cannot complete the pre-planned actions, the user themselves will be frozen for 1 second. Precisely because of this, Zenin Naobito of the Zenin family does not have the habit of revealing his curse technique. Even if he speaks of it, he only speaks of an incomplete version, and will not fully disclose the negative effects of the cursed technique, only achieving a slight improvement. Senior Maki Zenin. Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro suddenly spoke. Maki Zenin turned her head to look and saw the shadow under Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's feet slightly squirming, and a 3-section staff grew out of it. Special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud. Maki Zenin immediately showed a joyful smile. If she could possess a special grade curse tool, she would also be able to be quite useful. Quickly picking up the cursed tool from the ground, Maki Zenin prepared to rush into the battlefield. But the next moment, Maki Zenin hesitated. Although she could possess combat power equivalent to a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer after obtaining this cursed tool. But if she really wanted to maximize combat power, she clicked her tongue and suddenly shouted, "Old man!" Zenin Naobito, who was beating up Dagon along with Moraine, turned his head at the sound. A 3-section staff flew toward him rapidly, and he caught it in one hand. Oh ho, it's Playful Cloud. Zenin Naobito immediately recognized this cursed tool. This was originally something from the Zenin family. It was just taken away by Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro later. He laughed forcefully, spinning the 3-section staff in his hand, letting it lash out from bottom to top like a whip against Dagon's chin. Dagon was immediately struck so that his feet left the ground, flying upward. Moraine took the opportunity to raise his leg, performed a high kick, and then brought his leg down in a chop, slamming it into Dagon's stomach, beating him back onto the beach and smashing a concave pit into the sand. Next was a one-sided, comprehensive beating. This is a domain, an area completely separated from the outside world. In other words, the wish power here only comes from the 5 people, and 1 cursed spirit present. Moraine does not need to worry at all about the risk of being contaminated. And the wishes of the 4 people and 1 cursed spirit present, other than Moraine, were all extremely pure. Kill the enemy. Zenin Naobito felt as if his body was filled with power. As long as his actions were made with the goal of killing Dagon, his behavior would be strengthened. Zenin Naobito had some understanding of everyone else's curse technique here. The only one he did not understand was Moraine. He subconsciously glanced at Moraine, but soon continued to focus his attention on beating Dagon. Why care so much? As long as he got a good fight, that was a good thing. With Playful Cloud in hand, Zenin Naobito's beating of Dagon was one-sided. Unlike his son who thought highly of himself, Zenin Naobito was actually proficient in various types of weapons. And he was sufficiently familiar with the cursed tool Playful Cloud, which originally belonged to the Zenin family. Moraine's foot dug into the sandy ground and flicked upward. Dagon's body was immediately flicked out of the sand. Just now, during his descent, he had been slapped by Zenin Naobito, and his body was in a state of stiffness, completely unable to move. Zenin Naobito immediately swung Playful Cloud again, lashing Dagon away. In the next dozen seconds, Dagon was quickly beaten until he was covered in bruises and wounds. Under the coordination of Zenin Naobito and Moraine, he was beaten into the sea, and then chased and beaten into the sky. It was difficult for him to mobilize Shikigami, because the moment the Shikigami appeared, several of them would fall into chaos. Moraine could not control all the Shikigami at once, but creating a few black sheep among the school of fish was not difficult for him. While fighting, Moraine pondered. Come to think of it, at this time in the original work, the incarnated Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro should have rushed into the domain to kick Dagon. Although because of Moraine's joining, Dagon skipped some of the pre-battle probing, the others had waited outside for quite a while to wait for Moraine. Calculating the time, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro should also be joining the battlefield. Unless he was entangled by something. Thinking of this, Moraine's movements stopped all of a sudden. That's not right. That's not right. He casually placed the rabbit escape in his hand on the ground, letting it hide in Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro's domain. Then, without saying a word, he turned and walked backward. Masked Kid. Zenin Naobito let out a puzzled sound while beating Dagon. You can solve this yourself, right? Moraine had already walked to an invisible wall at this moment. That was the shell of the domain. Without waiting for Zenin Naobito to answer, Moraine had already taken a step forward, passing through the shell of the domain without any obstruction. The domain in Jujutsu Kaisen cannot trap people, or objects without cursed energy. Therefore, Moraine only needed to convert all his cursed energy into spirituality to leave easily. This is also the reason why Moraine left Rabbit Escape behind. After all, he could not convert the cursed energy of Rabbit Escape. Seeing Moraine leave without looking back, Zenin Naobito swallowed back the words that were on his lips. He laughed loudly, swinging the playful cloud in his hand, spinning it into a staff flourish, and lashed it against Dagon's head. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 22 Chapter 22. There's no time to mourn Haruda's death. The next to arrive on the battlefield are. Chapter 22. No time to mourn the death of Shigemo Haruda. The next to arrive on the battlefield is. In the skies above Shibuya. A golden butterfly willfully unfurled her elegant form between the buildings. Though humans would likely find it difficult to appreciate this beauty. No matter how beautiful a butterfly is, when magnified to this size, it will still appear ferocious and terrifying. Her size was incredibly massive compared to a normal butterfly. If laid flat on the ground, each of her wings could cover 1 or 2 people. Surrounding her were 4 or 5 golden butterflies that appeared slightly smaller by comparison. Each of them was the size of a child. Following behind these larger butterflies were even more small golden butterflies, seemingly hundreds of them trailing behind her like a scattered wake. Every single butterfly glowed, emitting a faint golden luminescence even in the dark of night. Every time the largest butterfly flapped her wings, some pale golden wing scales would drift down. Once these scales detached from the butterfly's body, some of them would transform into new butterflies, blending into the swarm behind and becoming part of the pale golden trail. However, the lifespan of these small butterflies seemed very short, dying off in large numbers in just a few minutes, which barely kept the swarm's population stable. There was only one large butterfly, a few medium-sized ones, and hundreds of small ones. They gathered together, flying leisurely at about the height of the 3rd or 4th floor of the buildings, their postures relaxed and their dance elegant. Suddenly, a car flew up from below. It was a mun, hoisting a car and hurling it toward the butterflies in the sky. The mun had black hair, black eyes, and a scar at the corner of his mouth. In the city of Shibuya, many people were watching this scene. Is this the butterfly curse spirit you guys were talking about? A chestnut-haired woman wearing a white lab coat leaned against the railing, a cigarette held between her fingers, looking up as she asked. She was Yeri Shoko Yeri, the only person in the jujitsu world openly capable of outputting the reverse curse technique. The sole officially designated healer of the jujitsu world. Yeah, that's the one, a black and white panda answered. Though there weren't this many when we saw it before. Is that so? Yeri Shoko Yeri watched the butterflies in the sky, and the mun on the ground who kept trying to hunt them down, lost in thought. So, Ijichi said that swarm of butterflies is a jujitsu sorcerer's shikigami. A mun with a toothpick in his mouth asked. Yeah, Yeri Shoko Yeri nodded, bringing the cigarette to her lips and taking a drag. Didn't you quit smoking? A middle-aged man with glasses standing nearby asked. Yeah, Yeri Shoko Yeri replied airily. I just remembered some school days stuff. Half an hour ago. In the first-floor lobby of the mall where Shigemo Haruda had died, 2 figures stepped inside. One was a middle-aged man with a toothpick in his mouth, his face practically screaming, I don't want to work, holding a katana in his hand. The other was a black and white panda. These were special grade 1 sorcerer at Tsuya Kusakabe and the Cursed Corpse Panda, whose name was literally Panda. Ah, this is the place Assistant Director Ajichi mentioned. Panda pointed to the 2nd floor. Kusakabe walked into the lobby and looked up at the 2nd floor. A curse user who wasn't killed using cursed energy. In this world, a jujitsu sorcerer killed by a non-cursed energy attack has a chance of turning into a cursed spirit. And Shigemo Haruda's cause of death was excessive blood loss. He had died because his stomach ruptured and he received no medical attention, and the luck-gathering broodmother hadn't used any cursed energy when she broke out of her cocoon from his abdomen. Therefore, to ensure safety, Ijichi had specifically notified Kyuzukabe, who was lingering on the perimeter, to handle it. Why didn't Ijichi finish him off back then? Kyuzukabe asked, chewing on his toothpick. I heard he was too terrified to move, and by the time he snapped out of it, the guy had already bled to death, Panda answered honestly. I see, Kyuzukabe understood. A grade 3 curse user, even if he turns into a curse, he shouldn't be that strong. Grade 2 at the very most. Not necessarily, Panda replied in an exaggerated tone. I heard his internal organs were eaten hollow by bugs first, and then he was forced to stay conscious while undergoing a physical modification experiment. And because of the nature of his cursed technique, he had 7 lives, so he couldn't even die at first. The toothpick in Kyuzukabe's mouth almost fell to the ground. Is that so? In that case, even if he turns into a grade 1 curse spirit, it wouldn't be impossible. The two of them quickly stopped on the first floor and looked up at the corridor above. Sure enough, there's a highly concentrated amount of cursed energy up there, Kyuzukabe said, biting his toothpick. Yeah, Panda nodded, raising his front paws which were clad in blue boxing gloves. At this moment, on the second floor, at the spot of Shigemo Haruda's mutilated corpse. His corpse had already become vastly different from before. At some point, green vines had sprouted from his wounds. These vines connected his ruptured stomach and shredded intestines, stitching his scattered limbs back together. A flower bud about the size of 3 or 4 human heads grew from his chest. It looked like a chrysanthemum, yet not quite. Beneath the flower, there were writhing vines made of a mixture of plant matter and flesh. Perhaps because Shigemo Haruda's luck was simply too terrible, or perhaps because his strength was just too weak. Such a painful death, such concentrated resentment, coupled with the negative emotions from the massive casualties of the Shibuya incident nearby. Yet, even under such extreme conditions, this newly created cursed spirit still failed to become a special grade. A cursed womb. Kyuzukabe and Panda simultaneously sensed the birth of a cursed womb. The man and the panda didn't even use the stairs, they simply leaped from where they stood, using the wall for leverage to jump up to the second floor. Standing at the edge of the corridor, they saw the flower bud about to bloom. It really turned into a cursed spirit, Kyuzukabe said, walking forward slowly with his katana. Then let's hurry up and deal with it while it's still in the cursed womb stage. All right, Panda waved his arms from behind. Kyuzukabe slowly bent his waist, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword in an Iaido stance, aiming at the cursed womb before him. Slowly letting out a breath, Kyuzukabe forcefully drew his katana. At the exact same instant, the vines on the ground also moved. Several of the vines blocked the path between him and the flower, while others swiftly whipped toward Kyuzukabe and Panda. With a loud crack, Kyuzukabe's blade was deflected. Immediately following that, several whips woven from vines lashed his stomach, forcing him to take 2 steps back. Panda was no exception, sent flying by another vine, and knocked right out of the corridor. The man and the panda were blasted off the second floor, flying backward down to the first floor before landing firmly on the ground. The flower finally bloomed open. It looked like a magnified chrysanthemum, and at the position of the pistil in the flower's center, there grew a man with only an upper body. The man grew out of the flower, possessing only an upper body, his hair hanging down in front of his eyes, obscuring his expression. That's the target, Kyuzukabe said to Panda. Is the flower fixed in place? If it's fixed in place, it'll be easy to deal with, Panda gestured, raising his paw like raising a hand. Kyuzukabe was about to nod when he saw the disheveled, half-bodied man at the center of the pistil raise his hands, forming a hand sign in front of his chest. A massive amount of plant life rapidly spread outward with the flower as the center. Grass and flowers sprouted from the ground, and Boston ivy crawled all over the walls. No time to mourn the death of Shigemo Haruda, the next to arrive on the battlefield is. Chapter 23, Flower and Butterfly. A domain. Is this thing really that common? Kyuzukabe shouted urgently, crouching down, gripping the scabbard and hilt, and assuming an IAI stance. Simple domain, new shadow style, IAI evening moon. A translucent halo of light expanded from beneath his feet, encircling Kyuzukabe and Panda. The vines that had suddenly lunged from the grass in an attempt to ambush them were severed by invisible slashes the moment they entered the range of the simple domain. Ijichi had warned them that this cursed user was fond of sneak attacks when he was alive, and he likely wouldn't be any better after death. Sure enough, he was right. As soon as the attack arrived, Kyuzukabe, possessing a simple domain, immediately sensed that something was wrong. That seems to be just an incomplete domain. Incomplete? Panda asked, hiding behind Kyuzukabe. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a sure hit effect, Kyuzukabe replied, glancing back at the mall door that hadn't been blocked off, and it isn't closed either. What is this supposed to be? Surely he didn't trade a sure hit, sure kill effect for an open barrier domain. Doesn't that make it the same as Megumi's domain? Panda said subconsciously. Still roasting Megumi. More and more vines lashed out toward Kyuzukabe, but were slashed into fragments the instant they entered the simple domain. Feeling the not-so-powerful attacks, Kyuzukabe nodded and made a judgment. I can handle this. I'll win. He issued his declaration of victory before the battle had even truly begun. In the next instant, his simple domain suddenly expanded rapidly, growing larger and larger, intending to envelop cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta as well. Kyuzukabe realized that cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta's incomplete domain seemed to have been obtained by sacrificing his mobility, turning himself completely into a flower that could only stay in one place. If that's the case, I just need to do this. As long as I can reach that spot. But just as the simple domain was about to touch cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta, a petal on the surface of cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta's flower fell off. The ground beneath Kyuzukabe's feet suddenly collapsed. The platform Kyuzukabe and Panda were standing on caved in, and both of them fell down to the first basement level. Even though both the human and the panda reacted quickly, immediately bracing against the walls to jump back up to the first floor, the brief interruption was enough to break Kyuzukabe's simple domain. The accident just now left Kyuzukabe slightly stunned, but he still intended to crouch down again to deploy his simple domain. But just as he was crouching down, he suddenly let out a muffled grunt, toppled to the side, and went from a crouch to a single kneel. My leg cramped up. Cold sweat broke out on Kyuzukabe's forehead. He was cramping up. You've got to be kidding me. Kyuzukabe just liked to slack off, he wasn't actually weak. As the strongest grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer below the special grades excluding the big 3 families, how could Kyuzukabe possibly cramp up from using his own technique? This meant the enemy's curse technique was already affecting him. Curse technique. Curse technique. Kyuzukabe looked at cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta, and noticed that 2 more petals from his flower had fallen off at some point. 2 fewer petals, 2 activations of the curse technique. So, although he didn't know what the effect of the curse technique was, it was certain that using it required consuming petals. Kyuzukabe's face twitched. That was a chrysanthemum. A chrysanthemum has anywhere from dozens to hundreds of petals. How was he supposed to fight this? And besides, watching the new petals slowly growing around cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta, Kyuzukabe's expression grew even uglier. Just as Kyuzukabe was analyzing the opponent's curse technique, a large number of vines lunged at them again. This time, it was Panda who stepped forward to defend. With a powerful leap, he jumped in front of Kyuzukabe and swung his fist. Bare strength. The approaching vines were instantly smashed to pieces. Then, just as Panda was rushing forward, preparing to attack the cursed spirit's main body, a few petals fell, and debris suddenly dropped from the ceiling, nearly hitting Panda. Kyuzukabe suddenly shouted, I've figured it out. Suddenly, another petal fell, and Kyuzukabe's jaw nearly dislocated. This, instead, confirmed Kyuzukabe's theory. Vines kept lashing out from overhead and from underground, while Kyuzukabe and Panda kept dodging. As long as we have the intent to attack him, and can truly pose a danger, we will encounter an accident. Each accident consumes one or more petals, and the recovery time for a single petal is about 5 minutes. Kyuzukabe said as he drew his sword to slash the surrounding vines. This flower has 76 petals in total, 7 have fallen off just now, which means as long as we pose about 50 potentially fatal threats to him within the next 5 minutes, we can finish him off. We don't need to actually inflict damage, just having the opportunity is enough. Forcing himself to finish saying this, cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta dropped 6 petals in succession. And Kyuzukabe encountered in turn, a dislocated jaw biting his tongue, a toothache, a stitch in his side, inhaling a large amount of dust, and a sore throat. He sheathed his drawn katana, bent down, turned, and prepared an IAI draw slash. New shadow style. But at that moment, an accident happened again. This time, the accident was bigger than any of the previous ones. Almost at the exact moment Kyuzukabe analyzed cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta's mechanism, the continuously lashing vines suddenly stopped. Is there some kind of binding vow like if it's seen through, it will be defeated immediately? Panda asked subconsciously. I don't know. Kyuzukabe was about to answer when he saw all these vines change their target, reaching toward the sky. A glass pane on the side of the mall's 3rd floor shattered, and a golden butterfly flew in from outside. Panda let out a strange cry, this cursed spirit has an accomplice. In his view, flower and butterfly were quite common tropes in various film and television settings. The action of extending the vines was undoubtedly equivalent to humans, reaching out to each other. No, that doesn't seem right. Kyuzukabe offered a different perspective. He felt that the cursed spirit's behavior didn't look like it was waiting for the butterfly to merge with it. Those vines accelerated to an astonishing speed, piercing toward the butterfly in the air like spikes. Sure enough, it was an attack. The butterfly's speed didn't look fast, but she rotated in the air with agility and elegance, always managing to dodge the attacks by pure coincidence. Golden scales fell from her body, turning into tiny butterflies. The chrysanthemum's petals withered rapidly, falling off one by one, but they couldn't stop the butterfly from approaching. Nothing happened between the two of them, no bad luck appeared. Panda and Kyuzukabe watched as the butterfly nimbly bypassed all the obstacles and landed in the center of the flower, behind cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta. Cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta immediately swung his fist in a panic. The next second, black lightning erupted in everyone's eyes. At the center of the flower, Shigemo Haruta widened his eyes, his body stiffening. The butterfly stopped behind him, and her needle-like proboscis pierced straight into his head, extending into the center of the flower. Black flash. Panda's guess actually wasn't wrong. Flower and butterfly are indeed a common combination in film and television works. But the most important point is that, in reality, the flower is the butterfly's food. Between them, it should be a predatory relationship. Cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta still wanted to resist, but his whole body was stiff, unable to move at all. In cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta's terrified eyes, wrinkles grew on his skin, his whole person instantly became aged, and his body shriveled up bit by bit. In just a few seconds, cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta, who originally looked to be in his 20s, turned into a shriveled old man in his 80s. Finally, drained dry, he let his hands hang limply, dying with his eyes wide open. He was killed by a butterfly, and to think he turned into a flower after death. His luck really was terrible. As cursed spirit Shigemo Haruta died, this incomplete domain collapsed with a roar. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #20 for Chapter 24. Finally, I mastered the core of curse power. Chapter 24, finally grasping the core of cursed energy, that's pretty much how it went. Kyuzukabe recounted his recent experience with Panda. Honestly, it was quite humiliating. We didn't dare make a move at all, and could only slink back after it left. You just wanted to find an excuse to get off work early, Yeri Shoko Yeri said, holding a cigarette and exposing Kyuzukabe's lie without saving him any face. How could that be? Kyuzukabe lied with a straight face. Standing on top of a building, they looked down and could clearly see the black-haired man chasing after the butterfly flying in the sky. By the way, is that Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro? Kusakabe looked at the black-haired man. It looks like it. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, a special existence whose descent into loss of control was caused by multiple factors. As long as his current body was not destroyed, he would keep on killing. And his killing intent would forever be directed at the strong. But Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro now seemed to have hit a wall. He was currently like fighting a garbage boss with a forced invincibility mechanic, unable to hit it in close combat, and unable to lock onto it from a distance. He leaped repeatedly through the concrete jungle of high-rise buildings, attempting to grab the luck-gathering broodmother, who wasn't flying very high. But no matter how hard he tried, he was always just a bit short. Even switching to ranged attacks was useless. Whether he threw rocks, utility poles, or picked up cars to hurl at her, he couldn't actually hit the butterfly in the sky. Every time it was just a bit short, just barely missing. Several times, his attacks passed right by her side but failed to harm her. This made even the current Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, who possessed nothing but instinct, unable to help but feel a bit annoyed. In contrast to Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, Lianyun was currently in an excellent state. Miracles were everywhere in the world. Flipping a book open to the exact page you wanted on the first try was a miracle. Having green lights all the way home was a miracle. Escaping with one's life when surrounded by monsters was even more of a miracle. Her ability was to collect miracles. By gathering the scattered miracles in the air, she could propagate small, Lianyun butterflies, which were her offspring. She had no interest in anything else. The only thing she wanted to do was drift through the city, collect the scattered miracles in the air, and turn them into her offspring. But just a short while ago, while preying on a flower that seemed to suit her appetite, she had accidentally triggered a strange mechanism. Black Flash. It could boost the user's potential to 120% and deepen their understanding of their own curse technique. Although she had only managed to trigger it by sheer luck, she felt incredibly good right now. So good that she was initially willing to ignore the human below who kept harassing her, hoping he would leave on his own once he got bored. But she had probably miscalculated. For nearly half an hour, this human had been harassing her. She only wanted to quietly split her offspring, and couldn't understand why this human kept annoying a butterfly so much. Finally, she looked directly at Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro for the first time. Spreading her wings, a large amount of scale powder shed from them. The powder quickly turned into butterflies, but they were not the Lianyun butterflies that contained a small amount of miracles. Instead, they looked much duller and had nothing special about them other than being slightly larger. Without any apparent command from her, these dull butterflies quickly rushed toward Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, pouring down from the sky and blotting out the sun. As they dived downward, they even continued to split. One split into two, two into four. What started as only dozens had become a massive swarm by the time they reached the air above Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, denser than a summer downpour. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro had nowhere to dodge. But he indeed had no intention of dodging. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's body vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a deep crater where he had stomped. He dashed directly into the dense, pressing swarm of insects. The first butterfly he made contact with exploded with a bang, as if some balance within its body had been shattered. This triggered a chain reaction. The dense, blotting swarm of dull-colored butterflies exploded almost simultaneously, sending a massive cloud of smoke and dust billowing outward. In this world, life carried immense weight. The price gained by sacrificing life as a binding vow was naturally substantial enough. And as it happened, the propagation never lacked life. The smoke and dust filled the air, only to be blown aside by wind pressure in the next instant. Covered in scratch-like marks, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro burst through the smoke, charging toward the luck-gathering broodmother in the air. Lianyun watched him calmly, offering no response. She had enough confidence in her luck. Although she had no idea what would happen next to stop Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro from attacking her under the current circumstances, Lianyun believed in her luck. Clenching his fist, he swung his arm. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's fist smashed straight toward Lianyun's insect face. A voice echoed in Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's mind. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, who had almost no sanity left and acted purely on instinct, understood these words with absolute clarity at this moment. The voice became one of his instincts. The instinct to attack clashed with the instinct to stop, causing him to do a flip in midair in a stiff posture before falling down as his feet found no purchase. As he fell, the voices in Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's head grew more numerous and dense. He turned his head, instinctively looking in one direction. He saw a fist growing larger and larger. The fist smashed solidly against his face. A large number of butterflies emerged from where the fist contacted his face. The moment each butterfly appeared, it signed a binding vow with its own life, dealing fresh damage through self-detonation. Amidst a flurry of crackling explosions, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro was sent flying. His body flipped half a turn in midair before he barely managed to regain control. However, Moraine's simultaneous propagation had already filled his head with a dense barrage of stop commands, causing his body to stiffen. He jerkily looked toward Moraine, slowly straightening his body in a series of halting movements. Lianyun descended from the sky, landing behind Moraine. Moraine turned around, putting his back to Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, and raised his hand to pat Lianyun's head. It must be very unpleasant to be relentlessly hounded by a mun. Lianyun let out a low buzz. She was complaining. Indeed, it was quite literally a relentless, dogged, and violent pursuit. All four concepts applied. The moment Moraine and Lianyun's minds reconnected to the same swarm network, Moraine suddenly froze. The memory of the black flash that Lianyun had executed entered his mind. Behind him, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro stood in place, looking somewhat conflicted. The conflict between his instinct to kill and the voice constantly issuing stop commands deep within his instincts caused him to freeze up, making him pause with every single movement. Soon, his instinct as the heavenly tyrant led him to a decision. His movements would only get slower and slower, so the most important thing was to eliminate the enemy before he became completely unable to move. In the next instant, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro appeared right in front of Moraine. Thoughtfully, Moraine also turned around at the same time, a smile appearing on his face. Is that so? I suppose so. Perhaps it is. I have finally grasped the core of cursed energy. Both of their arms thrust forward simultaneously, colliding with each other. Just a moment ago, Moraine had converted all of his spirituality and path energy into cursed energy, and then established a binding vow. In exchange for having my cursed energy reduced to 0 for the next hour, I will gain physical strength equivalent to an all-around enhancement of my current cursed energy for the next 3 minutes. Then, the moment the binding vow took effect, he converted all of his cursed energy into path energy. This was a binding vow, this was alone. At this moment, Moraine possessed a body that rivaled the heavenly tyrant. Chapter 25, finally mastered, the core of the physical body. The binding vow was established. Moraine delivered a side kick to Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's stomach, forcing him back 2 steps. His cursed energy had completely vanished, yet a blue-purple flame mixed with deep purple particles still burned on Moraine's body. The moment the exchange of cursed energy was completed, the flames on his body did not disappear, instead, they burned even more intensely. His cursed energy was gone, but what did that have to do with his path energy? Moraine raised his hand to adjust his mask and tugged at his collar. The fluorescent patterns on his body suddenly cracked open, forming fissures across his skin. His entire physique underwent a significant change, and even his aura seemed to shift. He became slightly taller and leaner, and his muscles grew more defined. I haven't used this form since it was synchronized, Moraine smiled. You're the first. Monsterization. This was One Punch Man Morian's monsterization form, as the lonely weirdo. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro completely ignored whatever Moraine was saying and quickly charged forward again, with Moraine also proactively meeting him. Their fists and kicks clashed, their speed accelerating until they were completely indistinguishable to the naked eye. The onlookers watching from a distance couldn't help but squint. Aside from Yeri Shoko Yeri, they were all jujitsu sorcerers of grade 2 or higher, with Principal Yaga Mazamichi Yaga, and Kuzakade even reaching grade 1. Yet they still struggled to see clearly, only catching glimpses of afterimages darting erratically through the air. Two streaks of color, one black and one purple, flew back and forth, whipped by fierce winds. The two constantly flashing afterimages only paused briefly for about a second when they collided, revealing their true forms. Accompanied by wave after wave of surging shockwaves, craters of various sizes and scratches of different lengths began to scar the ground and walls. Some were stomped out, some were caused by the shockwaves of their attacks, some were smashed open when either Moraine or Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro was sent flying by the other, and others were carved out by flying debris after they crashed through walls or boulders. Standing atop a tall building, Kuzakade shielded his eyes with one hand as if blocking the sun, squinting and staring intently. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. At the same time, the two collided in the arena, their movements locking up briefly once more. This time, Moraine landed a punch right on Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's eye, while Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's fist struck Moraine's abdomen. Countless tiny slits suddenly appeared on Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's body, and butterflies tore through his skin to emerge. This instantly left him riddled with holes. It was as if he had been slashed countless times in an instant. After a brief moment of stiffness, both retreated. Perhaps a bit fatigued from the fight, both tacitly chose to pause and catch their breath. Only now could their current appearances be clearly seen. Since neither possessed the reverse curse technique, their bodies were covered in numerous wounds, bruised black and blue. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's eye was also somewhat swollen and red from the punch he had taken. In comparison, Moraine was slightly better off. After all, Moraine was wearing a mask, so his face was spared from injury. Judging by the fight, they appeared to be evenly matched. But that was precisely what made Moraine click his tongue in disbelief the longer they fought. Under the effect of the binding vow from a few seconds ago, the current Moraine possessed a physical body reinforced with cursed energy that was close to the full power of a grade 1 jujitsu sorcerer. Not only that, but he also had his stats including strength, agility, reaction speed, and stamina multiplied by 4 of himself, the unique constitution of a monster, the close combat techniques of a Sequence 8 melee scholar, the Eye of Mysteries, whose insight was so powerful it was dubbed the Mini Six Eyes, the unique traits of a Path Superman, and the Path energy he could still channel, which he had converted from cursed energy immediately after making the binding vow to bypass the cost. Yet even so, he and Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro were still at a dead heat. The more they fought, the more Moraine felt something was off, but both of them were getting too worked up now, leaving him no spare attention to figure out exactly what was wrong. Eager for more, Moraine bumped his fists together, while Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro also bent low, adopting a posture ready to charge. Their two fists collided solidly. In the next instant, black lightning crackled at the intersection of their fists. Although he lacked cursed energy, Moraine's path energy had inherited its properties after merging with it, satisfying the conditions to trigger a black flash. However, he was not the only one who unleashed a black flash. Moraine finally realized where the issue lay. Originally, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, who possessed 0 cursed energy, did not meet the basic conditions to trigger a black flash. But that was only originally. Right now, however, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro had been resurrected through seance technique. His physical body had been summoned onto the vessel of a curse user, who intended to exploit him. He was now able to break free of control solely because that curse user's fragile soul had been beaten to a pulp by his overwhelmingly powerful physical body. But that was precisely the key. Although this physical body possessed the formidable power of the heavenly restriction tyrant, its essence still retained cursed energy. It seemed he had truly been pushed to his limits in the heat of battle, instinctively channeling the cursed energy he had never used before. Black lightning splattered in all directions. The two fists, both unleashing black flashes, collided, sending a massive shockwave rippling outward. In an instant, every window in the surrounding high-rises shattered, and massive cracks webbed across the surfaces of the walls. A glint of light flashed in Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's dark eyes. Is that so? I suppose so. Maybe it is. He had touched it. The core of his physical body. This black flash actually restored Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's sanity for a brief moment. His physical body completely crushed the soul of the curse user, who had summoned him into this vessel. The heavenly restriction tyrant, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro, was briefly resurrected in Shibuya. The two of them pulled back to create distance once again. Feeling the voices echoing in his mind and sensing his cursed energy beginning to leak from this body due to the crumbling soul, Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro looked at Moraine and let out a scoff. His current existence was built upon a series of massive coincidences. While crushing the soul of this body's original owner restored his sanity, it also meant that the fragile balance had been shattered. If he were a dark cloud gathered by various atmospheric conditions, then the current leakage of cursed energy was the cloud starting to rain. Once the rain stops, I'll die, he said to Moraine. Moraine understood his meaning. As an assassin, his life creed was never work without pay. For instance, fighting to the death with the men before him was something he would have absolutely refused to do under normal circumstances. He would have found it slightly more interesting if it were a woman. Previously, he had only fought because he lost control, and the command he received before losing control was to kill all jujitsu sorcerers. But now that his sanity was restored, he, being someone who never did anything without a profit, naturally wouldn't waste any more time on this. It seems my time is very precious, he grinned at Moraine. Do you know where the nearest casino is? Seeing this, Moraine knew the fight was over. He deactivated the simultaneous propagation in Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro's mind and pointed to a nearby subway station. Rather than going to a casino, you probably have something else you'd rather do. In that subway, there is a grade 2 sorcerer named Fushiguro Megumi Fushiguro, Moraine said. Fushiguro Toji Fushiguro froze momentarily, the grin on his face fading slightly. He turned around decisively, walking toward the subway station without the slightest hesitation. Thanks for telling me. I'll pay you back in my next life. As expected of someone who mastered the core of the physical body, he actually taught himself how to borrow on credit without a teacher. Chapter 26, The Mosquito That Wanted to Suck the Swarm King's Blood. Z City, uninhabited area. Hello everyone. Starting with the conclusion, this year's mosquitoes are a new species. The television was playing this content as Moraine lay on his side on the sofa, stretching out his hands and clasping them over his chest. Binding vow, he said softly. I exchanged the rapid loss of my body heat for a slight increase in cursed energy. The next moment, the binding vow was established. Moraine closed his eyes and lay peacefully on the sofa. Ah, this way I don't need to turn on the air conditioning. That's comfortable. Before Moraine could completely drift off into a peaceful sleep, a shiny, bald head poked out from behind a table not far away. Moraine, you really have to teach me this, I really want to learn it. Saitama was sitting in Moraine's living room, holding the television remote in his hand. There's nothing that can be done about that, Moraine's voice echoed in Saitama's mind. You don't have the talent for it. Is it just like this voice of yours that appeared directly in my head? Saitama pointed to his own bald head. Moraine replied with a nasal sound. I'm envious. Saitama said enviously. It was June, and the sun was fiercely hot. Although the sunlight couldn't burn him at all, the discomfort was very real. If you're hot, just turn on the air conditioning, Moraine said with his eyes closed. Anyway, you don't have to pay for electricity here. That won't do, Saitama said with a tone of certainty. I won't turn on the air conditioning regardless of the heat or cold. This was a training regimen he had been sticking to for several years. Insisting on doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day, plus a 10-kilometer run, and never turning on the air conditioning regardless of the season. Fair enough. Moraine had no intention of stopping Saitama from imposing such requirements on himself. This was Z-City, an uninhabited area where almost all the residents had fled due to the frequent appearances of monsters. Because all the houses were empty, one could live in any of them without needing to pay rent. The only thing to worry about was the minor issue of potentially dying suddenly one day. However, even though there were no people, Z-City's water and electricity supply continued to function. Moraine guessed there were two possibilities. One was that the technology in this world was so advanced that water and electricity were not considered scarce resources at all, much like air. Completely cutting off the supply to one district might disrupt the cycle or require the construction of new channels, consuming far more manpower and resources than simply maintaining the status quo. The second was because of what lay beneath the ground here. The headquarters of the Monster Association was in Z-City, right in the uninhabited area, deep underground. Therefore, it was also possible that the Monster Association was maintaining the city's water and electricity through some means. After all, they probably needed to use it too. However, Moraine didn't care about the specific reason. He only needed to know that housing and utilities were free in this area, and that was enough. Of course, because utilities were free, he could actually just turn on the air conditioning. But he preferred ventilation and fresh air, and disliked keeping all the doors and windows tightly closed. Being in a closed environment reminded Moraine of the Honkai Star Rail world, bringing back the memories he had brought with him. Saitama looked at Moraine and blinked. This person had moved here 2 days ago. He seemed to be a foreigner, couldn't speak Japanese, and could only communicate simply. However, he was easy to get along with, and since they were neighbors, Saitama would occasionally drop by, and over time, they had become familiar with each other. It was just that communication could sometimes be quite difficult. After all, Moraine didn't know any Japanese at all. However, this afternoon, Moraine had suddenly changed, displaying the ability to speak directly into other people's minds, and had even gone out to kill a monster, turned it into the police station for some money, bought some deli food and fruit, and invited him to eat together. The sound from the television continued. Currently, a large number of mosquitoes are swarming towards Z-City. Livestock that have been bitten have turned into dried husks. If you encounter mosquitoes while outside, please seek shelter immediately. Mosquitoes? Moraine opened his eyes again. Ah, that's right, this plot point really does exist. Moraine remembered. He had also seen the report about the appearance of vaccine men on the news 2 days ago. Although he couldn't understand the language at the time, he still recognized that monster who looked remarkably like Piccolo Daimao. So today is the Mosquito Girl arc. Moraine understood. He had indeed been hearing the sound of mosquitoes recently. He raised his hand and looked at one of his slightly lifted fingers. The skin on his finger suddenly split into several small pieces, peeling outwards. Once those pieces of skin detached from Moraine, they turned into small purple butterflies. But they couldn't turn into Lianyun butterflies. Is it because there is no mother insect here? Moraine pondered. No, that doesn't seem right. If the evolutionary path of the insects in the swarm is unlocked bit by bit, then every branch of evolution has a backup here in the Swarm King. Moraine knew how to split off a Lianyun butterfly right now, but it was very difficult to achieve. Moraine, can you also perform magic? Saitama leaned over and asked curiously. A little, Moraine replied. At this moment, Moraine seemed to have guessed what was missing. It was miracles. The birth of a Lianyun butterfly requires collecting miracles. Moraine looked at Saitama. Isn't there a super miracle right here? Who would dare to say that Saitama isn't an embodiment of a super miracle? Just as Moraine was about to try further. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Is this also something you conjured up using magic? Saitama asked, pointing at a mosquito. Oh, this one is not. Moraine looked up for a moment, then lowered his head to continue his research. Thus, Saitama began his challenge against the mosquito. The lifelong enemy of One Punch Man, the Eternal Mosquito Empress. This time, Saitama was the challenger. His ears twitched, and Moraine looked toward the window he hadn't closed. Mosquitoes were flying in there as well, slowly approaching him, and finally landing on his hand. Moraine raised an eyebrow, not stopping it. A mosquito wants to suck the Swarm King's blood. How long has he been in Japan, and how did he already run into a plot about a subordinate overthrowing a superior? And the target was him. That's a bit too ambitious. The mosquito buzzed as it landed on the back of Moraine's hand, inserted its proboscis, and began to drink his blood. Moraine watched quietly. He was somewhat curious about what would happen to this mosquito, which was controlled by Mosquito Girl in the original story, to suck human blood after it sucked the Swarm King's blood. The next moment, the mosquito suddenly raised its head, and looked at Moraine. Moraine immediately felt a mystical connection form with the mosquito, feeling that he could easily control the life and death of this mosquito, and control its actions. Was it corrupted by him? Moraine made a simple guess in his heart. But a guess was just a guess. Moraine currently had no intention of putting it to the test directly. He did nothing, watching as it continued to follow the orders given by its previous master, detaching from Moraine, and flying out the window. Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #27 Chapter 27 The Strongest Record, etched in Z City. Chapter 27, The Strongest Record, engraved in City Z, Emergency Evacuation Warning. The disaster level is Demon. All citizens, please do not go outside. To repeat, residents of City Z, please do not go outside. Amidst the blaring sirens, the sound of shattering glass rang out. A punk carrying a crowbar walked out of a shop. Because of the warning, there's no one in any of the shops, the punk said confidently. Who on earth gets bitten to death by mosquitoes anyway? He looked at the bulging sack filled with goods not far away, feeling extremely smug. A great harvest today. Getting a little blood sucked by mosquitoes is no big deal. At that moment, Moraine passed by and glanced at him. What are you looking at? The punk raised the crowbar in his hand. Moraine speechlessly looked away. So stupid. Clearly, monsters are common knowledge in this world, and there is no setting where the Beyonder is hidden behind the scenes. Why are the people in this world always so brainless? And it's not just one or two of them. After a brief thought, Moraine reached his hand out toward the punk, palm facing up. This made the punk think Moraine was asking for hush money, and he immediately bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Hey, hey, hey. Are you looking down on me, you weird masked guy? What a classic brainless Japanese street punk speech. Moraine completely ignored whatever he was shouting. He reached out his hand, of course, not to save this punk, and certainly not to demand anything from him. What the punk couldn't see was that some golden chi drifted out of his body, flowing into Moraine's hand, and turning into a small golden orb. Very good. I didn't expect that I could actually drain all of a person's luck at once now, Moraine thought to himself. Though it's probably because he was already about to die, so even draining all of it didn't amount to much. Having finished, Moraine didn't stop walking and bypassed the street. The punk spat on the ground. With that, he reached out to grab the bulging cloth sack resting to the side. But the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. A massive swarm of mosquitoes appeared and surrounded him. The punk had originally thought the large swarm of mosquitoes mentioned in the warning would at most be dozens or hundreds, and he would just need to run. The dense swarm of mosquitoes covered him completely, making him look as if he were wearing a thick fur coat. These mosquitoes swarmed together, their numbers so vast that they formed a black sphere over 10 meters in diameter. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The punk struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free from the thick layer of insects. His skin rapidly shriveled, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The mosquitoes quickly drained the punk into a mummified corpse, then rapidly ascended, gathering back into the sky. More and more mosquitoes gathered, forming a giant sphere. At the dead center of the sphere flew a slender, shapely young woman. She had an extremely good figure, mosquito-like wings, and limbs replaced by nearly meter-long claws and legs, with a tail serving as a blood bag behind her hips. As the mosquitoes swarmed around her, the blood bag behind her slowly inflated. Soon, Mosquito Girl sucked dry all the blood collected by the mosquitoes, licked her lips and stretched. "How are you guys working? This amount is not nearly enough." She tilted her head back and complained, her voice drawling. "Go get me some more." Just as she spoke, a late-arriving mosquito landed on Mosquito Girl's fingertip. At first, Mosquito Girl didn't care and casually absorbed the blood stored in the mosquito. There were so many mosquitoes, she couldn't possibly pay attention to each one. Her movements suddenly froze. What is this? A strange power surged into her body, causing her to let out an involuntary, pleasurable hum. Her aura began to skyrocket, and she felt her senses sharpen and her strength grow. Her skin turned crimson, and her long white hair transformed into a wild, vibrant pink. Just sucking one person's blood has allowed me to enter this state. Mosquito Girl looked excitedly in a certain direction. This was a special form she usually needed to drain the blood of thousands of animals to enter. Yet at this moment it took only one person. Ignoring the fluorescent patterns gradually spreading across her body, her heart surged with extreme excitement. "I see, in this city." Just then, a blast of fire flew toward her, interrupting her excitement. An explosion occurred. Standing on the ground not far away was a young man covered in metallic parts. The young man raised his hand, a hand cannon built into his palm. "Target eliminated," the man said flatly. "Who did you say was eliminated?" a leisurely voice chimed from behind him. Genos hastily turned around, flames igniting in his palm. A mechanical arm fell to the ground, and Genos was sent flying backward. Mosquito Girl's eyes were dazed, her expression growing more and more manic, and the fluorescent patterns on her body became even more pronounced. It was as if she was completely drunk. How wonderful! Right now, I don't even need those mosquitoes anymore. Just me alone is enough, she said with delight. With a laugh, she swung a claw, instantly slicing through the building Genos had crashed into. Sliced in half was not just the building, but also Genos, who had just been blasted and embedded inside it. Fortunately, Genos was a full-body cyborg, so he wouldn't die from a minor injury like being cut in half. It was merely a fatal wound. Genos, with only his upper half remaining, fell to the ground, his mechanical eye staring at Mosquito Girl. Laughing hysterically, Mosquito Girl dived straight toward him. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Countless thoughts flashed rapidly through Genos's mind. So fast, such incredible power. I can't even get close, and even if I did, I couldn't beat her. Genos analyzed his current situation. Then my only option is self-destruction. Without a shred of hesitation, Genos made a completely unpressured judgment. Blue energy began to gather within his body. But just then, a voice echoed in the depths of his heart. Genos froze instantly. It was a language he had never heard before, yet he could understand it. What is this? Is there another hero nearby? A slap struck Mosquito Girl's high-speed diving body. The voice continued, echoing simultaneously in both Genos's and Mosquito Girl's minds. In the 41 seconds before the serious slap was unleashed, Saitama's chant echoed through City Z once again. Weekend half price, discount sale, free samples. Mosquito Girl actually naively believed that she was completely invincible now. At this moment, the slap grew larger and larger in Mosquito Girl's eyes. Mosquito Girl understood that she no longer had any chance to stop the descent of this slap. The humiliating slap lit up the sky over City Z with a soaring light like a nuclear bomb. Under this slap, Mosquito Girl vanished without a trace in an instant. On the side of the high-rise building, only a massive amount of blood remained splattered across the entire wall. Everything happened exactly as the voice in their minds had described. Genos watched in shock as Mosquito Girl, who had almost killed him in an instant just moments ago, was slapped flat against the wall. Genos stared blankly at this scene. Which means... That's right, Saitama won. The strongest record engraved in City Z, Chapter 28, a true melee scholar. Saitama closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and spread his arms, welcoming the joy of victory. Although he didn't know why Moraine kept talking incessantly inside his head, he had to admit, this whole sequence actually felt quite cool. Sir over there, Genos, who was only left with half his body, pushed himself up with effort. Please tell me your name. Genos recalled the voice in his head from just now. May I ask, are you called Saitama? Saitama opened his eyes, looked at Genos, who was sprawled on the ground, and replied. Yeah, I'm Saitama. Genos's body seemed to be leaking electricity a bit, sparks crackled and flashed from time to time. He struggled to prop himself up a bit more. Please take me as your disciple, he said with difficulty. Oh, sure. Saitama replied offhandedly, then suddenly realized something was wrong. He pointed at himself. Genos replied very affirmatively. I feel like you're not quite clear-headed right now. Saitama's bald head reflected the sunlight. You'd better think it over yourself. No need, Teacher Saitama, I have already decided. Why are you calling me teacher already? Because this is a respectful term for a teacher. Genos immediately replied. Why can't you understand what people are saying? Saitama felt that Genos was a bit too stubborn. At this moment, a hand reached out from behind Genos, grabbed the back of his neck, and lifted the half-remaining Genos up with one hand. Genos instinctively looked back. By the way, how are you planning to go back? Moraine held half of Genos in one hand and shook him. This voice appeared directly in his head. It sounded quite familiar. It was the voice that had been the narrator just now. It was this voice that interrupted his self-destruction, so he judged that this must be a good person. No need to worry, I can call for rescue, Genos replied. Oh, is that so? Moraine nodded, then it just so happens I'm going to the Central District too, or I can just drop you off. Moraine, what are you going to the Central District for? Saitama asked curiously. I'm going to the Hero Association's Z-City branch to book the hero exam for the weekend, Moraine replied with a smile. Since I've come all this way, wouldn't it be a huge loss if I didn't try being a hero for fun? Come all this way? Saitama tilted his head. Yeah, and there's a subsidy too. As long as you're a professional hero, you get a subsidy even if you do nothing every day. Though, if you do absolutely nothing, your hero status will be revoked. Saitama immediately caught the keyword, I want to go too. Yeah, there's a subsidy, Moraine put one hand on his hip. By the way, if you call yourself a hero without being registered in this country, you'll be treated as a pervert. It's like that. So you've been a bald-caped pervert all this time, Moraine pointed out. Saitama's expression turned gray. So, if you ask me, are all the people here having their brains parasitized by microorganism monsters? Everyone seems pretty abnormal. Moraine shook the Genos in his hand and asked Saitama, so? Are you coming too? Saitama recalled the 3 years of eating discounted food every day, and said very seriously and excitedly, I'm going. Then let's go together. Moraine looked at Genos in his hand. Is it okay if I drop you off at the police station? Just leave me at the Lost and Found. Genos thought for a moment and nodded, that is acceptable. He could just call the doctor to come and pick him up then. Then let's go. Moraine suddenly pointed at Saitama's bald head. By the way, is this really okay? Saitama tapped his head in confusion. A mosquito floated up from it. Didn't I kill them all? How is there still a live one? Don't run. Watching Saitama frantically watch the mosquito fly away, Moraine chuckled. Sorry, I couldn't let Lord Mosquito have a good time. But then again, this mosquito should be full. How pathetic, Saitama. I'll probably forget you in a minute. By the way, I wonder if I could restrain Saitama if I split off mosquito-like sub-insects. Moraine looked at Saitama, thinking to himself. After Saitama had completely let the mosquito get away, Moraine picked up the other half of Genos's body from the ground nearby, carrying one in each hand, and walked towards the central district. They were currently in the outskirts of Z City. Although it was a bit of a distance to the central district, it wasn't far, and they didn't even need to take a taxi. Moraine and Saitama walked side by side on the side of the road. Moraine continued to chat idly with Saitama, but come to think of it, wouldn't it be fine to just book the exam online? Saitama felt that Moraine's act of going there directly was a bit unnecessary. Even though Moraine didn't go out much before. Oh that, Moraine replied, because I want to go to the suburbs on the other side of Z City, and I'm just passing by. And anyway, I'm already out now, and it's not far from the destination. I heard that there is a dojo over there with very powerful fist techniques, and I want to go and see it. The dojo of S-Class Rank 3, Silver Fong. Genos, who was being carried on his shoulder, asked. Yeah, Moraine nodded. So that's it, Saitama nodded. By the way, why did you suddenly want to learn fist techniques? Moraine thought for a moment and replied, I have to have some self-preservation ability, after all. I heard that learning fist techniques takes a lot of time. Saitama clasped his hands behind his head. Do you really have that much time? Don't say that, Moraine said with a smile, although you might not be able to tell, I am a true melee scholar. Why call it melee scholar? Saitama asked, wouldn't it be better to call it a pugilist or a martial arts master or something? Because I am truly a melee scholar, Moraine said matter-of-factly. I don't get it. It doesn't matter if you don't get it, you just need to remember that I am a true melee scholar. Moraine looked at Saitama. Saitama blinked, indicating he had remembered. Moraine withdrew his gaze and felt it. There was no feeling of the melee scholar potion being digested. Saitama should have indeed remembered that Moraine was a melee scholar. It seems that although he is powerful, he lacks the sequence needed to digest the potion in the Lord of the Mysteries world. Acting in front of Saitama might not be any different from acting in front of any ordinary person. Soon, the two arrived at the police station. Moraine handed over the upper and lower halves of Genos. Officer, I found this on the side of the road. Quick, praise me for not keeping what I found. By the way, let's process this as a lost and found item. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #29 Chapter 29 Morian's Favored Ones Chapter 29, Moraine's Blessed Mountains, one peak after another. In Moraine's eyes, these mountains all looked exactly the same. Shoot, I should have found a guide, Moraine said with vexation. Genos put up a lost and found notice, while Saitama, having no interest in the matter, had gone back on his own. Thus, Moraine came searching all by himself and found this mountainous area. If truth be told, it wasn't actually that hard to find. Silver Fong's dojo could be found with a quick search online. It was actually quite easy to locate. But now, there was a problem. Moraine was lost. These mountains all looked exactly the same. Perhaps he should turn back now and find a guide. Moraine tentatively picked up a branch from the ground and held it straight up. He didn't know if this world had a spirit world or if divination would work. He temporarily converted all his energy into spirituality, then closed his eyes. My destination. He repeated it 3 times and let go. The branch remained standing where it was, which meant the divination had failed. Moraine sighed and casually kicked the branch away. The branch spun twice in the air, fell to the ground, and pointed in a certain direction. His spirituality suddenly stirred. That direction. Was there something in that direction? To actually have a spiritual connection with him. Moraine walked straight in the direction the branch was pointing. As he walked, he casually threw a few more branches, mobilizing his spirituality to confirm the direction. Soon, Moraine found his target on the side of a massive mountain. One side of the mountain was covered in fine cracks, looking as if a high-speed flying object had crashed into it not long ago. And below the impact site, a dying figure lay on the ground. Crack-covered skin, long white hair, and scythe-like limbs. It was actually Mosquito Girl. It was Mosquito Girl, who had been slapped out of her empowered form by Saitama. She actually wasn't dead. Moraine looked behind her. The blood sac that served as her tail had long since shriveled up. Sure enough, the wall of blood back then was because her blood sac had been slapped against the wall and exploded. Yet she herself was barely alive. He hadn't expected her to be sent flying so far. Moraine glanced back in the direction of the city. He remembered walking for over half an hour from the scene, where Mosquito Girl was beaten to get here. As Moraine approached, Mosquito Girl's nose twitched slightly. She struggled to open her eyes and cast her gaze upon Moraine. Mosquito Girl's emotions instantly became agitated. But she was soon forced to calm down due to the strain on her body. She remembered this scent clearly. This was the scent of the blood that had allowed her to enter her empowered mode after sucking just a single drop. She struggled to stretch her claws toward Moraine, but her limbs had already been broken. Moraine understood. You drank my blood and came into contact with the power of the propagation. With your abilities, it wouldn't be impossible to take a step further and control this small amount of the propagation. Yet you actively chose to leave the swarm. Moraine looked at the cracks on Mosquito Girl's body. These weren't caused by Saitama. If one had to trace it back to the source, the end of the chain should be him. Obviously, at the same time you chose to leave the swarm, the propagation also left you, Moraine said to Mosquito Girl. Give me some blood. Mosquito Girl begged weakly. You want my blood? Moraine walked up to Mosquito Girl, looking down at her. Do you want to join my insect pathway? Mosquito Girl didn't understand what the insect pathway meant, but that didn't stop her from nodding with all her might. Is that so? Moraine let out a soft laugh, extended his arm, and lightly slit his wrist with a fingernail. In that case, you could be considered my blessed. And here I haven't even thought of an honorific name yet. The scent of blood drifted out, causing Mosquito Girl's broken limbs to twitch involuntarily. Moraine slowly walked over her and reached out his hand. Don't worry, I won't kill you straight away, Moraine said softly. Outside the gate of the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist dojo. Moraine stepped onto the final step and looked back. Below him was a towering mountain peak. The dojo was right on this mountain. Moraine deactivated his cursed energy reinforcement and withdrew his gaze. Behind him, Mosquito Girl looked around. She looked quite different from how she did at the beginning. Cracked, shattered-like patterns covered her body, and her scythe-like limbs had been replaced with a brand new pair of hands and feet. Usually, even people who exercise regularly find it hard to climb this mountain of mine, yet you two didn't stop once on the way up. A voice, old but remarkably powerful, rang out beside Moraine. So, young man, are you here to join the dojo, or are you here to crash it? Moraine looked toward the voice. Standing not far from him was a white-haired old man. The old man had his hands behind his back, his posture slightly hunched, and he sported a thick, white handlebar mustache. He was the target of Moraine's trip. Silver Fong, bang. Didn't stop once. How did he know? Moraine repeated the old man's words in his mind. Could it be that Bang had actually been by his side the entire time, yet he hadn't noticed at all? As expected of the S-Class Rank 3 powerhouse, a true martial arts grandmaster. Just as he was thinking this, the mystery prior's superb observation skills suddenly caught onto something. Moraine tilted his head and looked at Bang's hands, which were held behind his back. "Yo, old man, do you always keep binoculars handy on this mountain?" Hearing this voice appear directly in his mind, Bang was slightly surprised. However, Bang neither reacted to Moraine's ability nor felt embarrassed about being exposed. He nodded calmly and composedly. "You have excellent observation skills, young man. Your ability isn't bad either." "So you still haven't answered my initial question," Old Man Bang said with a chuckle. "With a body as fit as yours, are you here to join the dojo or to crash it?" He sized Moraine up carefully from head to toe. His body was reasonably robust, but he had some tattoos, making him look like a delinquent. He wore an orange-red mask, and the expression on the mask was somewhat strange, resembling a sneer or a scoff. In short, he didn't look like a good person, he looked like a thug. But then again, this was nothing. Back when Bang was young, he was far wilder than any petty thug. Hearing Bang ask the same question again, Moraine raised his hand to touch his mask and replied with a grin. "I came to join the dojo, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel a bit like crashing it instead. What should I do?" Bang smiled as well. They don't conflict. This can just be a matter of order. Join the dojo first, and it won't be too late to crash it once you've finished learning. Then it wouldn't be called dojo crashing anymore, would it? That term is way too disrespectful. He spread his hands. It would have to be called a challenge. A challenge or a crash, whatever. Let's head inside first before we chat. With his hands behind his back, Bang leisurely led Moraine into the dojo. Moraine gently took off his mask and smiled as he wore it on the side of his face. Bang turned his head and saw Moraine's face under the mask, which was adorned with fluorescent patterns. Those patterns grew from beneath his neck, extending all the way to just under his eyes before gradually fading away. These didn't seem to be tattoos. Chapter 30, Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. When he had previously seen the glowing patterns on both of them, Silverfang's first reaction was that they were just a couple of tattooed punks, which didn't seem like a big deal. But now, looking at them from a bit closer, he realized it didn't seem to be a tattoo. It was genuinely growing on their bodies. That made Silverfang start to worry a little. Oh no, could this be some kind of contagious disease? Silverfang's forward movement slowed down immediately. Stepping over the threshold of the dojo's door, he tilted his head slightly to look at Moraine. "Young man, what's going on with your bodies?" Moraine immediately knew what Silverfang was worried about, and he waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing, old man. Normally, this stuff isn't contagious." "Normally isn't contagious?" Silverfang retorted immediately, "So that means it is contagious." Moraine thought for a moment and replied, "I suppose it's basically only transmissible through heredity, right?" Moraine felt he was right. Those who could contract entropy loss were none other than the propagation walkers or their offspring. Silverfang misunderstood immediately. "Oh, they are siblings. That's fine, then. As long as it isn't contagious." His dojo only had one last disciple left. If he caught some kind of disease, there would be nowhere for him to cry. "Master, are there guests?" A young man holding a broom poked his head out from not far away. "Yes, 2 people are here to seek apprenticeship," Silverfang replied. "I'll go tidy up the guest room right now," Sharanko said, immediately delighted. Go ahead." Silverfang waved his hand. 2 people. Mosquito Girl looked around and realized that she seemed to be included in that count. Sorry." Mosquito Girl tentatively raised her hand. "I'm not here to seek apprenticeship." Compared to her initial arrogant demeanor, Mosquito Girl was quite well behaved now. "Is that so? That's a real shame." Silverfang looked back. Feeling Silverfang's gaze, Mosquito Girl immediately put on an innocent smile. She was a cyborg, not a caveman. She knew about the S-Class Rank 3 hero, Silver Fong. It was said that even the most overbearing S-Class hero, Tornado of Terror, wouldn't throw a tantrum in front of this old man. She was a little worried now, worried that Silver Fong would see through her identity as a monster. However, unlike Mosquito Girl, Moraine wasn't worried at all about her identity being exposed, nor was he worried that anyone would link her to the demon-level disaster from this morning. With that bunch of useless idiots at the Hero Association, they couldn't even figure out which hero had taken down a monster after the fact. If a hero's appearance wasn't distinctive enough, no matter how much work they did, they would be accused of cutting corners. And they want to investigate monster information. With their habit of judging people by appearances, even if Mosquito Girl walked around holding a sign saying she was a demon-level disaster, no one would bother her. Seeing his reserved disciple count drop by one again, Silver Fong sighed helplessly. In the past, their dojo had plenty of people. After all, it was Silver Fong's dojo. But ever since his disciple Garu beat up all the other disciples and crippled several of them, everyone had fled the dojo. Walking through the courtyard and taking off their shoes to enter the dojo, Silver Fong led the two to the so-called guest room. It was called a guest room, but it was really just a tatami mat with a small table on it. Silver Fong sat down first and gestured with his hand. Moraine and Mosquito Girl sat down as well, one cross-legged and the other kneeling. Sharanko brought over a tea tray and served tea on the side. Silver Fong picked up his teacup and gestured. I probably don't need to introduce myself, I am Silver Fong. I am Moraine. I'm called Mosquito Girl, Mosquito Girl replied. Mosquito Girl. Silver Fong repeated the name and chuckled, just because you don't want to be an apprentice, why won't you even give your real name? You two are quite interesting. One wears a mask but uses a real name, and the other doesn't wear a mask but uses a code name. That's not necessarily true, Moraine said, spreading his hands. How can you be sure that what I said isn't a fake name? I don't care, Silver Fong said, looking at Moraine's mouth, which hadn't opened from start to finish. Regardless, here you are, Moraine, for now. All things considered, I'm more curious about your way of speaking. Silver Fong didn't care at all whether his disciples or prospective disciples used real or fake names. After all, he had a disciple named Garu. My way of speaking. Moraine touched his mouth. Can't help it, I don't speak Japanese. You don't speak Japanese, so you communicate telepathically. That's quite impressive. Silver Fong smiled. Now, let's return to the topic of apprenticeship. Silver Fong took a sip of tea and said, since Miss Mosquito Girl isn't interested in studying here, what about you? Of course I'm interested. Moraine said bluntly. I'm here to learn the water stream rock smashing fist. Oh, how honest. Silver Fong nodded in approval. I admire that kind of personality. However, this is very difficult to learn, you know. Do you have any martial arts foundation? Moraine gave a thumbs up. Don't judge a book by its cover, I am a true melee scholar. Is that so? A scholar, huh? Silver Fong nodded. It seems you've come here to conduct research. Then, that means you've decided to come here for advanced studies, right? Silver Fong spread his left hand. Let's discuss the tuition fees, then. How about 10,000 yen a month, Silver Fong said. 10,000 yen was about 850 renminbi. Given Silver Fong's status, this was truly a very reasonable price. Ah, that's expensive. Can it be cheaper? Moraine thought for a moment and realized he didn't seem to have that much money. Then how much do you want to pay? Silver Fong was easygoing. How about 100 yen? Are you trying to freeload off an old man like me? 100 yen couldn't even buy a rice ball. Ah, this isn't what I imagined apprenticeship would be like. Moraine scratched his hair. I thought it would be the kind where it's free, and includes room and board. Are you some kind of naive young master? Then an alien who just arrived on Earth? Moraine thought about it. That could be true. What a casual identity. Silverfang's disciple, Sharanko, immediately objected. Do you even know who you are talking to right now? That is the S-Class Rank 3 hero, Silverfang. He is a martial arts master whose movements are like flowing water, playing with his opponents in the palm of his hand, and who can shatter giant rocks in a single blow like a torrent. Moraine waved his hand with a smile. Just a joke. Besides, your master isn't even angry yet. By the way, your master shouldn't be as weak as you described, right? Chapter 31, Assessment. Is it weak? Sharanko stammered. Do you think so? This was the absolute limit of martial arts he could imagine. Maybe you should imagine some more badass effects, Moraine replied. Since it's all fantasy anyway, there's no need to be so timid. Sharanko immediately wanted to retort. Sharanko, Bang interrupted what he was about to say. Moraine is right. You're still too honest, you need to be more passionate. Bang refocused his attention on Moraine. If you want a tuition waiver, that's not impossible. Ah, so there's an alien privilege too. Bang extended a hand that looked somewhat withered. Then let's have a pre-enrollment test. If you truly have talent, then reducing some of the tuition, or even waiving it entirely is perfectly fine. Since you claim to be a melee scholar, then, in the words of a scholar, let's call this a scholarship. Right here. Moraine reached out and shook his hand. The next moment, the world spun. Moraine felt himself flying, the ceiling and floor rotated and alternated before his eyes. He had been tossed away. Watching the scene spin before him, Moraine seized an opportunity, reached out and pushed off against the ceiling as it swept by, landing steadily on the ground some distance away from the tea table. Bang had appeared behind him at some point, almost back to back, and spoke with his head tilted. Yes, right here. Moraine drew out the tone. As soon as the word all right fell, Moraine had already stepped his right leg back, passing it between Bang's feet to hook one of his legs. At the same time, he twisted his upper body and elbowed towards his head. Although Bang looked like an old man who would fall over with a single push, Moraine knew his surprise attack would certainly be useless. Sure enough. Moraine's elbow collided with Bang's raised arm. Not bad strength, Bang commented, immediately extending his palm to strike behind him. His palm struck empty air. Moraine instantly put some distance between himself and Bang. Just a second ago, he had completed the entire process of converting energy to cursed energy, and cursed energy binding vow to physical body. It was just a pity that Moraine in the One Punch Man world hadn't received Lianyan's memories, and hadn't experienced a black flash before, so he couldn't yet convert all cursed energy into other energy the instant the binding vow was established. Otherwise, he could be even stronger right now. Bang's eyebrows shot up. This speed, did you strengthen your body with the energy that suddenly appeared just now? Yeah, pretty great, right? Moraine raised his hands, assuming a boxing stance. The next few punches are going to hurt, old-timer, don't try to catch them barehanded. He, Bang chuckled, also raising his hands. Good, what a respectful young man who honors his elders. His hands weren't clenched, they looked like fists, yet like palms, seemingly able to change at any moment. Then here I come. Moraine maintained his boxing stance, bouncing slightly on the spot. The next second, he was already in front of Bang, swinging his arm to punch at the old man. Bang raised one hand, extended it, and swatted. Moraine's hook was easily deflected. Water stream rock smashing fist. Moraine's fist was deflected, but he wasn't discouraged. His eyes faintly emitted specks of light, and then he steadied his body, maintained his stance, and threw continuous punches. Bang stood in place, calm and unhurried, neutralizing every incoming punch one by one. Bang's parrying was effortless, every one of Moraine's punches was easily neutralized. Every time a punch was caught by him, Moraine had the feeling of hitting water. It could be said he hit something solid, and indeed he did, but it would just pass straight through, lacking the feedback of hitting something like stone. It made the tactile feedback quite frustrating for Moraine. Thus, during one of his punches, the thrown punch was once again pulled off course by Bang, and Moraine leaned his center of gravity forward, falling towards the side front. Then, supporting himself with one hand, he swung his leg. This kick wasn't a martial art, but rather something more common in breakdancing. Bang raised his hand to catch it and was about to lift it up, but Moraine seized the opportunity, using the momentum to flip his whole body into the air upside down, throwing a punch at Bang's chest. Sharanko exclaimed from the side. From the beginning, he had been almost completely unable to see Moraine and Bang's movements clearly. Moraine, who was constantly trading blows with Bang, had a deeper realization. It feels a bit like Jeet Kune Do and Tai Chi. Moraine made his judgment. He didn't know any martial arts, but after becoming a melee scholar, he had searched for tutorials on the computer. For a melee scholar, watching a tutorial was basically equivalent to fully mastering it. Although there was still some distance to true mastery, Moraine was undoubtedly an expert in martial arts now. The punch aimed at Bang's chest was caught by a palm. This time, Bang did not choose to deflect it. In just the last few seconds, he had noticed that Moraine's stamina in this current form seemed nearly infinite, and wouldn't be depleted significantly by continuous punching. Thus, after catching this punch from Moraine, he suddenly borrowed Moraine's force, turned his body along with the momentum, quickly spun around, and struck with the back of his other hand, hitting the upside-down Moraine's side. Moraine, maintaining his upside-down punching posture, was knocked back several meters without moving, only then quickly forcing his body to twist and landing on the ground. The moment the back of the hand collided with Moraine's chest, Moraine tensed all his muscles, turning himself into an iron block. Your control over your body is also incredible. Bang gave his evaluation once again. Moraine, having slid several meters, steadied himself and resumed his boxing stance. Seeing that Moraine was ready, Bang surged forward, diving in front of Moraine. The winding fist struck Moraine's palm, which could even deflect bullets, making Moraine's entire arm go numb. This time, it was Bang's turn to take the offensive. The specks of starlight in Moraine's eyes became more intense. Eye of mysteries. He quickly analyzed in his mind. Old Man Bang could be considered one of the more materialistic types among S-class heroes. At least more than half of his combat power came from martial arts. Others, many more S-class, were actually quite idealistic. For example, Tank Top Master, Puri Puri Prisoner, their abilities, rather than being their own physical bodies, seemed more like they came from a firm belief in certain things. Moraine even suspected whether Bang's firm belief in martial arts was also one of the sources of his strength. But this was unavoidable. After all, this was a super-idealistic world where one could become a crab monster just because they liked eating crabs. Many powerful heroes were less like humans and more like monsters who believed themselves to be human. Specifically pointing out Watchdog Man. No matter how you looked at it, he was a monster named Watchdog, appearing more like he just had a massive outbreak of justice because of the concept of a watchdog, and thus became a hero. So, did he also need some kind of idealistic power? Moraine never believed in gods. Even in a world where gods truly existed, Moraine wouldn't believe. So faith was a dead end. Then he could only start from faith in things. While thinking in his mind, Moraine didn't stop talking. While parrying and countering, he asked with a smile, "Isn't your fist style about using the opponent's force against them? How come your strength is still so great?" Bang replied with a chuckle while throwing punches. "Oh, you mean this? After all, sometimes I worry that someone might not be willing to lend it to me." Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #32 Chapter 32 Fighting Scholar Part Digestion. Chapter 32, Melee Scholar Partial Digestion. You should still have some special abilities, right? Bang said. "I noticed you used some peculiar energy when you were climbing the stairs. Use whatever you have now." Bang felt himself getting more and more carried away the longer they fought. It had been a long time since he felt like this. When he was young, back when he was still known as the Wind of Blood, he was a pure martial lunatic. Although he was later awakened to a yearning for love by his dear brother's iron fist of love, the enjoyment of martial arts in his bones would never change. Ever since his disciple defected, he hadn't had such an exhilarating fight in a long time. Moraine had a very good foundation in melee combat, and his physical fitness was even better. He only needed to hold back a little strength to have a good time. However, it was still missing something. He wanted to see Moraine's trump cards, and also wanted to let himself go a bit more. But Moraine shrugged during a gap in his blocking. I converted all of it into physical fitness. Is that so? That's fine too, the body is the foundation of everything. Bang's fist struck again from a direction Moraine didn't expect, and Moraine raised his hand to barely block it. This placement test continued, and Moraine kept thinking while fighting. In this idealistic world, where exactly could he obtain idealistic power? Meditate on aha like in the mysterious world? No, he didn't believe in gods at all. Or should he just be idealistic about himself? It felt too broad. He was the swarm king of the propagation, so what if he was idealistic about the swarm? But Moraine didn't feel at all that he could become such a responsible person. Moraine came up with one option after another, only to negate them again and again. He always felt those were all missing something. The assessment between Moraine and Bang continued. As the fists fell like raindrops, Moraine seized the opportunity to grab Bang's wrist, twisting his waist, turning his back, and performing a shoulder throw. Bang's feet left the ground as he was thrown, but before landing, he easily supported himself with one hand and righted himself. Looking at Bang's eyes, Moraine suddenly thought of something for a moment. Why worry about so much? Isn't it enough if I just have fun myself? Moraine curled his lips. That's it, isn't it enough if I just have a good time? He crouched halfway, extended his right hand backward, raised his left hand to grab the mask and pull it off, then slapped it onto his right hand. The mask hit his palm and shattered with a pop into star-like points of light, then turned into orange-red light that covered his palm. Is it time to hand in the paper? Bang watched Moraine's movements and had a realization. He raised his hands to grab his collar and pulled it to both sides. The clothes were torn open, revealing robust muscles that didn't match his age, and various scars underneath. Let me see it, your final big question, Bang said. Master is actually getting serious. Sharanko grabbed his hair in shock. For someone who came from who knows where. All right then. Moraine replied, using his palm as a blade, and struck at Bang with a hand blade. Bang also threw a punch, the force of his fist winding and twisting like a stream. The two bodies crossed past each other. Moraine slowly turned his head and touched his face. Blood flowed down from his face. There was a shallow scratch on the side of his face. At the very last moment, Bang didn't quite hold back his strength, and the wind of his punch scratched Moraine's face. Moraine stood up straight, turned around slowly, and looked at Bang. Good lad. Bang lowered his head, 2 seconds slower than Moraine, and then turned around as well. He held his left hand in front of his chest, the muscles on his hand tensed tightly. His left arm had a line of blood slashed diagonally from the back of his hand to his elbow. How is this possible? Sharanko felt that the number of times he'd been shocked today was several times more than usual. This person actually really hurt Master. The sky has fallen. Although it was obvious that Bang hadn't used his full strength, apart from Garu, this was the first time Sharanko had seen someone go back and forth with Bang in pure martial arts. And hurting Bang, that was something even Garu, who had beaten everyone in the entire dojo before, hadn't managed to do. On the other side, not far from him, Mosquito Girl had a slightly flushed face and licked her lips. Moraine was injured and scarlet blood flowed from the wound on the side of his face. Mosquito Girl knelt in place, watching Moraine, feeling her lips were a bit dry, so she pursed them. She remembered what had happened not long ago, and couldn't help but reminisce. That was truly the most delicious blood she had ever drunk. After the blood entered her throat, that feeling of her whole body being torn apart and put back together, tearing open cracks on the surface of her skin only for them to fuse again, yet still leaving behind fluorescent patterns, her original sickle-shaped limbs being forcefully twisted and deformed, becoming hands and feet like a human's. That feeling was indeed very painful, but now, looking back, she only felt that those few drops of blood left her with an incomparable aftertaste. Thinking of that taste, her face flushed a few shades redder. She really wanted to experience it again, that taste. She got up from the tatami mat and trotted over to Moraine's side. "What are you doing?" Moraine looked at her in confusion. He saw Mosquito Girl holding a few tissues, carefully wiping Moraine's face, dabbing away the blood seeping from the scratch on his face drop by drop. "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Moraine asked suspiciously. "What did Sharanko feed you? Don't eat things from strangers in the future." Although he had used his own blood to transform Mosquito Girl into his follower, he hadn't directly twisted her thoughts. Mosquito Girl shouldn't have this kind of obsequious personality. But soon, Moraine realized he had overthought it. He saw that after Mosquito Girl took the tissues off his face, she immediately left him where he was and happily ran back to her original spot to sit down again. Damn, I've become a part of her game. Moraine curled his lips, looked at Bang, who was smiling and watching the show opposite him, and lifted his left hand slightly. An orange-red mocking mask gathered back into his hand. Moraine slowly pressed it back onto his face, covering his entire face. He felt it, the partial digestion of the potion. The role-playing of Melee Scholar, besides learning melee combat, also included learning during combat and gaining insights during combat. Old in age, but not in heart, Moraine's face behind the mask revealed a smile. "What do you say? Did I pass the entrance exam?" Bang looked at Moraine with a smile. "Of course, you passed quite well. Congratulations, you've obtained a scholarship. From now on, you can stay here with a tuition fee of 100 yuan per month. Room and board included." Bang was still holding up the arm that Moraine had slashed a blood line into, his muscles tense. "Oh right, one more thing." As Bang relaxed his muscles, a long spray of blood immediately spurted out. "Good lad. You're quite capable." Next chapter, Mysteries. P.S. Sorry, there was only one update early this morning. The dormitory air conditioner broke, and it was stuffy and hot, which caused me not to sleep for 2 days. Now that the air conditioner has just been fixed, I really can't hold on anymore. I will make up for one chapter at noon and in the afternoon, and add one extra chapter. Chapter 33, Moraine wins by lying down in the black synchronization space. One Punch Man Morian, dressed in a training uniform, walked out from the deep black, yawning. Today was the 3rd day after he joined the Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist Dojo. It was Sunday. He planned to go take the hero examination in 3 hours, so he decided to synchronize once before the exam, grind some experience, and update the system. In 3 days, as a melee scholar, he had successfully learned 90% of the movements, and could execute the fist techniques very smoothly. But the effect was far worse than Bang's. This also confirmed Moraine's guess. Aside from martial arts, at least half of Bang's strength came from his faith in martial arts. There was absolutely no light in this space, and Moraine himself did not emit light, but the Moraines could see each other. Soon, One Punch Man Morian saw 2 versions of himself chatting. One Punch Man Morian immediately recognized through the special connection that they were Moraine and Moraine. "You really are a permanent guest." One Punch Man Morian walked forward and extended a hand toward Moraine. "Every time I come in, you're here." This was his first time entering the synchronization space since the very first time. But he had the memories of his other selves, so he was very clear that no matter who entered this space, they could almost always see Moraine at the first moment. "What the hell else can I do?" Moraine retorted, high-fiving One Punch Man Morian. "It seems we are still not strong enough." Moraine suddenly experienced a momentary system crash. Then while sorting through the extra memories in his brain, he said, "If we could be strong enough in the future to change the entire universe with a single word or action, the Stellaron hunters would have come looking for us long ago." It's also possible that in the timeline Elio knows, ignoring us is what leads to the best future, Moraine shrugged. Or maybe they went to influence others. Moraine placed a hand on One Punch Man Morian's shoulder, completing his synchronization. "Whoa, you helped me summarize a role-playing rule." At this moment, One Punch Man Morian had also sorted through Moraine's memories and couldn't help but complain. "You are completely a knowledge compression package." Moraine's memory was entirely just a knowledge compression package. "I'm idle anyway," Moraine spread his hands. During this time, he had decompressed all the packages sent by the hidden sage and understood the knowledge within them. When one completely devotes their spirit to knowledge, time actually passes very quickly. Relying on his super-strong body, Moraine didn't eat or sleep, spending a week fully analyzing all the information the hidden sage had stuffed into his brain during the previous 2 knowledge transmissions. Although 90% of it was meaningless knowledge like postpartum care for sows, or 100 ways to eat dipsy pies, the remaining knowledge was quite useful. The hidden sage's delivery of knowledge wasn't actually thrown randomly. During the mystery prior period, he would throw some things related to ritual magic. During the melee scholar period, he would throw some things related to fighting techniques. It's just that he always felt it wasn't enough, and would always casually add a bit more. He also liked to associate things. Exercising the body, you have to eat, right? Then add some cooking, add some animal husbandry. Stir-frying, you have to use a pot, right? Add some pot-making technology, add some blacksmithing technology, add some mining technology. Constant association, the association of constant association. And then it just got more and more. But the root of it must be something the Beyonder themselves can use. It's good stuff. That's really great, Moraine patted One Punch Man Morian's shoulder. "You two each help me digest a bit, one constantly researching the scholar who plays at fighting, and one learning to fight while fighting. Now I'm a total freeloader." "Yeah indeed," One Punch Man Morian nodded. "At least be a little modest." "What's there to be modest about?" One Punch Man Morian narrowed his eyes, looking at Moraine. "Tell me yourself, what have you done over the past half-month?" Half a month or so had passed on Moraine's side. Besides recently joining a divination club to try to run into Klein, he basically hadn't done anything. "Then what do you want me to do?" Moraine said righteously, "I can't just run out onto the street and beat up innocent passers-by, right? I'm not playing GTA, becoming a 5-star citizen really might get me killed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind." Although he barely had the combat power of a grade 1 jiu-jitsu sorcerer, it was still not enough in the Lord of the Mysteries world. At least for now, he had no interest in becoming a fugitive. He had just paid a year's rent. The synchronization space fluctuated once more, and someone else entered. "Oh, you're here too," Moraine looked at Jujutsu Kaisen Morian. He opened his arms, making a hugging gesture. "Come here, let me see what surprises you can bring me this time." That side was in the Shibuya incident, the true meaning of beating someone's brains out. Jujutsu Kaisen Morian hugged him, synchronized the installation package sent by Moraine, and his brain also crashed for a moment. "Holy crap, I feel like my potion has digested a little bit more," Moraine said. The fight with Toji also helped the Moraines digest a portion of the potion. This was a fight where he abandoned all Beyonder powers and relied entirely on fighting, and even landed a black flash. Now Moraine was truly a freeloader. P.S. I was arguing with someone in the author group today. Those interested can check out the author's note of this chapter. Those who want to see the scene of the argument can also join the group and check the chat history. The group link is in the description. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #30 for Chapter 30 for the Diviners Club Chapter 34, Divination Club. Moraine sat up from his bed and glanced at the wall clock. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. He had just finished his nap and planned to head to the Divination Club. Closing his eyes, Moraine silently felt inside himself. The Malay scholar within him was nearly half digested. One half of this came from One Punch Man Morian, who had summarized one acting principle and studied melee combat at a dojo for 3 days, and 2/5 came from Moraine, who had been researching for over a week. The remaining less than 1/5 came from that fight with Toji. As for himself in the mystery world, he had provided the digestion channel for the melee scholar. In any case, it would all eventually feed back to him. No matter how well the others answered the test questions, he was the one providing the test paper. He was the MVP. Of course, to insist that he hadn't digested any of it at all would just be malicious slander. He would occasionally go to the East Borough to beat up gangsters. Gangsters collected protection money from others, and he collected protection money from the gangsters. Dog eat dog, it was quite normal. In the past half-month, he had already earned over £300. He opened the wardrobe, took out a shirt and shorts that fit the era, changed into them, and left the room. This was just a house that couldn't be considered large. The first floor had a living room, a kitchen, and a washroom, while the second floor had a bedroom and a study. Although the rooms weren't large, the facilities were quite complete. There was a bed, bookshelves, a desk, and a wardrobe. Each area wasn't very big, so it would feel a bit crowded if a family lived here. However, for a single person, this amount of space was perfectly sufficient. He adjusted his clothes, put on his top hat, hung his life-saving mask diagonally on the side of his face, and Moraine prepared to leave. Unlike other worlds where he could take off his mask at will, Moraine in the mystery world had to rely on the mask to resist corruption, and even if he took it off, he couldn't be too far away from it. Picking up his cane, he walked quickly down the stairs to the first floor, pushed open the front door, and walked out. Closing the door behind him, he stood in front of a not-so-new 2-story terraced house. Moraine had always felt that he wasn't a luxurious person. Honestly speaking, he felt this house was quite nice. Compared to those luxurious, larger houses, this kind of 2-story house, which was slightly smaller but didn't impact his daily life, was exactly what he had always hoped for. The minimum lease was 3 months, at £1.3 solely per month, or £12 if rented for a full year at once. After buying the materials and getting the fake documents, Moraine still had a lot of money left, so he simply chose to rent it for a year. How nice, thanks to the kind people for their funding. Moraine thought of the gangsters who had helped him get his fake documents. The gangsters saw that he wasn't very robust and his skin looked exceptionally good for this era, so they thought Moraine was a pretty boy and wanted to jack up the price. Then, Moraine took the £300 funded by these dozen or so kind people, and a hunter beyonder characteristic, and gratefully sank them all into the Tussock River in the East Borough. May they find peace in the kingdom of the Lord they each believed in. May there be no Moraine in heaven. Moraine walked to the side of the road and waved to hail a carriage. Howell Street, Divination Club. Moraine told the coachman and took the carriage to the Divination Club. It had been 5 days since he joined the Divination Club, and Moraine went to the club every day, trying to run into Klein. However, he hadn't succeeded even once so far. After all, the time Klein went to the club wasn't fixed, and although Moraine came every day, his time wasn't fixed either. Soon, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the club. Moraine paid and got off, walking into the club. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moraine, it's a pleasure to see you." The receptionist greeted Moraine with a smile. "Would you like coffee or black tea today?" "Good afternoon, Miss Angelica." Moraine replied with a smile. "Dissy coffee, please, with extra sugar." "All right, I'll go prepare it for you, please wait a moment." The receptionist left, and Moraine sat down on a sofa in the hall, casually picking up a newspaper to read. Among all the Moraines, only he and Moraine could understand the local language. Moraine could understand it because most of the text there was recorded by the synesthesia beacon, and he could understand it because of his good teacher, the hidden sage. The current Moraine was proficient in over 20 languages, including Loan, Intis, Elvish, Hermes, Ancient Hermes, Draconic, and more. Every time the hidden sage poured knowledge into him, he would go and synchronize it with himself in the world of Moraine. The next day he could get a general idea, and after a week, he would be somewhat proficient. He still had to thank Moraine for acting as a decompression app. He was indeed gifted in this regard. Soon, the coffee cup was brought over and placed on the small table in front of Moraine. "Thank you." Moraine picked up the coffee and asked, "Has anyone come to the club today?" "Anyone I haven't seen before." "Anyone you haven't seen before?" Miss Angelica thought for a moment and replied, "Not many people came today, and you should have seen a few of them. The only ones you haven't seen should be Mr. Klein," and Mr. Moraine's action of flipping the newspaper paused, and the smile on his face deepened a little. "Is that so? I see, thank you." "You're welcome." Chapter 35,000 Olds, 10,000 Days. While Moraine was waiting, the door to the Divination Club was pushed open once again, and two people walked in. Walking in front was a lady in her 30s wearing a blue high-collared long dress. That lady had curved eyebrows and large eyes that lacked spirit, and on her head, she wore a black velvet intis hat filled with feathers, shaped like a helmet. Following behind her was a young girl wearing a lotus leaf hat. The girl had a smooth forehead, long golden hair, and a pair of large eyes. At this moment, she appeared melancholic and quiet, her lips pressed tightly together. Moraine initially just glanced up casually, didn't pay it any mind, and quickly withdrew his gaze. But his ears suddenly twitched as he heard a voice. "Christina, is there anything else you need?" Miss Angelica, the receptionist, asked cautiously. This receptionist's attitude was unprecedentedly attentive. Toward this lady who had been swindled out of £150, she decisively activated happy person's concession mode, afraid that the lady might be unable to cope and drag her down to explode together. However, Ms. Christina did not activate unhappy person's ferocious attack mode, but instead said to the receptionist, Angelica, in a somewhat weary tone, "I would like to wait for Mr. Klein to perform a divination for this young lady behind me." She gestured toward the young girl in the lotus leaf hat behind her. Hearing the slightly familiar name, Moraine lifted his eyes once again, glanced at Christina, and then quickly shifted his gaze to the girl behind her. Moraine dug the name, Christina, out from the nooks and crannies of his memory. She was just a minor supporting character in the original work, unimportant, but the girl behind her was especially important. Megos, the designated Gundam for the true creator's offspring. And Moraine could roughly guess what plot point this was. His gaze moved downward, looking at the girl's stomach, which didn't appear to be bulging yet. In that case, what was inside her stomach now must be the offspring of the true creator. Moraine did not activate his spirit vision, but he could indeed sense a faint life within. After speaking, Christina was preparing to go to the sofa to sit down when suddenly, her gaze was drawn to Moraine. Moraine, sitting on the sofa, immediately caught her attention. He was too conspicuous. Whether it was his attire or his appearance. An Eastern face was still too prominent in this world, and very few people would walk around wearing a mask. It would make a person look a bit foolish. But Moraine's face compensated for this quite well. Because whether it was a fate walker or a high-level jujitsu sorcerer, there were basically no ugly ones. Various energies were constantly remodeling the body, causing the body to develop in a better direction. Even the fluorescent-colored markings on Moraine's face looked more like decorations. Of course, the most important thing was that he had synchronized the attractiveness of 4 people. Even if he were unremarkable at the start, after 4 times, he should be a handsome guy. However, no matter how conspicuous Moraine was, he only held her attention for a moment. She quickly averted her gaze, took the girl behind her to the sofa, sat down, and waited for Klein to emerge from the room. The Divination Club fell into a brief silence. But Moraine suddenly felt his head swell. A massive amount of information appeared in his mind, causing his brain to instantly go blank. But this feeling did not last long. Moraine quickly regained his senses, subconsciously turned his head, and looked to his side. Beside him, a pair of eyes had appeared at some unknown time. A pair of eyes without eyelashes. Ever since the last time Moraine slapped his mask onto one of the hidden sage's eyes, this pair of eyes had started appearing beside him from time to time. And then it would start instilling knowledge into his brain. From Moraine's subjective feeling, the hidden sage didn't seem to have any malice. This behavior seemed to be regarded by him as saying hello. Damn it, if you're going to pour into me, I'm going to pour into you too. Moraine's eyes suddenly flickered with starlight. A massive amount of information flowed along the gaze between Moraine and the hidden sage, entering the hidden sage's mind. This was the Simultaneous, the propagation, special attack against the hidden sage test version that Moraine had created when he was bored. A bizarre piece of information appeared in the hidden sage's mind, and due to the characteristics of the Simultaneous cursed method, provided the hidden sage did not actively resist, he understood the content Moraine had injected into his mind. This was a legendary gacha game that Moraine had created using information from various outer deities. 1,000 olds, 10,000 days. That pair of eyes without eyelashes slowly widened. He did not have any reaction to being injected with a massive amount of information. What caused him to act abnormally was the information Moraine had poured into his mind. You are right, but 1,000 olds, 10,000 days, is a brand new Bishoujo dating game independently developed by Moraine. The game takes place in a fantasy world called the Astral World, where people chosen by outer deities will be granted Beyonder characteristics to channel Beyonder powers. You will play as a mysterious character named Guxiajin, encountering outer deities with distinct personalities and unique abilities during your free travels, going on sweet dates with them, spending wonderful times together, and at the same time, gradually uncovering the truth of the outer deities. Moraine snorted softly. While the hidden sage was stunned, he casually took off his mask, waved it, dispersed the pair of projected eyes, and then hung it back on the side of his face. After doing all this, Moraine turned his head. Just in time to meet Klein's slightly shocked gaze. Backlund, the Hall family, in the garden. Susie, don't move. Audrey said softly. Susie did not move or answer, executing the don't move command very well. They were now in the back garden of the Hall family. Audrey, wearing an emerald green dress, was sitting in front of an easel, holding a drawing board in one hand and a paintbrush in the other, with a bucket and paints placed by her feet. Acting as her model was her large golden retriever, Susie. Susie was sitting in the flower bed, facing the sunlight, eyes half closed, head tilted up. It looked very aesthetically pleasing. Audrey found a quite good angle and rinsed the brush in her hand in the bucket. Suddenly, just at this moment, a butterfly flew past the flower bed. It was a colorful butterfly, and the sunlight hitting its wings reflected colorful light. Perhaps because Susie had eaten some dog biscuits with a hint of rose flavor today, this butterfly happened to land on Susie's nose while she was posing. Susie opened her eyes and looked at the butterfly perched on her nose, her eyes turning cross-eyed. The butterfly flapped its wings gently but did not fly away. As for Susie, she still maintained Audrey's "don't move" command. Watching the scene before her, Audrey was suddenly quite moved and immediately wanted to paint it down. Chapter 36, Eastern Face. A rough draft was quickly sketched out. Audrey was surprised to find that the butterfly that had happened to fly over was still perched on Susie's nose, not flying away. At first, Audrey had assumed the butterfly would fly away quickly, and that she would have to rely on her memory, enhanced by the spectator potion, to draw the rest by half imagining and half recalling it. But 5 minutes passed, and the butterfly remained steadily perched on Susie's nose, only occasionally flapping its wings before quickly returning to its initial state. Audrey didn't think much of it at first, assuming the butterfly was just resting and sunning itself on Susie's nose. She sped up her movements, intending to prioritize the depiction of the butterfly and leave the other parts for later. When a person is fully immersed in something, time passes very quickly. And as a spectator, given that Audrey was inherently patient and skilled at painting, it wasn't difficult to enter that state of immersion. 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, an hour and a half passed. A painting finally took shape. Amidst the flowers, the afternoon sun spilled onto the face of the golden retriever, whose eyes were slightly closed. The dog held its head high, eyes half-lidded and expression content, with a colorful butterfly reflecting the sunlight perched on the tip of its nose. Audrey tossed her paintbrush into a bucket nearby and stretched vigorously. Hearing the sound, Susie finally stopped maintaining her motionless posture, lowered her head, and shook it. The butterfly also flew up from Susie's nose and landed on another flower not far away. Behind the easel, Audrey's gaze followed the butterfly, landing on the flower where it had settled. This was completely beyond her expectations. She knew it wasn't impossible for a butterfly to stay in one spot for a long time, but this so-called long time was usually limited to about half an hour. Susie, having stretched her body, came over to Audrey's side, opened her mouth, and vibrated the air. "Audrey, I feel like it's the same kind as me," Susie said. "That's not right. I feel like it's a dog like me." Susie hadn't been able to speak for more than a week, and didn't understand human language very well, so she couldn't express herself clearly. However, Audrey understood anyway. "You mean you think this butterfly is a beyonder creature like you?" Susie answered the question in her most proficient language. Although both were spectators, viewing the world from a human perspective versus an animal perspective was still different. Audrey was human after all, and her observation of animals and insects was far inferior to Susie's. Of course, another reason was that Audrey had only digested a portion of her potion, while Susie had digested most of hers. Audrey felt Susie's judgment made a lot of sense, as she, too, had become suspicious due to the butterfly's abnormal reaction. Audrey's first reaction was, perhaps because she had become a spectator, a few weeks ago, she had attracted the attention of some beyonder or beyonder organization, and this was something driven by a beyonder to monitor her. But she quickly dismissed this thought. After all, if it really were here to monitor her, there was no need to behave in such a flawed manner, nor was there a need to actively expose itself as a beyonder creature. What if this was exactly the thought the other party wanted her to have? What if the other party had anticipated her guess and exposed itself on purpose? Audrey fell into a chain of suspicion. Susie's thoughts were much simpler. She wagged her tail and asked happily, "Audrey, it's so cute. Can I keep it as a pet?" Before Audrey could answer, the butterfly reacted first. Seemingly having heard Susie's voice, the butterfly in the distance suddenly flapped its wings, took flight, and flew away into the distance. "Oh, it seems it doesn't want to." Susie's ears drooped. "It's okay, Susie. If it doesn't want to, then so be it." Audrey patted Susie's head comfortingly. "The snacks are in my cabinet, go get them yourself." This was the reward she had promised Susie for being her model. Susie perked up again and ran toward the house. Audrey watched Susie run off and shook her head with a smile. Standing up from the folding stool, Audrey prepared to pack up her tools and head home. She glanced at the painting attached to the easel and smiled with satisfaction. Although the butterfly was slightly suspicious, the painting itself was done quite well. Audrey's gaze was drawn to the butterfly she had painted. Suddenly, she noticed subtle patterns on the butterfly's wings. The patterns formed by these markings looked like an eye resting on a book. Divination Club, entrance. Klein, holding a cane in one hand and a top hat in the other, had just walked out of the crystal room. As he turned a corner, he suddenly froze. He saw a man sitting on the sofa in the lobby. The man had his back to him, so his face couldn't be seen. He was turning his head to look to his side, but the space beside him was completely empty. Klein's curiosity was piqued. His spiritual intuition told him there seemed to be something there. So Klein tapped his teeth twice and activated his spirit vision. Then, he saw a pair of eyes without eyelashes. This was the third time he had seen these eyes. The first time was on his first day in this world, when he saw them while responding to a prayer. The second time was when he became a seer, seeing them behind his occult teacher, Old Neil. The third time was now. Then, Klein watched helplessly as the man tore off a mask and dispersed those eyes. Such a familiar maneuver, had he seen it somewhere before? Just as he was thinking this, Moraine turned his head and looked at him. Klein was stunned. That was an Eastern face. Just as Klein was dazed, Christina, who was sitting on a sofa not far from Moraine, noticed him. She immediately stood up and walked over to meet him. Moretti, you previously said that if there were items related to Lenivus, you could try to divine his whereabouts. This lady was anxious to seek Klein's help and ask him to divine the whereabouts of the swindler, who had cheated her out of £150. This lady's interruption snapped Klein out of his stupor. He subconsciously deactivated his spirit vision, looked at Ms. Christina in front of him, and nodded. Yes, that is correct. Klein looked at the person in front of him, but his attention remained on Moraine not far away. An Easterner, he would definitely not mistake that face. Although there were some fluorescent patterns on his face that looked a bit strange, he was definitely an Easterner. Christina didn't notice Klein's distraction, took a breath, and asked in a low voice, then, would his child count as a related item? Problematic ad. Report it here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #37 Chapter 37 Magos Chapter 37 Magos. Klein was momentarily bewildered, thinking he had been distracted and misheard. Could you please say that again? Christina didn't pay too much attention to the seer's bewilderment. She glanced at Angelica at the reception desk and lowered her voice, saying, I'm talking about Lenivus's child. She reached out and pointed to the young lady wearing a lotus leaf hat nearby. This is Lenivus's child. Isn't she growing up a bit too fast? That's a bit rushed, isn't it? Christina noticed the change in Klein's expression and explained, this is my niece, Megos. Her mother is my elder sister. Klein understood immediately. Christina continued her explanation. I am very regretful and very sorry. I once thought Lenivus was an outstanding and excellent young man, so I introduced Megos to him when he was unmarried, and watched them become lovers. Behind her, Megos pursed her lips and touched her lower abdomen. Megos' parents were also very satisfied with Lenivus before, and planned to invest all their savings into the steel company after they got engaged. Fortunately, before this happened, Lenivus ran away, which spared their family from a fatal loss. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law have to explain to relatives and friends why the engagement ceremony was cancelled, and they have to worry about the child in Megos' womb. We all believe in the god of steam and machinery, we are not believers of the Lord of Storms, and we don't believe that lovers must remain chaste before marriage. We don't blame Megos, in fact, we sympathize with her, but the child's existence is truly troublesome, especially since he has a father like that. Wait, that's not right, is it? Moraine's voice suddenly rang out, echoing inside everyone's heads, although the words, don't blame, sound nice, in reality, you don't even have the right to blame her, do you? Regardless of anything else, she should be the one blaming you. After all, you were the one who introduced him. Moraine had already put down his newspaper at some point. He looked at Christina with a strange expression. His mouth didn't move, but he was speaking in the lone language he had learned from the hidden sage. It felt very strange when reading the original work before. It was clearly the man she introduced, and clearly Megos was the victim. Why could Christina say things like, I don't blame her? That actually makes some sense, doesn't it? Klein subconsciously looked at Megos, who was standing quietly to the side, and discovered that this young lady was quite a stunning beauty. Then, in the next second, Klein immediately realized that the voice just now had appeared directly in his head. Moraine hadn't opened his mouth. This must be a Beyonder. Klein suddenly recalled the description of a supernatural race in the Nighthawk's documents, and he had also seen some photographs. Compared to other humans and humanoids, this race had shallower eye sockets, lower nose bridges, flatter brow ridges, and flatter foreheads. This was the appearance of the elf race, and also the appearance of Easterners. In the descriptions and photographs, the facial features of the elf race were very close to those of Easterners. This thought suddenly made Klein feel as if he had been doused with a basin of cold water, and his originally excited emotions instantly cooled down. That's right, in this world, there also exist people with Easterner facial features. Klein sighed imperceptibly. During these few seconds while Klein was thinking, Ms. Christina had already spoken angrily. I didn't know he was a swindler back then. And didn't I just say I don't blame Megos? Moraine spread his hands in confusion. Isn't that still your problem? Even if it was good intentions leading to a bad outcome, isn't it still a bad outcome? Why act like you're magnanimously forgiving her when you were the one who did wrong? It's so weird. Oh, right. In order to recover your money, you even went as far as to rip open her wounds in front of a stranger, in the public eye. I remember Emperor Roselle Gustav saying the phrase, "Don't air your dirty laundry in public," right? Do you really treat her like a human being? Moraine's expression was puzzled, his voice sincere. Klein noticed that everyone present was looking at Moraine, but not a single person questioned the fact that Moraine was speaking without moving his mouth. Is this another type of beyonder ability? Hearing Moraine's words, Christina immediately became anxious. She pointed at Moraine's nose, and just as she was about to speak, Klein suddenly squeezed between the two of them. He wore a professional smile on his face, and answered the question Christina had asked earlier. If it were a child already born, I would indeed have a way to divine Lenivus's general whereabouts through him. But unfortunately, this requires waiting several months. Perhaps this is the manifestation of the result when you came to me for divination earlier: patience, waiting, persistence, no longer being greedy, and then welcoming a turning point to see the sunlight. Good grief. Could you say a little less? Klein had a smile on his face, but sweat was seeping from his forehead. Projecting a voice directly into someone else's head. Even the captain would have to drag someone into a dream to accomplish something like this. And that ability where something is clearly abnormal right in front of them, yet ordinary people are completely unable to perceive it. Klein felt himself breaking into a cold sweat. In his view, Moraine's performance right now was very likely that of a Sequence 7, or even Sequence 6 mid-sequence powerhouse. And he seemed to be a wild beyonder at that. Klein never believed that all wild beyonders were dangerous individuals, but Klein knew that arguing with an unconstrained mid-sequence beyonder would definitely not end well. Moreover, deep down, Klein also felt that what this masked man said was actually correct. Christina took a deep breath, stopped looking at Moraine, and turned to look at Klein instead. Looking at Klein, Christina's tone softened slightly. Several months. No, after so long, even if we find Lenivus, we won't be able to get the money back. She turned her head to look at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Megos, her voice involuntarily becoming heavier. Do you have any items that Lenivus carried with him? Megos replied in a clear, soft voice. After thinking for a moment, she added, Does the ring he gave me count? That won't work. Klein shook his head in denial. It must be an item that has been carried for a long period of time. After speaking, he began to frantically signal to the receptionist, Angelica. Angelica immediately understood and came to Moraine's side. She didn't know about beyonder matters, but it was never good for club members and guests to argue. Moraine, there are quite a few divination instruments in the divination room, if... Moraine smiled and waved his hand. I'll just sit here for a while. After speaking, Moraine picked up the newspaper again, and spread it out on his lap. Angelica hesitated for a moment, then retreated. After all, both sides had paid, so it wasn't easy for her to say much more. Chapter 38 Desire Moth. Christina was silent for a few seconds, looking at Megos. She said, You must make a decision. I believe keeping this child will make your future life difficult and full of thorns. Are you going to tell him that his father was a swindler who deceived many people, including his mother? It is time to go to the clinic, or the hospital, and this can also help us find Lenivus, and get back what was lost. And you want to forcibly extract it. A sneer came from Moraine behind Klein. Klein found it inappropriate to interfere in other people's family affairs, so he could only wait patiently on the side. He also couldn't really turn around. There was no helping it, he was currently just a lone Sequence 9 seer. He kept emptying his mind, sketching one ball of light after another in his head, using meditation to suppress his churning thoughts. Judging by the fact that Moraine could directly put voices into his head, Klein was a bit worried that Moraine possessed mind-reading abilities. In that case, his plan to report him to the captain when he went back might be discovered. Listening to Christina's words, Megos lowered her head, cast down her gaze, and remained silent for a long time. After a while, she touched her lower abdomen and revealed a gentle smile, saying, "He is different from his father. He is a very considerate and likable child. He kicks me gently every day to tell me his mood. He even hums and whistles, using music to help me fall asleep." Klein was currently in the midst of emptying his mind, and didn't react to Megos' words. If he had been in his normal state, he would have heard that something was wrong with Megos' words. In most cases an embryo would not hum, whistle, or use music to help its mother fall asleep. However, among the 5 people present, there were 2 exceptions. Looking at it this way, the probability didn't seem that low. Just then, Megos turned abruptly and walked quickly towards the door, leaving only one sentence: "Perhaps his father will sneak back because of his birth, and will keep a portion of his wealth for him." After speaking, she intended to push open the club's door. Moraine's voice sounded again. This shout stopped Megos, caused Klein to break out of his meditation state and wake up, and also drew a look of extreme dissatisfaction from Christina. Megos' movements paused. She turned back to look at Moraine and asked softly and politely, "Sir, is there anything else?" Although Moraine had just criticized her family not long ago, before being thoroughly corrupted by the infant in her belly, she was at least still a person with normal intelligence for now. Therefore, she could distinguish who was really standing in her shoes. Moraine gently touched the mask hanging on the side of his face wearing an unchanging smile. "I also have a few offspring, so I can understand your feelings. So, do you want to protect the child in your belly? Do you want him to survive smoothly?" He used the word offspring when describing his own children, but none of the people present paid much attention to this detail, just assuming it was a slip of the tongue or a personal habit of speech. Megos gently stroked her lower abdomen, revealing a smile full of maternal love. "Of course," she said softly, "what mother wouldn't want her child to be well?" Moraine nodded slowly. Under Christina's dissatisfied gaze, he put down his newspaper, rose from the sofa, and walked in front of Megos. Under Megos' slightly puzzled gaze, Moraine moved his mask to the front and put it on properly. "You are quite a good mother," Moraine said. As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed at the top of her head, and caught a wisp of wish power that others could not see. This wish power was very pure, so pure that it was exactly as Megos herself had said, hoping that her child could be born safely and grow up healthy. He grabbed the wish power and retracted his arm. When Moraine's outstretched hand pulled back, there was already a pale, colorful butterfly in it, fluttering gently. He held the butterfly out to Megos. "Take it with you, perhaps it can fulfill your wish." Megos instinctively reached out, watching the butterfly fly from Moraine's hand and land on her own. "I have never raised a butterfly," she said subconsciously. "It's fine, it is very easy to raise," Moraine reassured. "You don't need to feed it, you don't need to take care of it, and you don't even need to worry about its safety. Its food is your wish, so you just need to continue keeping your wish pure." Using this kind of beyonder ability so openly in front of ordinary people. Klein, standing behind, gasped. This was a serious violation of the secrecy code. Although wild beyonders had absolutely no such code. Megos lowered her head and looked at the butterfly in her hand. The butterfly was very small, and its colors and patterns were beautiful. She didn't know why, but she just believed that this butterfly could indeed protect her and her child. "What is her name?" Megos asked. Hearing this third-person pronoun, Moraine chuckled. "She doesn't have a name, you can give her one. However, if you wanted to ask for the name of this type of butterfly." Moraine thought for a moment. "They are desire moths, or you can call them desire butterflies, whatever you like." Megos probably understood the meaning, pursed her lips and bowed to Moraine. "Thank you." The desire butterfly in her palm flapped its wings, flew up from her palm, and landed on her shoulder. Megos felt that she had established some kind of indescribable connection with this butterfly. She straightened up, lowered her head, and pushed the door open without looking back, walking down the stairs and disappearing, without glancing at her aunt again. Christina frowned, took a breath, calmed down for a few seconds, and then said to Klein, "I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti, for bothering you. We will try our best to find Lenevis's personal belongings." After speaking, she glared at Moraine. Moraine smiled and gave her the middle finger. "What are you looking at? Keep looking and I'll sink you into the Tussock River." Moraine was still smiling, but looking into his eyes, Christina suddenly shuddered. She didn't even care about being angry anymore, and turned to trot quickly towards the stairs. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly, watched her go downstairs, and sighed while shaking his head. "Then next, it is time for the two of us to communicate." Moraine's smiling voice rang out in Klein's head, causing Klein's body to suddenly stiffen. He slowly turned his head to look at Moraine, seeing that Moraine had once again moved his mask to the side of his face. On his face, which was covered in fluorescent-colored patterns, a pair of black eyes were looking at him with a smile. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. #39 Chapter 39 Catching the Cat Offline. Chapter 39 Catching the Klein Cat Offline. Black hair, black eyes, and such facial features. They are so similar. Although he had guessed that Moraine might be a half-elf, seeing such features up close still made Klein sigh involuntarily. "What kind of expression is that?" Moraine's voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. "Let's get this straight, I'm not gay." Moraine crossed his arms, scanned Klein up and down, frowned, tilted his head back, and made a weird, disgusted face. "So don't make that this is my lost youth expression at me." Klein's eyelid twitched. How is this completely different from the mid-to-high sequence big shot he had imagined? But he answered honestly, "I'm not either." Moraine's expression remained unchanged, still looking disgusted. "I don't believe you." Klein felt his eyelid twitch even more violently, so he put on an awkward but polite smile. Could the person in front of him be from the Hunter pathway? Klein pondered inwardly. The Nighthawk's internal documents described Hunter as excellent trackers, outstanding trap experts, and superb hunters. The corresponding sequence 8 is called Provoker, and sequence 7 is Pyromaniac. Perhaps this person in front of him is a mid-sequence hunter. Klein guessed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. However, for some reason, a strange feeling lingered in Klein's heart, making him inexplicably feel a sense of familiarity with Moraine. This feeling was very strange. Even though it was their first meeting, and he had been vigilant just a moment ago, he suddenly relaxed now, as if they had once been very close friends. Klein even lost the thought of trying to get rid of this feeling, and let this sense of familiarity surround him. "Ha, just kidding." Moraine lowered his arms. He smiled, stepped forward, and reached out his hand. "Speaking of which, we are both members of the Divination Club, yet we've never chatted before. My name is Moraine." He didn't seem to have any malice. Klein breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Therefore, Klein also reached out and shook hands with Moraine. "I am Klein Moretti." "Klein Moretti?" Moraine sighed inexplicably. So it is this name." Immediately, he shook his head. Not good, not good." "What's not good about it?" Klein asked subconsciously, without feeling offended. It felt just like joking normally with a friend. It's just not good, anyway." Moraine shook his head with a smile. "I trusted you so much and told you I am Moraine, yet you replied with Klein Moretti." Klein was even more confused. A capricious mid-sequence powerhouse. A bit crazy, perhaps mentally unstable. Klein made his judgment. They shook hands lightly and quickly separated. "Let's go have a chat." Moraine pointed to a room behind Klein, which was Klein's favorite yellow crystal room. Perhaps we will have plenty of topics to discuss. After speaking, he patted Klein on the shoulder, squeezed it, and then walked straight toward that room. Klein hesitated and struggled for several seconds, but finally chose to follow. He pushed the door open and entered the room. It was a room that looked very seer-like, with a table in the middle, and various divination instruments placed on the table and in the drawers. Moraine pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing to the seat across the table. "Please sit, Mr. Moraine said with a smile. "I can call you that, right?" "No problem." Klein also pulled out a chair and sat down. "Then I will call you." At this point, Klein, who originally wanted to make small talk, suddenly realized he couldn't tell if the name Moraine had given him was a first name or a surname. High elves don't have surnames. Moraine took out a deck of tarot cards. Just like the Queen of Elves, Calamity Gohinum, her name is just Gohinum, she doesn't need a separate surname. So he really is an elf. Klein nodded inwardly. But Moraine suddenly changed the subject and chuckled. Perhaps I should say it this way." Klein's curiosity was piqued. "Yes," Moraine shrugged while shuffling the cards. "With my appearance, it is completely easy to impersonate a high elf or even an elf noble." "Impersonate?" Klein repeated. "Yes, impersonate." Moraine smiled slightly and spread the tarot cards out on the table. "Draw 3 cards." Klein drew 3 cards suspiciously. "Wait, when did I say I wanted to do a divination?" Klein wondered. He felt like he was being led by the nose, but facing Moraine, he couldn't shake off that sense of affinity, making him unable to raise his guard at all. The first card. Klein flipped it over. It was a traveler carrying a bundle with a small dog by his side. The number on the tarot card was 0. Oh, this is an upright fool card," Moraine introduced. Klein nodded and flipped over the second card. It was a burning, toppled tower, and the number on it was 16. An inverted tower card. Moraine shook his head. "It seems the omen isn't very good." Klein frowned. He pinched the third card and flipped it over gently. Then, his eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Klein had never seen this card before. He couldn't tell if it was upright or inverted. In the 2 corners where the numbers should have been, there were 2 X's. In the middle of the card was a sphere, which looked somewhat familiar. "This is a hometown card." Moraine raised his hands and said in a surprised tone. "There's no such card in a tarot deck." Moraine lowered his hands and said as a matter of course, "I snuck it in." "Is that not allowed?" Klein took a deep breath, feeling his eyelid twitching again. "You really are." He looked at the card, and his voice suddenly trailed off. "The blue sphere, the familiar distribution. This hometown card." His eyes widened, and his pupils shrank abruptly. "This is..." he murmured. Thinking of what Moraine had said earlier, he suddenly had a bold guess, looked up abruptly, and met Moraine's gaze. Moraine smiled and reached out his hand. In front of Klein, he opened his mouth for the first time. The familiar language reached Klein's ears, making his eyes suddenly moist. "Let me introduce myself again," Moraine said in a light tone. "My surname is M.O., and my given name is Moraine, which means auspiciousness in the family, a gift from heaven." "What is your surname?" Chapter 40. Going through the back door to join the tarot club. Klein felt his eyes sting a little and couldn't help but blink. He wanted to say his surname was Moretti, but he knew that wasn't the answer Moraine wanted to hear. Suddenly, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile. He opened his eyes again, looked at Moraine, and shook the hand Moraine had extended once more. "My surname is Zhou." He smiled and answered in Chinese, "Zhou Mingrui. It's a pleasure to meet you here." A few minutes later, Moraine and Klein walked out of the yellow crystal room one after the other. Moraine walked in front with his hands in his pockets and a light step. Klein followed behind, holding his cane and top hat. Goodbye, Miss Angelica. Moraine greeted the receptionist. Klein also raised his hand in acknowledgement. Goodbye, Mr. The receptionist, Angelica, bowed slightly. She watched the two walk down the stairs, feeling a bit strange. Strange, when did their relationship get so good? So how did you find me? On the stairs, Klein asked Moraine curiously. I mean, why did you seek me out? Why did you think I was a transmigrator like you? They were communicating in Chinese, so they didn't have to worry about being overheard. If anyone questioned them, they would just say it was a dialect from their hometown. Wait for me to make something up. Moraine rubbed his chin. Why are you making it up on the spot? Ah, got it. Moraine snapped his fingers. A month ago, I encountered a pirate at sea. I read his mind and learned about an organization called the Tarot Club. Then, I felt curious, so I followed the clues all the way to Tianjin City. Moraine wasn't lying. He had indeed read Alger's mind. However, it might not be what Klein imagined. Moraine had seen it in a book. Hearing Moraine mention the Tarot Club, Klein suddenly felt a bit awkward. It didn't feel like much above the gray fog, but having someone mention it to his face in reality felt so chinibu and awkward. Klein screamed internally. Hangman! You were the one leading the way. Klein instantly locked onto the culprit. To relieve the awkwardness, he asked Moraine, so, you found me based on just a few clues. Humph. Moraine hummed proudly and chuckled. Actually, I stopped being human a long time ago. Human strength is limited. So you're a vampire now. Klein looked Moraine up and down, then glanced at the sunlight not far away. He had watched JoJo. Of course not. Moraine replied, I'm probably just a giant humanoid insect. Moraine replied in a relaxed tone. Didn't you open your spirit vision to look at me? What, you couldn't tell? Klein shook his head honestly. In my spirit vision, you are just an ordinary person with a powerful spirit body. Is that so? Moraine nodded, indicating understanding. It seemed that under the cover of the mask, he still looked like a human. Say, old Joe, that gathering of yours looks quite fun. Pull me into play. I can even help you boost your status. Just say I'm your collaborator, the Great Swarm King. Shouldn't be a problem. Klein estimated his spirituality. Memorize my honorific name. Klein had given up on struggling. Since Moraine had already said the name of the gathering and found him, there was no point in acting anymore. Yo, it's a 3-part structure. Awesome, brother. Soon, the two arrived at the roadside, and Moraine hailed a carriage. Then I'll be off. Moraine waved his hand. Let's play together next Monday. Klein replied. After speaking, Moraine got into the carriage and gradually moved away. He had successfully gone through the back door and mixed into the Tarot Club. This is what you call a connection. Soon, returning to 12 Tussock Street, Moraine hummed a tune, opened the door with his key, walked in, went upstairs to the second floor, and arrived in front of the study. Knock, knock, knock. He curled his fingers and knocked 3 times. A few seconds later, he pushed open the study door. The study was not large, with only 2 bookshelves and a desk. There wasn't even a chair. The curtains were already drawn, and a kerosene lamp was lit in the room. On the desk, a thick book was spread open, but there was no one in front of the desk. Only a butterfly the size of a human head was perched on the table. The butterfly's wings reflected a faint color, and there were crisscrossing patterns on them, looking like an eye lying on the book. This was a descendant he had fed the reader potion. The Sequence 9 potion wasn't expensive, and Moraine could barely afford it. This was Moraine's first attempt at feeding a bug with a potion. At first, he tried to let his descendants absorb the hunter characteristics he obtained from kind gangsters. But after trying several times, he failed. Later, Moraine had a sudden inspiration, and used the last of his gold pounds to buy the reader potion in Tianjin's black market. This time, the potion was absorbed successfully. That was how he created this brand new descendant. Moraine named her the Chiosi mother insect, and her name was Chiosi. He originally wanted to call her the White Tauren mother insect, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He still didn't want his descendants to suffer unknown divine punishment while flying in the future. Compared to Lianyun, who broke out of the abdomen of a grade 2 jujitsu sorcerer and preyed on a cursed spirit with an incomplete domain, Chiosi's power was obviously much weaker, and she hadn't awakened her own curse technique. However, Moraine was still satisfied, feeling that she was a growth-type mother insect. The Sequence 9 reader has the ability to improve memory, enhance understanding and learning capabilities, and can use ritual magic. If one reads a large number of books, they will have a rich reserve of knowledge. She also inherited a small portion of Moraine's cursed energy and path energy, and embarked on the propagation. Now, she had also consumed a portion of the reader potion, becoming a genuine Beyonder. There are two types of child insects that Chiosi can breed. One is an ordinary child insect, completely blank, with almost no Beyonder abilities. Its cursed energy and path energy are pitifully low, and other than being able to propagate in large numbers, it is not much stronger than an ordinary butterfly. It might take dozens of them together to defeat a grade 4 cursed spirit. These are the child insects that all the mother insects under Moraine's command can split. They are mass-produced. In addition, Chiosi can also split a special type of child insect. They inherit the mother insect's learning ability and observation skills, and can also use some very simple ritual magic. This is tied to her knowledge. The more knowledge she has, the more she can split. Since her birth, she has learned nearly 200 books and split more than 40 such child insects. On average, she can split one for every 5 books she learns. Chapter 41, Hive Network. Noticing Moraine's arrival, Chiosi let out a joyful buzz. She flapped her wings, took off from the table, flew toward Moraine, and transmitted a stream of information. Is that so? You finished it. Moraine opened his arms to catch her, spun around with her in his arms, and said, "Well done." Afterward, Moraine switched to holding her with one hand, raised his other hand, and tapped gently on the air in front of him. Invisible ripples spread out, and Moraine suddenly felt his brain become exceptionally clear. Streams of information appeared in his mind, but as long as he didn't actively focus on them, they wouldn't affect him, and could be treated as non-existent. Moraine's consciousness connected to the hive network of Chiosi and her broodlings. This was a large-scale ritual invented by Chiosi and her offspring. By utilizing the minds that were already connected, they had created a hive network that linked the rituals of all Chiosi servants together. Under this network, the comprehension and learning abilities of all Chiosi servants were fused together, bringing about a massive boost. Most of the broodlings remained here, near the mother insect, while some dispersed, wandering outside aimlessly to find things that interested them and incorporating them into the network. Some traveled down the Tussock River to Backland. Others went to the port district, following a ship overseas. A broodling landed on Moraine's fingertip, guiding him to find what he wanted within the hive network. Reverse curse technique. This was the subject Moraine had assigned to Chiosi a week ago. She possessed all of Moraine's understanding of cursed energy, knew all the settings regarding cursed energy, and also understood the principle of the reverse curse technique. By using negative equals positive on cursed energy, which acts as negative energy, one creates positive energy, which has the ability to purify cursed spirits and heal wounds. Today, after Moraine synchronized the insights of Black Flash, she finally completed the task Moraine had given her. With a flick of his finger, the Chiosi servant on his fingertip flew away slowly. Moraine raised his palm to his eyes, watching white flames ignite on his naturally relaxed and slightly spread hand. Reverse curse technique emission. In Chiosi's view, compared to researching the reverse curse technique emission was actually simpler. Because Moraine already had too many samples of energy manipulation. Emitting path energy, emitting spirituality, emitting cursed energy. Looking at the white cursed energy flames in his hand, Moraine smiled. Sigh, should I say as expected of the Jujitsu High? A simple negative equals positive stumped 99% of the entire Jujitsu world, and became one of the trump cards for the powerhouses of the Jujitsu world. If a doctor of Jujitsu came along and researched cursed energy calculus, wouldn't they become a god directly? Then next, it's time to start researching domains. Moraine stroked Chiosi's furry head. This will be very difficult, no need to rush. The antennae on top of Chiosi's head twitched, indicating she understood. I can actually be a doctor now. Moraine admired the white flames attached to his hand. Afterward, he looked at the wall clock not far away. An hour and a half had passed since he parted ways with Klein, so Mr. Fool should basically be home by now. Then next, it's time to pray to Mr. Fool, and have him mark me first. Moraine retracted the emitted positive energy. He didn't leave the room, instead, he simply held the butterfly, turned around, sat directly on the table, placed Chiosi on his lap, and stroked her idly. Moraine spoke. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Daffodil Street, Klein's home. Klein, who was eating, suddenly heard a phantasmal and hazy prayer, immediately realizing that his fellow countryman was calling. Sorry, I'll be away for a moment. He swallowed the bread in his mouth, smiled apologetically at his sister and brother opposite him, stood up, and walked into the bathroom. Soon, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise, arrived above the gray fog, and sat on his high-backed chair. Before him, gray fog filled the air, and deep red stars flickered within it. Among them, one star was constantly expanding and contracting, emitting a hazy sound. It seems this is Moraine's prayer. Klein nodded, extended his spirituality, and touched the deep red star. Instantly, the deep red color expanded, and a scene appeared before Klein's eyes. Compared to when he was completely an ordinary person, Klein, who had now become a Beyonder, could clearly see much more. Although he couldn't see it completely clearly, if he looked carefully, he could still see a blurred figure. Klein cast his gaze and saw that Moraine seemed to be sitting on a table, something on his lap, which he was stroking gently. Is it a dog? I didn't expect Moraine to keep a pet. Klein thought in a relaxed manner. At this moment, he saw the back of the pet on Moraine's lap move, spreading open to the sides and then closing. This isn't right, is it? The action Klein was about to take to pull Moraine up suddenly paused. He looked closely at the deep red screen of light, trying to identify it. Soon, Klein finally recognized what it was. It seemed to be a giant butterfly. This is a Beyonder creature, right? Is he keeping a Beyonder creature like Miss Justice? He's really rich. Klein immediately made a judgment. Immediately after, Klein noticed that there seemed to be more than one butterfly in Moraine's home. There were quite a few smaller ones flying around him, and there were also many things that looked like insect cocoons on the walls. The action Klein was preparing to pull the person up stopped abruptly. Hey buddy, you didn't say your house was in this condition. At this moment, Klein remembered Moraine saying he was a big bug, and recalled that when Moraine was communicating with Megos, he said he also had some offspring. The word he used at the time was offspring, rather than children or descendants. Klein thought at the time that Moraine was misusing the word, but looking at it now, were they really offspring? This is already a monster, right? Dear, I can't handle your problem, can I transfer you to Guts? Hesitating for a moment, Klein extended his spirituality once again, hooked the deep red star representing Moraine, and pulled it upward. Moraine, who was waiting silently, suddenly found a mass of deep red light appearing before his eyes. He did not resist, letting this light instantly engulf him like flowing water. When he initially regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a towering palace supported by huge stone pillars. In front of him was an ancient and mottled bronze long table, and sitting opposite the long table was a figure shrouded in thick gray fog. Besides that, the surroundings were void, ethereal, and empty, while the bottom was filled with boundless grayish-white fog and unreal deep red dots of light. However, Moraine was not intimidated by such a scene at all. He found a seat familiarly, sat down, raised his hand and greeted. Yo, old Joe. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 42 Chapter 42 Newcomers with unknown backgrounds. Chapter 42. The newcomer, with an unidentifiable origin. Looking at Moraine, Klein hesitated to speak. He was a bit curious about Moraine's situation, but since it involved Moraine's own privacy, Klein didn't feel comfortable asking. Moraine, who was constantly sizing up this space, noticed Klein's hesitation and spread his hands. What are you hesitating about? He said, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask it directly. Anyway, if there's something I don't want to say, I won't answer it. Klein, hidden behind the gray fog, blinked. Wait, what? Why does that actually sound very reasonable? Since the other party had already said so, Klein decided to ask directly. Those butterflies in your home. Klein deliberated his wording. They are my offspring, Moraine said matter-of-factly. The one on my leg is my biological daughter, and the rest are probably my grandchildren. Yes, they are also biological. Klein didn't quite know what to say. They were actually biological. Previously, when he heard Moraine say he was a big bug, Klein thought he was self-deprecating. Turns out it was literal. 3 generations of the family, except for Moraine, the Swarm King, who maintained a human form, were all bugs. This really had to be blamed on his family of origin. Moraine stopped looking around, smiling at Klein, which made Klein suddenly feel a bit awkward. Fool, right? Moraine suddenly asked. How much did you learn from the hanged man's head? Klein grumbled. Probably. Moraine pinched his chin, thought for a moment and said, everything. Klein pursed his lips. It seems there is no need for me to introduce it again. He manifested a deck of tarot cards in front of Moraine. You know the rules, come and take one yourself. He was referring to letting Moraine choose his code name. Moraine picked up the tarot cards in front of him, flipped through them casually, and selected the Tower card. He stood the tarot card upright in reverse, facing Klein. I'll choose this one, Moraine said with a smile. From today on, I am Mr. Tower of the Tarot Club. Yes, yes, congratulations, Klein said in a perfunctory, chatty tone, completely devoid of majesty. Every Monday at 3 p.m., please remember to ensure there is no one around. That's so perfunctory, Moraine was not satisfied. What I want to see is that. Which one? Klein asked in confusion. That one. Moraine straightened his body, leaned back against the chair, tapped his fingers on the armrest, and spoke in a deep voice. You may call me. After saying that, Moraine's voice became light-hearted again. That's it, I want to see that, can you perform it again? Klein looked at him without saying a word. What's wrong? Just as Moraine wanted to urge him, he suddenly felt his body falling rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in his home. Yo, you're even shy. A few minutes later, in the synchronization space. Today, there were only 2 people in the synchronization space, one standing and one sitting, Moraine and Moraine. The time flow of the other 2 didn't quite match theirs, especially Jujutsu-Kaisen Morion. Unless he entered immediately the next moment after exiting the space, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Yo, you've connected with Klein. Moraine sat on the ground, supporting himself with his hands behind him, and said in quite a good mood, the show I'm following has finally entered the main plot. He treated the experiences of his other selves completely like a weekly anime. Moraine snapped his fingers, next is waiting for the time. Every Monday afternoon. I'm currently on Thursday, still early. Yeah, still early. Moraine closed his eyes. I haven't done anything in the last 2 days. But since you've brought out the reverse curse technique, I feel like I can start doing some experiments. Is that so? Moraine said non-committally, then watch your safety. At this moment the space rippled again. Oh, someone else is here. Both Moraines turned to look. A new Moraine appeared in the space, and just as Moraine raised his hand, wanting to say hello, the address he should have blurted out got stuck. In this space, they could easily distinguish each other. But now, Moraine could not distinguish which self was in front of him. Then there was only one possibility. It's a newcomer. Moraine raised his hands happily. Great, there's a new show to watch. Which world did you transmigrate to? The newcomer Moraine, who had just appeared, took less than 10 seconds to quickly accept his new setting, breathed a sigh of relief, his body went limp, and he sat down on the ground. Finally, my golden finger has arrived. He sighed weakly. Moraine walked over, gently touched his raised hand, high-fived, and completed the synchronization. Which world is he from? Moraine, who hadn't stepped forward immediately in order to maintain the freshness, asked from behind. After completing the synchronization, Moraine frowned slightly. He looked at his palm and shook his head. I don't know. He replied. Moraine asked in confusion, You don't know? Yeah, I don't know. Moraine walked towards Moraine again and extended his hand. I can't tell. You aren't setting me up with something like strawberry-flavored mapo tofu to trick me, are you? Moraine shook his hand suspiciously. At the same moment, the newcomer Moraine's memories synchronized over. This seemed to be a forest on a lake, surrounded by pale mist. The mist wasn't particularly thick, the surrounding range of a few dozen meters could be barely seen, but anything further away could not be seen at all. The newcomer Moraine's spawn point was right here. The water underfoot wasn't deep, only reaching the ankles. The surroundings were slightly withered woods. Under the pale mist, anything slightly further away was completely obscured. Besides that, there were collapsed ruins, stone walls and arch bridges, as well as some blue crystals that couldn't be named. There were no other living people. In the following days, the newcomer Moraine spent every day feeling very depressed. There was no food here, but there was water. One could drink it by lying down. In the hazy mist, something occasionally moved slowly. They looked bloated, slow, and occasionally made some low, deep sounds. The newcomer Moraine, who was just an ordinary person at the time, didn't dare to get close at all. Not only that, the newcomer Moraine also discovered many corpses. These corpses were withered, shriveled, and skin and bones. If it were just like this, it wouldn't actually matter. No one bothered anyone, and everyone was safe and sound. But obviously, these corpses didn't think so. They were not completely dead. Occasionally, slow-moving, physically fragile but unkillable corpses would crawl out of the mud underfoot, always trying to ambush Moraine. Although even the ordinary human Moraine could easily kick them back into the water, he couldn't stop them from being unkillable, and they liked to ambush Moraine when he was resting or sleeping. Dim, oppressive, dangerous. He persisted in such an environment for 3 days. Finally, on the 4th day, he entered this space. So, which world is this exactly? Moraine pondered in confusion. His memory was very good now, good enough to easily recall any work he had come into contact with before. But he still couldn't distinguish which world the newcomer came from. It wasn't because he hadn't seen similar settings. On the contrary, it was because this setting was too common. It felt like a scene that could appear in any fantasy genre. The newcomer Moraine shook his head. I don't know either. But now that I have a little self-protection ability, maybe I can go deeper and explore. By the time I come here next time, maybe I'll have the answer. At least. Moraine spread his hands and made a joke. Now that you have the lonely weirdo ability, you shouldn't be attacked anymore. Chapter 43, Curse Technique Reversal. Monday, 2:30 p.m., 12 Tussock Street. Moraine sat on the sofa, studying his own curse technique reversal. Ever since Chiosi researched the reverse curse technique, Moraine had been very curious about what his own curse technique reversal would be. These two things sound very similar, but in reality, they are completely different. The reverse curse technique is the prerequisite for curse technique reversal. To learn curse technique reversal, one must first comprehend the reverse curse technique. The application of a cursed technique involves mobilizing cursed energy, which acts as negative energy, to operate the technique in its forward direction. Curse technique reversal, on the other hand, utilizes the positive energy produced by the reverse curse technique and injects it into the technique, causing it to operate in reverse. It sounds like a tongue twister. To summarize, curse technique reversal allows a jujitsu sorcerer's technique to produce an effect opposite to its original one. For example, if Moraine's ability is sound transmission, then after the curse technique reversal, it should be mind reading. Moraine had already verified this by randomly finding a kind-hearted gangster to test it on. It was indeed mind reading. Moraine called it telepathy. However, unlike the simultaneous cursed method, which transmits sound regardless of distance, the telepathy, after the curse technique reversal, requires physical contact to take effect. Moraine felt it was a bit lackluster. Although, like the simultaneous cursed method, this ability can take effect regardless of the strength of the target. But if they are stronger than him, touching them is useless. If the other party has malicious intent, they'd just turn around and plant him in the ground like a ginseng root. Putting aside these thoughts, Moraine turned his attention to trying to pressure his offspring. He held the mobile phone he had brought with him when he transmigrated in one hand, and the headphone case containing the earphones in the other, waving them back and forth in front of Chiosi. "Chiosi, I'm telling you, you really need to work hard," Moraine said earnestly. "You'll be a month old in half a month. You are at the age where you should be striving. Do you know that? You have less than 6,500 days until the college entrance examination. You should start accumulating more knowledge. Come on, try to help me invent a power bank first," Moraine said. Chiosi flapped her wings with great enthusiasm and began to rack her brains. But although she was literally a top-tier bookworm and had read quite a few books, all of them were related to occultism, and none involved modern science. After thinking carefully, she said to Moraine through the insect swarm network, "Okay, I will now answer your question using the simplest, most direct, and most straightforward words. We can design a ritual magic pointing to the Lord of Storms." "No, why have you become a bean bun?" Stop, hold it right there. Don't evolve in a strange direction," Moraine hurriedly stopped Chiosi. He did not want his offspring to evolve into an AI robot in the future. Moraine began to suspect that when he sent information streams and data packets to Chiosi before, he might have included some junk, causing the database of the insect swarm network to be contaminated. He began to teach Chiosi, instructing her not to act like an AI all day long. Chiosi waved her antennae to indicate understanding. "Haha, okay, I will chat with you in the most lively way possible now." Moraine looked at her. "You're doing this on purpose, right?" Chiosi moved her antennae again. "Chiosi doesn't know. It seems he hasn't assigned enough tasks. Now he really needed to assign her some proper homework. Let's start by having her write a kilogram of test papers every day to test the waters." Just as Moraine decided to ruthlessly assign homework to Chiosi, a crimson light descended. He suddenly saw crimson light suffusing his vision. This was Klein trying to pull him above the gray fog. He glanced at the wall clock with some confusion, confirming that there were still more than 10 minutes until the Tarot Club meeting began. However, he quickly realized that Klein intended to pull him up early to give him a heads up. So Moraine took one last look at Chiosi, relaxed his body, and let the crimson light swallow him up. When Klein pulled Moraine, he could not offer any resistance. After all, although he was currently only a sequence 8 who had digested more than half of his potion, it would only take a little effort to break free from Klein's pull. Soon, the gray, boundless, desolate, and silent world appeared before his eyes once again, and the fool, sitting at the head of the table shrouded in thick fog, also reappeared. Looking both majestic and mysterious. However, this slightly majestic atmosphere did not last long, and was soon dispelled by Moraine's voice. "Oh, Klein, you're not embarrassed anymore." Moraine waved a greeting. Hearing this, Klein, hidden behind the gray fog, took a deep breath with minimal movement, intending to ignore Moraine's words. Originally, he should have discussed the current matter with Moraine a few days ago when Moraine was first pulled above the grey fog, but at that time, Moraine insisted on watching him perform, which made Klein feel so embarrassed that he had to expel Moraine early. He was starting to regret inviting Moraine to join the tarot club. If Moraine hadn't found him directly, he certainly wouldn't have proactively exposed the tarot club to Moraine. Klein began to think. Why did Moraine find him? Ah, right, it was because of Mr. Hangman. Moraine said it was because he read Mr. Hangman's memories when he was at sea. How hateful, a traitor. Klein decided to make things difficult for Mr. Hangman in the future. However, speaking of mind reading. Old M.O., are there any prerequisites for your mind reading? Klein asked, looking nonchalant. Afraid I'll find the little comics you hide under your bed. Moraine leaned forward, resting his head on his hand with a smile. I don't have such things. Klein immediately retorted. All right, you don't need to worry too much, Moraine shook his head. As long as you don't let me touch you, you'll be fine. Is that so? That's good then. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a forced mind reading like communication. By the way, why did you pull me up at this time? Moraine said, resting his head on one hand. I was just planning to assign a heavy load of homework to your niece. Klein asked in confusion. Yeah, Moraine waved his other hand. We're buddies anyway, isn't my daughter your niece? Klein thought of the butterflies in Moraine's house and asked subconsciously, how old is she? Moraine stroked his chin and thought. She'll be a month old in 3 weeks, right? You are abusing a child. Moraine continued. I have a dead phone and a dead pair of earphones on hand, and I plan to let my offspring try to invent a power bank. If possible, it would be best if they could research a way to replicate the phone and earphones. After speaking, Moraine looked at Klein. What were you wanting to say just now? Klein, behind the grey fog, coughed twice and nodded seriously. Indeed, being half a month old is truly the age to strive. When she invents the mobile phone, bring it over for me to take a look and inspect. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #40 for Chapter 40 for attending a tarot meeting. Chapter 44, Attending the Tarot Club. Let's get back to the main topic. Moraine shook his head. Tell me why you brought me up here half an hour early. Klein suppressed his longing for a smartphone, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions. All right, let's discuss you acting as my straight man, Klein said. What's there to discuss about that? Moraine asked in confusion. Of course we have to discuss it, Klein replied. We need to coordinate beforehand on what to ask later. After all, there are many things that I, as Mr. Fool, am not suitable to ask. After all, we fellow countrymen, and your strength is greater than mine. I can't have you posing as my attendant, believer, or anything like that. Klein explained. Moraine raised an eyebrow. I thought you would just assume I was your underling, and at most give me the position of an attendant. How could I? Klein shook his head. Moraine understood. It seems that the current Klein has only been posing as an evil god for less than a month, and hasn't formed a path dependency yet. In that case, I'll just play another evil god. Moraine let go of his chin, and sat up straight. The Great Swarm King. Why must it be an evil god? Klein asked, puzzled. He didn't ask why it was the Swarm King, he could roughly guess. Duh, because it's cool, Moraine said matter-of-factly. Evil gods sound several degrees cooler than orthodox gods. Ah, this. Klein thought about it and felt it actually made a lot of sense. Furthermore, judging by the room full of insects and insect eggs Moraine had, it would be hard to convince anyone that he was an orthodox god. The two discussed it simply for a few more minutes, and soon, things were basically settled. Klein conjured a gold-cased pocket watch and took a glance. Seeing that 3 o'clock had arrived, he pressed his hand toward the deep red stars symbolizing justice and hangman, extending his spirituality to pull them up. The next instant, Moraine turned his head as if sensing something. He saw light erupt from the positions opposite and to the side, then stretch out into two blurry figures. Their specific facial features were unclear, but he could vaguely distinguish that a blue-haired man had appeared at the side position, and a golden-haired girl had appeared in the position opposite. Moraine recognized that these were Mr. Hangman, Alger Wilson, whom he had met once, and Miss Justice, Audrey Hall, whom he had never met before. Audrey Hall, who had just appeared, looked around. Just as she was about to greet Mr. Fool at the head of the long table, she suddenly froze, discovering an unfamiliar man sitting opposite her. It was a man with unclear features, black hair, and a mask worn tilted on the side of his head. Then, she heard Mr. Fool's voice, which seemed perpetually calm. "Let me introduce a new member. His title is Tower. You may address him as Mr. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Hangman." A new member. Audrey's heart was immediately filled with joy. She was very happy to see the Tarot Club grow, and this also meant that the Tarot Club could recruit new members. She happened to have a few members she wanted to recommend. Hangman, Alger frowned slightly, feeling a bit dissatisfied that Mr. Fool had suddenly brought in a new member. At least he should have told us in advance. However, a big figure like Mr. Fool truly wouldn't consider our feelings. This was Alger's first reaction. He also noticed Moraine's mask and felt it looked somewhat familiar. Soon, he recognized the mask. Although he couldn't see the details clearly, the color scheme was easy to recognize. Was it that man who had exchanged materials and money with him back then? He really was related to the Tarot Club. Was he Mr. Fool's subordinate? If it were Mr. Fool's, he should use the term attendant to refer to him. While pondering, he briefly greeted Justice and Tower. During this brief process, Audrey also entered the state of a spectator, carefully scrutinizing the new member. Tower seemed to be in a good mood, his posture relaxed, and he didn't seem nervous at all. He didn't look like someone who had been suddenly dragged to a strange place. He didn't seem to have much respect for Mr. Was he unaware of Mr. Fool's power? Fool's attitude toward him seemed quite easygoing as well. Could it be? Audrey covered her mouth in surprise, and didn't continue her train of thought. "Fool, there are no Roselle Gustav's diary pages to submit today," Alger spoke first, placing a hand on his chest. "I am about to return to land and am currently handling some matters. As soon as I am free, I will immediately begin searching." Hearing Alger's words, Audrey finally snapped out of her observation. She looked at Mr. Fool at the head of the long table and reported as well. "Fool, I haven't collected any of Emperor Roselle Gustav's diary pages recently either. However, I have recently met two new Beyonders and am naturally getting in touch with them. Once I enter the corresponding circles, I should be able to trade for more of Roselle Gustav's diaries." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Moraine opposite her and suddenly had an idea. "Oh, and one more thing. I feel that the two Beyonders I recently met are very worthy of development. For example, they each have good cover identities, each have certain, non-overlapping resource channels, and each have their own persistence and characteristics. They are not the type of people who would casually sell secrets. I hope to recommend them to join the Tarot Club." After speaking, Audrey smiled embarrassedly. "The only problem is that they are both only Sequence 9, which might not be suitable for such a high-end and strict secret organization like the Tarot Club." She lowered her head, blushing slightly, seemingly feeling awkward for recommending two Sequence 9s to Mr. A high-end organization. "Actually, I feel it's more like a specialty store." "Fool," Klein muttered in his heart, wanting only to cover his face and sigh. He couldn't find the words to respond to Miss Justice's good self-assessment. Besides, Klein secretly glanced at Moraine. "I no longer have the excess spirituality to pull in another person. This is Ultraman facing three monsters for the first time." But on the surface, Klein remained calm and composed, only nodding slightly. You may continue to observe those two beyonders. We can discuss the matter of them joining later. All right, Audrey said, a bit disappointed. Seeing that the two old members had expressed their stances, Moraine also spoke simply. Fool, I don't have any of Roselle Gustav's diaries either. Klein was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Since that is the case, let us begin the free exchange. Chapter 45, The Third Blasphemy Slate. The free discussion session began. Seeing that no one took the initiative to speak, Audrey chose to go first. Justice, Audrey raised her hand to signal. May I ask, does anyone here have the formula for telepathist? She had already digested quite a few potions, and intended to prepare the formula in advance, so she could consume it immediately once her current potion was fully digested. Just as Alger was about to say that he had channels to obtain the formula, he heard Moraine's voice. I know the formula for telepathist, Moraine said matter-of-factly. Really, Mr. Audrey wore a pleasantly surprised smile. Just as Audrey smiled and intended to offer to purchase it, Moraine's words did not stop, he continued. I not only know the formula for telepathist, but I also know the formulas for psychiatrist, hypnotist, dreamwalker, manipulator, dreamweaver, discerner, author, and visionary. Then, he looked at Alger. Of course, I also know the formula for ocean songster, as well as those for cataclysmic interrer, sea king, calamity, thunder god, and tyrant. To be precise, I have all the formulas you want here. He leaned back against the chair and snapped his fingers. I've seen the blasphemy slate. The blasphemy slate. Alger straightened his body instantly. This was something that only existed in legends. Audrey's reaction was just as intense. In fact, the shock in her heart was even greater than Alger's. Alger was more focused on the potion formulas and the blasphemy slate, while Audrey, who excelled at observation, noticed the number of formulas Moraine had listed. Moraine looked at her and named 9 potions, counting spectator, that made 10 in total. Combining Moraine's entire statement, it was not difficult for Audrey to guess that he was referring to an entire pathway. However, an entire spectator pathway should only have 9 formulas, from sequence 9 to sequence 1. So what was that extra one? Visionary. Audrey's pupils constricted sharply. She felt an unparalleled sense of blasphemy, and almost subconsciously tapped her chest 4 times to trace the crimson moon, repenting to the goddess. Soon, Alger, whose reaction was slightly slower, also instinctively realized something was wrong. He counted silently in his heart, and likewise discovered the problem. Even he, who considered himself not particularly devout to the Lord of Storms, couldn't help but have his breathing grow rapid, feeling the blasphemy. No wonder. No wonder the blasphemy slate was called blasphemy. They turned to look at Mr. Fool at the head of the long table, casting glances seeking confirmation. Klein, behind the gray fog, was no less shocked than they were. Dude, you never said you were this badass. This part wasn't in the script we agreed upon. Soon, Audrey, who had gathered through observation that Moraine was easy enough to talk to, asked, Tower, which blasphemy slate did you see? Moraine held up 3 fingers. The third one. The third one? Audrey asked in confusion. But aren't there only 2 blasphemy slates? Alger gave Audrey a mental thumbs up. Good question. I wanted to know that too, but I didn't dare ask. No, Moraine shook his finger. There is indeed a 3rd blasphemy slate, it's just that too few people know this secret. Indeed, too few. He was the only one in the whole world who knew. The 3rd blasphemy slate, the Squid's official account, recorded all the secrets of this world. It was a truly omniscient and omnipotent object. Even the Sun and Moon history book in this world could not compare to that 3rd blasphemy slate. So that's how it is, Audrey exclaimed. She had already determined in her heart that even if Mr. Tower was not a deity like Mr. Fool, he was definitely some big shot in the world. Afterwards they conversed for some time. Audrey felt that this newcomer, Mr. Tower was quite easy to get along with and had none of the airs of a big shot in the mysterious world. Unlike some minor nobles she knew who put on such airs despite holding no real authority. At this moment she suddenly noticed a problem. Although Moraine would sometimes open his mouth, he seemed to never speak voluntarily. His voice appeared directly in their minds. Through the gray-white fog, she watched Moraine's mouth and suddenly realized that he had truly never spoken with his mouth. Tower, Audrey asked tentatively, it seems you have never been speaking with your mouth. Moraine paused, blinked, recalled for a moment and then grinned. Excellent observation skills, Moraine praised. I'm actually not very used to speaking with my mouth, so I just communicate with you all like this. That's right. It seemed he had been using the simultaneous cursed method to converse the entire time. Although he had already learned most of the languages in this world, because he had used the simultaneous cursed method from the very beginning, and had always communicated through this cursed technique in other worlds, he had now become completely accustomed to not speaking with his mouth. At first, he only used the curse technique on a specific person during conversations, but later he just kept it running the whole time, automatically including all targets within a certain range. Except for when he occasionally wanted to filter out someone so they couldn't hear his voice, it was no different from normal speaking at other times. Now that he thought about it carefully, he had even unconsciously established a binding vow. With the cost of never opening his mouth to speak and constantly consuming extra cursed energy, even running the curse technique at low power to consume cursed energy when no one is around, he had transformed the technique's effect into automatically and instinctively including anyone nearby within the range of influence. Simply put, he had removed the power-off switch for the curse technique, resulting in 24-hour mana consumption, in exchange for muscle memory that triggered the skill whenever he saw someone. Except for being unable to counter the sure-hit effect of a domain, the operation of Moraine's curse technique in its normal state could almost be called a simplified domain. It felt like it had no impact on his daily life at all. If he had to mention an impact, it was that his mastery of the curse technique and cursed energy was becoming deeper and deeper. Because he could convert path energy into cursed energy, and path energy, being a subjective energy, was almost inexhaustible. This resulted in Moraine never having experienced a depletion of cursed energy to this day. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Moraine found it easier to land a black flash than the average jujitsu sorcerer. After all, apart from Moraine and the strongest modern jujitsu sorcerer, Gojo Satoru/Satoru Gojo, who had mastered the reverse curse technique, not many people could manage to keep a non-passive curse technique running 24 hours a day for several months. Oh, and Yuro Takako. Hearing Moraine's explanation, Audrey nodded thoughtfully. Tower's abilities are truly miraculous. It's just. Doesn't this consume spirituality? It would be very dangerous if his spirituality were exhausted. The hanged man, Alger, accepted this well. After all, he had been severely shocked when they first met, so seeing it again now, he felt somewhat accustomed to it. He took a secret glance at Mr. Fool at the head of the table. To be able to get along with Mr. Fool so easily, and to have seen the blasphemy slate. Alger already had a guess in his heart. Since that was the case, then, no matter what kind of abilities he displayed, it was understandable. Chapter 46, Selling Formulas. Soon, Audrey put the matter of not needing to speak with her mouth to the back of her mind. Then, Mr. Tower, what do I need to pay? Audrey asked. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Audrey knew this. If she wanted to gain something, she would definitely have to pay a corresponding price. She looked at Mr. Tower through the gray fog. I want all of these formulas. But Audrey, you cannot be too greedy. Audrey told herself in her heart. Perhaps I can buy them with money. A great existence certainly has no interest in vulgar money. I want money. Moraine's voice rang out in the hearts of those present. A lot of money. Moraine raised both hands and waved them. I can give members of the Tarot Club a discount, allowing you to purchase them for cheaper, but it won't be free. There's no help for it, I have a whole family to support. Moraine spread his hands and sighed. A whole family? Alger was thoughtful. Is it a Beyonder family? He secretly glanced at Moraine. No, it should be called an angel family. If it were more terrifying, it could even be called an ancient god family. Then, Mr. Tower, how much for the telepathist formula? Audrey asked for the price. If it wasn't too expensive, she decided to buy it directly here. As for the telepathist formula, for £100, how about it? Moraine asked. So expensive. It is indeed a quite affordable price. This is truly too cheap. Klein, Alger, and Audrey each gave their own evaluations in their hearts. Tower, I want to buy this formula right now. Audrey said immediately. Moraine hummed softly and raised his chin. He sought instructions from the fool, Klein, then manifested a piece of paper on the table and gently pushed it forward. The paper slid along the tabletop, quickly arriving in front of Audrey, and was gently pressed down by Audrey. Audrey was slightly stunned after receiving the paper. She hadn't expected Moraine to provide the formula directly. Tower, we haven't discussed how to hand the money over to you yet. Audrey said subconsciously without looking at the formula in front of her. Is that so? Moraine only then realized. At this point in time, Klein had not yet opened the fool's courier. Ah, now that you mention it, there does seem to be a problem. Moraine thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll go to the loan bank in a while to set up an anonymous account. Later, I'll have Mr. Fool pass the account information to you, and you can just deposit the money directly into this anonymous account. Audrey agreed immediately and briskly. Once the terms were settled, Audrey lowered her head and took a rough look at the paper on the table. Sequence 8, Telepathist. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of an adult colorful lizard dragon, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of pure water, 5 grams of chestnut buds, 8 grams of agrimony powder, 3 petals of pure white elf flower. After a simple scan, Audrey quickly withdrew her gaze. The memory of a spectator allowed her to achieve photographic memory, at least regarding this content. Moreover, under the protection of Mr. Fool, as long as it was something she had once remembered, even if she forgot it, she could quickly recall it just by praying to Mr. Do you have anything you want to buy? Moraine turned his head to look at Alger. Alger thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't have anything I want to buy for the time being. He hadn't even gathered the ingredients for the wind-blessed potion, so the formula for the next sequence was not important to him right now. The trading session ended and according to custom, they entered the intelligence exchange session. However, although it was called an intelligence exchange, it was actually just chatting casually. Seeing that no one had anything left to buy, Audrey's posture became more relaxed. She began to chat with Alger and Moraine at the Tarot Club about some recent events in Backland, mainly focusing on the aristocratic circle. Moraine listened half-heartedly while thinking about his own affairs. Now that he had £400, he could try to purchase the main ingredients for the next potion. He couldn't buy all of them, but buying a portion should be possible. The Melee Scholar potion had already been digested more than halfway. It was best to prepare the Sequence 7 Wizard potion before finishing the digestion. I'll head to the East Borough tonight, find the gangs there, borrow some money, and incidentally digest the Melee Scholar potion. Regaining his focus, he heard Audrey say to Alger and himself with a slightly helpless tone. Sometimes I can't even believe that the gap between people can be so large. She sighed and said, do you know? In many gatherings and salons in Backland, there are actually quite a few people who think the planet is flat, and don't believe that the planet is round. Alger chuckled, that is the nobility of the kingdom. Handing the country over to them is not as good as handing it to curly-haired baboons. At least the curly-haired baboons wouldn't spout such laughable remarks. Exactly. Moraine integrated into the topic very smoothly. The planet is round, there is no doubt about that. If this world were flat, then everything would have already been pushed off by Mr. Cats love pushing things off tables the most. What are you talking about? Klein, hidden behind the gray fog, froze instantly. No, buddy. Audrey smiled subconsciously, but suddenly realized something was wrong. She hurriedly restrained her expression and, together with Alger, who had already been sitting upright for several seconds, secretly looked at Mr. Fool at the head of the long table. Fool, hidden behind the gray fog, still maintained his original appearance, seemingly unmoved no matter what he heard. Alger felt that if he didn't lack the function to sweat while in his current spirit-body state, he would definitely be drenched in cold sweat. Is this something he should be listening to? This, who put this into his head? Oh, it's another great existence, then it's fine. The Tarot Club scene fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, from the head of the long table came Mr. Fool's voice, which seemed eternal and unchanging. Has the conversation ended? Since that is the case, this Tarot Club meeting ends here. Alger hurriedly stood up and bowed, and Audrey followed closely behind. As you will. P.S. No matter how old the readers reading this book are, Sijai wishes everyone a happy Children's Day here. No matter when, I wish everyone can possess happiness as pure as a child's. The Lord of the Mysteries 2 arc is temporarily over, next is the Elden Ring arc. Although I know Elden Ring might be relatively niche, and those who don't like it can skip it, I still hope everyone can take a look, because the follow-up reading on Tuesday is very important. It involves Sijai's PK data and subsequent recommendation traffic. Moreover, I will write the Elden Ring arc to be easier to understand. Those who haven't played it can also take a look. It can simply be viewed as a dungeon. In short, it's fine to skip Monday, but you must read on Tuesday. Love you all, moi. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 47 Chapter 47 Venting and Black Flash Chapter 47, Venting and Black Flash Withered Woods, Pale Fog. Moraine opened his eyes again, looked down at the lake water that didn't even reach his ankles, and stretched his body. The fluorescent markings on his body had improved significantly, changing from the initial horrific appearance to what now looked like faint, decorative tattoos. At this moment, Moraine's ears twitched slightly. His enhanced hearing quickly alerted him to movement a little further away. Piercing through the fog, Moraine quickly saw what was making the noise over there. It was the thing that had been constantly trying to ambush him for the past few days. They looked like they had at least once been human. After all, they were wearing clothes. Their bodies were hunched, their clothes tattered, and they crawled on the ground with a small, short arm extending from each side of their rib cages. Counting their legs, they had a total of 6 limbs. They lay on the ground like spiders, crawling aimlessly through the lake forest not far from Moraine. Watching them, the corners of Moraine's mouth suddenly curled upward. A few days ago, when I didn't have any strength, you chased me around like a dog. Now that I have strength, how will you face me? He raised his hand, moved the mask hanging on the side of his face to the front, and blue cursed energy ignited in his palm. This cursed energy instantly enveloped the mask, then his head, and then his entire body. Soon, Moraine was completely ignited by the blue flames of cursed energy. He released his palm from the mask, moved it upward to slick his hair back, and looked at the strange creatures before him, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curling into a wild grin. Your Uncle Moraine is about to start digesting the melee scholar potion properly. The fluorescent markings on his body cracked open one after another. Monsterization. As Moraine actively deactivated his ability to lower his presence and initiated monsterization, the strange creatures crawling around all turned their gazes toward him. With a smile on his face, Moraine strode toward them. They crawled on the ground like spiders, approaching Moraine. The speed on both sides gradually increased. Soon, Moraine broke into a jog, and the strange creatures opposite him hissed and lunged at Moraine. A sound like a bullet leaving a chamber rang out. A head shattered in response. One of them, no, half of a strange creature whose entire upper body had exploded, fell to the ground. After blasting one away, Moraine backhanded another that jumped at him, his 5 fingers forming a claw to grip its face, lifting it until it was level with him. The strange creature was still struggling, but Moraine's other hand, stained with blood, had already pulled back. He made a forceful clapping motion. With one palm still gripping the strange creature's head, he performed the clapping motion. Both palms slammed firmly together, and various debris scattered everywhere in front of him. Some of the filthy debris flew toward Moraine, but it was all deflected by the cursed energy clinging to his body. Just then, several orbs of light, half orange and half grayish-brown, slammed into him from behind. Moraine's spiritual intuition was immediately triggered. He bent down, thrust his palms into the muddy ground beneath his feet, and turned while lifting upward with force. A 3 to 4 meter high wave made of mud was forcibly lifted up by him, and then slammed back down, covering those orbs of light. Not far behind him, the ambushers were two strange creatures similar to the previous ones. They were also crawling on the ground, with 4 arms and 2 legs, but they were wrapped in hooded robes, and one of them held a bell emitting a ghostly blue light. As the bell shook and the jingling sound rang out, more of the half-orange, half-grayish-brown orbs of light floated out from the bell and flew toward Moraine. The speed of these orbs was not fast, and Moraine easily dodged them with a few sideways movements. While dodging, he approached the strange creatures ambushing him at an unhurried pace. Sensing the approach of death, the two strange creatures raised the bells in their hands high, wanting to speed up the ringing. Nothing happened. Not a single sound was emitted. The strange creatures looked up in confusion, but they couldn't see their own hands. Moraine had appeared behind them at some point, casually throwing the 2 torn-off arms onto the ground, and tried shaking the bell. The crisp sound of the bell rang out, but no identical orbs of light flew out. Moraine clicked his tongue, crushed the bell with force, and then turned to kick the heads off the monsters trying to counterattack, one by one. Suddenly, the surrounding mist became dense, and white fog diffused from all directions surrounding Moraine. Patter, patter, patter. Moraine faintly heard the sound of horse hooves treading on the water's surface. But the surrounding white fog seemed to absorb not just sight, but sound as well, making it difficult for Moraine to discern the situation around him. What the hell is that noise? Patting off the remaining bell fragments from his palm, Moraine bent down to pick up a stone from beneath the water, and weighed it in his hand. The surrounding fog grew thicker and thicker, but Moraine stood motionless in place. Orbs of light flew out from the white fog, heading toward Moraine. Moraine remained motionless, letting these orbs hit the cursed energy on his body. The orbs exploded one after another, and a bone-chilling cold spread throughout Moraine's entire body. Even though he blocked most of the damage with cursed energy, he still felt his joints freezing and stiffening. This seemed to be an attack targeting the spiritual body. Yet Moraine still did not move. The corners of his mouth curled high. Suddenly, he turned sharply and threw the stone in his hand into the fog. The stone flew out spinning, and the airflow it generated directly dispersed the surrounding fog. A fast-running horse was hit in the side by the stone. The stone spun as it entered from the left side and flew out the right. A half-meter diameter hole was immediately gouged into the horse's abdomen, piercing through the entire horse, allowing one to see from the left side to the right. The horse died on the spot and tumbled forward, throwing the knight riding on its back, who rolled twice on the ground before slamming into the stone wall of a towering cliff nearby. That was also a strange creature like the ones before. Moraine walked over silently, picked up this monster from the ground, and pressed it against the stone wall. He looked back, glanced at the piles of monster corpses all around, then turned his gaze back to the last monster pressed against the stone wall in front of him, veins bulging on his body and face. Trapped for several days in a dim, oppressive, and horrific environment, Moraine let out a shout that was purely cathartic, purely venting. He raised one hand high, clenched it into a fist, and smashed it forward with force. Black flash. A massive explosion accompanied by black lightning scattered in all directions. This was the sound of the entire stone wall shattering and exploding. The stone wall was instantly riddled with fine cracks from this punch. Gravel exploded outward, leaving a crater dozens of meters in diameter. This monster was shattered into countless scattered fragments. Not even the world's best forensic pathologist could piece him back together. P.S. Kukugaga, this kind of visceral, punch-to-flesh description is genuinely satisfying. Today's first chapter is an extra update. There will be another chapter at noon or in the afternoon. I'm going to sleep now, good night. Chapter 48, Turning into a Swarm of Insects. Looking at the shattered stone wall in front of him, Moraine looked up. Although there was fog, his enhanced vision could barely make out that this cliff did not seem particularly high. At least, not for him. The surroundings were filled with fog, and he had no idea how long it would take him to find a way out if he tried. He had been here for several days without successfully leaving, and he was too lazy to wait any longer to see how much longer it would take. Therefore, he decided to climb directly to the top of the cliff. He would deal with whatever came next later. Perhaps the view would open up once he got up there. Stretching out one hand to grip a protruding stone on the cliff face, Moraine was just about to climb up. But suddenly, his movements stopped. He gave a puzzled hey, feeling that his body seemed a bit strange. Having landed a black flash for the second time, he felt that something had become blurred, as if he had vaguely touched upon something. Releasing his grip on the cliff, Moraine stepped back 2 paces. He placed one hand on his chest, over his heart, and felt carefully. Thump thump, thump thump. He heard the beating of his own heart. Black Flash allows a jujitsu sorcerer to unleash 120% of their potential, and enhances their understanding of their own curse technique and cursed energy. It could be said that a jujitsu sorcerer who has never landed a Black Flash, and one who has successfully landed one are 2 completely different types of people. Thump thump, thump thump. He listened to his heartbeat, listening to how it seemed to begin resonating with something. In a trance, he felt he could hear more and more heartbeats. Thump thump, thump thump. Moraine opened his mouth slightly, but no sound came out. He used the simultaneous cursed method. This time, the target of his curse technique was himself. It was his limbs, his internal organs, his flesh and blood, his bones. Divide. Words that were absolutely understandable were conveyed to every part of his body. Moraine slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the fluorescent lines on Moraine's body, which had cracked due to his monsterization, split open even wider. He moved his hand up, pressed it against his mask, and bent over slightly. Moraine's body shattered inch by inch, his skin fell away, his flesh separated, and his bones broke apart. These body tissues detached one after another, turning into insect after insect. Accompanied by dense buzzing, more and more insects appeared. There were butterflies, beetles, moths, flies, bees, worms, spiders, centipedes. He had divided himself, turning into all kinds of insects. These insects gathered together, forming a dense swarm. At this moment, Moraine felt an unprecedented pleasure. This swarm was him, and he was this swarm. The flying insects dragged the non-flying ones, and Moraine's entire being floated upward like a cloud of black smoke, flying toward the top of the cliff. Some insects separated from the swarm to grab Moraine's clothes and pants. The swarm, carrying a set of clothes, moved vertically up the cliff face and quickly reached the top. The swarm twisted in midair, the dispersed insects quickly gathered inward, wriggling through the clothes, and reassembled into Moraine. He was disheveled, his clothes felt all twisted together, and his pants were slightly stuck. That hurts. Moraine began to pull and adjust his clothes and pants. Perhaps I should create some insect larvae that can turn into clothes. Moraine finished adjusting his awkward clothes, deep in thought. As he expected, after leaving the area of the lake forest and reaching the top of the cliff, there was no more white fog. Moraine steadied himself and surveyed the scenery in front of him. It was daytime, and it wasn't raining. With blue skies and white clouds, the scenery was quite nice. This seemed to be a medieval Western fantasy world. He scanned the scene before him. To his right lay a graveyard. There were tombstones piled up messily, placed randomly without any order. Some were even stacked directly on top of each other, overlapping like that. It looked extremely disrespectful to the deceased. Directly in front of him was a somewhat dilapidated spire church. It looked quite old and dilapidated, with even the roof of the church collapsed. The church, originally built from brown stone, had now turned green, covered in moss and ivy. In the distance to the left stood a towering, heavy castle, standing majestically on the mountaintop. It was tall, imposing, and looked quite valuable. The people who could live here definitely had high status. After a brief choice, Moraine took a step and walked straight toward the small church directly opposite. The huge castle on the left was a bit far away, and it clearly wasn't ordinary. Getting inside probably wouldn't be easy. The graveyard on the right. Judging from Moraine's previous experiences, this world likely contained all sorts of monsters. It was possible that the occupants of the graves might crawl out of the dirt to greet him. Moraine felt that the owners of the graveyard might not be very willing for him to disturb them. He had just had a fight and was satisfied. He had no desire to get into conflict with anyone for the time being. Nor did he want to play Plants vs. He walked across the grass and arrived in front of the small church. The narrow church, moss-covered stone bricks, and a small arch door that could only accommodate one person. Moraine saw text carved into the wall at the main door of the church. He leaned in to take a closer look. He couldn't read it. He was undoubtedly still illiterate in this world. He gave a light hum, walked through the small arch door, and entered the church. What met his eyes was a huge stone statue, which looked like the deity worshipped by this church. The statue depicted a woman with her head bowed, looking somewhat listless. She had long hair, wore a long dress, and her arms were spread out to the sides, as if she were nailed to a cross. Moraine looked up at the statue and rubbed his chin. Such a familiar statue. He blinked, then suddenly gave an "oh." He turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him, on the other side of the cliff, at the edge of his vision, he could see a huge golden tree standing there. Because he had been facing away from it when he climbed the cliff earlier, he hadn't noticed it. This golden tree was incredibly huge, so huge that it could be seen from almost anywhere in this country. If Moraine's starting point hadn't been surrounded by high cliffs and shrouded in constant fog, he would have been able to guess where this was on his first day in this world. A huge golden tree, a medieval style, disgusting monsters. And the statue of Marika in the church behind him. This was the world of Elden Ring, this was the lands between. Problematic ad.
Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor #49 Chapter 49 Tops Chapter 49 Thoughts at this moment, Moraine, having walked into the church, noticed a scruffy, bald man sitting not far below the statue.
He wore a predominantly black mage robe, sitting on a bench with his head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. This is... Moraine turned his head to look at the castle in the distance, then looked back at the bald man before him, and a name immediately surfaced in his memory. Such a familiar scene. He suddenly smiled, shifted his mask to the side of his face, walked towards the man, and sat on the other end of the bench. Feeling someone sit beside him, the man slowly raised his head and looked at Moraine. He sized Moraine up, his gaze sweeping over the patterns on his face, finally fixing on his eyes. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up. "Are you a tarnished?" he asked with some surprise. Tarnished? He had mistaken him for a tarnished. Moraine touched his face and immediately understood what had happened. Is it because there is no grace in my eyes? The tarnished are a special kind of existence in the lands between. In the lands between, people have the golden light of grace in their eyes, which is the blessing from the Erd tree. And the tarnished are those who have lost the golden light of grace in their eyes. The original tarnished were all warriors who followed Godfrey into battle, first rewarded after the founding of the nation, and later exiled from the lands between, losing their grace. However, the first batch of tarnished died or were wounded, and are now almost extinct. In a broad sense, tarnished now mostly refers to the descendants of those warriors or others who have lost their grace. Of course, there is one type of tarnished that is the most special. That is, creatures that never received the favor of the Erd tree from the beginning, and do not belong to the Erd tree system. So in a sense, Moraine could also be considered a type of tarnished. Suppose so. Moraine nodded, answering the man's question, his voice appearing directly in the other's mind. He had already recognized who the man before him was. Thops the Blunt. A mage deemed talentless by the Raya Lucaria Academy of Magic. Hearing Moraine's voice, Thops's eyes lit up, not even caring why Moraine's voice appeared directly in his mind. He asked in a somewhat humble tone. Since you are a tarnished, could you spare some runes for me? As the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I once studied at the Raya Lucaria Academy, where I learned glintstone magic. As long as you can spare 10 runes for me, I will teach you glintstone magic. Runes, these count as the currency of this world. Furthermore, this is probably a currency that will never depreciate. Because it is both currency and energy. It is the grace contained within the bodies of the inhabitants of the lands between, a form of energy. It can exist within the body in the form of energy, or it can manifest as golden, coin-like objects. Moraine listened to his request and nodded slightly. He didn't mind giving this mage some runes. Although he knew that the magic Thops could teach at this current time was mostly average, being able to learn magic at all was a pleasant surprise. However, he had no runes right now. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. The words of refusal that had just turned on the tip of his tongue were retracted and not spoken. To obtain runes, the best way is to kill other creatures. Even the monster he had killed before contained runes within its body. This meant that... Wait a moment. He raised his hand, signaling Thops to wait a moment. Then he calmed his mind and began to feel the changes in his body. Apart from the potential increase brought by landing a black flash, his body had indeed undergone significant changes as well. He could feel that there was a new golden energy within his body. This energy seemed to inherently possess the effects of quantification and manifestation. He only needed to sense it, and even as a layman who knew nothing, he could easily perceive exactly what the quantity of this energy was. A total of 3,800 runes. From the monsters he had killed at the bottom of the cliff. The 2 empty-handed ones gave 500 runes each, the 2 holding bells gave 800 runes each, and the one riding a horse and its mount gave 1,200 runes respectively. A total of 3,800 runes. Moraine lowered his head and looked at the man before him. In the game, normally, the price to learn a basic magic ranges from 1,000 to 3,000 runes. Moraine was unsure if the exchange rate between reality and the game was the same, but at the very least, the cheapest monster he had killed was worth at least 200 runes. A smile hung on Moraine's face, and golden light gathered in his palm, forming a golden, coin-like object. Thops, I would like to learn magic from you. He handed the runes to the man before him. Oh, thank you so much. You are truly a good person. Getting a good person card from an older man, how tragic. Thops took the runes very gratefully, then suddenly froze. People in the lands between are born with the ability to sense the weight of runes. When the coin that this rune had transformed into reached his hand, he immediately determined the value of this rune. Thops was immediately in a bind. 1,000 runes. I am very sorry, but I cannot make change. As he spoke, he wanted to return the runes in his hand to Moraine. But Moraine raised a hand and waved it. Wait a moment, Moraine said, besides magic, I also want to buy a staff. And, as you can see, I am an outsider tarnished. I have neither a place to stay nor food in the lands between, so I might need to stay with you for a few days. Moraine activated the ability of the lonely weirdo. In Thops's eyes, the sense of intimacy radiating from Moraine almost materialized and rushed toward him. This mage, who was currently only third-rate, couldn't resist for even a second. His gaze softened immediately, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he accepted the full 1,000 runes. That is true. In the lands between, one cannot use magic without a staff. He nodded, I have a few spare Academy glintstone staves, but they are all styles used by apprentices. I hope you do not mind. Moraine waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? There is no logic in a student using better equipment than their teacher. This remark made Thops smile. Then, he began to introduce himself. My name is Thops and I was once a student of the Origins School at the Raya Lucaria Academy. As he spoke, he took 3 books from under his mage robe and handed them to Moraine with a slight apology. These are the only 3 spells I have that are worth showing. They are Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc and Starlight. Glintstone Pebble can release magical pebbles forward, flying toward the enemy like throwing sharp stones. Glintstone Arc can release a widely spreading horizontal arc of magic, similar to a warrior's sword energy. Finally, there is Starlight, which can release small floating specks of starlight to illuminate the surroundings. It is a not bad illumination magic. I am very sorry. You kindly gave me runes, yet I can only teach you these unimpressive spells. Chapter 50, How about Glintstone? No, you don't have to say that. Moraine reached out and took the 3 books that didn't look very thick, flipped through them, and found he couldn't understand them at all. Being able to learn magic is already very good. My name is Moraine. For the next period of time, please treat me well, Teacher Thops. He said with a smile, his voice appearing directly in Thops's mind. Yes, I will. Thops nodded earnestly. Please treat me well too, Moraine. As a Dreg, this was his first time teaching someone, so he was inevitably a little nervous. The conversation between the 2 paused, and Thops finally had time to pay attention to Moraine's way of speaking. However, he only felt a slight envy and didn't think much of it. After all, this ability to make one's voice appear directly in another's mind, while rare, was not unheard of. This only showed that Moraine's talent for magic was perhaps truly excellent. By the way, Teacher Thops, do you usually live in the church? Moraine asked. No, Thops shook his head and pointed in a direction. There is a village over there and I live there. A village? Moraine recalled. He didn't remember there being a village nearby. But that made sense. In the game, it was impossible to create the entire area of the lands between. It seemed the old thief had hidden all the areas friendly to players in the game. Truly worthy of being the blade of the cursed frog. So, teacher, you need 10 runes to spend in the village? Moraine asked curiously. Yes, Thops nodded. 10 runes can keep me going quite well for half a month. Is that so? Moraine nodded. So that's what the cost of living was like here. Looking at Moraine, Thops asked with concern, Moraine, where is your finger witch? In the lands between, every tarnished possessed a finger witch who could help them turn runes into strength. I probably don't have a witch. Moraine shook his head. He had been here for several days, and had never seen his own witch. She was either dead or didn't exist from the beginning. Moraine personally leaned towards the latter. Is that so? Thops said with regret. Please accept my condolences. He had misunderstood. In the eyes of many, the tarnished and finger witches were seen as ominous. Therefore, a large-scale witch-hunting campaign had even broken out in the lands between once. Thops believed that Moraine's witch must have been hunted down by someone who despised the tarnished and finger witches. Moraine shrugged, spread his hands, and didn't explain, feeling that this was just fine. It was just a form of energy application, after all. He was a mystery prior, after all. If worst came to worst, he could just figure out how to convert runes into strength himself after advancing to wizard. Oh right, teacher, Moraine revealed a very pure smile. You might have to teach me some things from scratch. Before that, you have to keep your body healthy. If you collapse before me, I'll have to take care of you, and then my tuition fee will have been paid in vain. As he spoke, Moraine casually placed his hand on Thops's shoulder. White cursed energy ignited, producing positive energy from the reverse curse technique. Thops showed a puzzled expression. Moraine held the books with one hand and said with a smile. I'm illiterate. As the words fell, Thops suddenly felt his long-standing fatigue, and the hidden injuries in his body recovering bit by bit, and his organs, which had been somewhat failing due to long-term malnutrition, were slowly returning to normal. Except for the slight crystallization caused by researching glintstone magic, most of his body's functions were recovering. Thops opened his eyes wide in surprise. 1 month later. Ripples stirred in the synchronization space, and Moraine, wearing black wizard robes, walked out. "Yo, you're here." Moraine greeted him. "Where are the others?" Moraine looked around. Moraine shrugged and didn't answer. The two high-fived, synchronizing their memories. The experiences of Moraine over the past month appeared in Moraine's mind. A month had passed in the Elden Ring world. In just the first half of the month, Moraine, as a mystery prior, had successfully learned all of Thops's magic knowledge. Not just the 3 spells he mentioned at the beginning, but also some basic knowledge of magic. Moraine, holding an interesting mindset, had also taught some ritual magic knowledge to Thops, wanting to see what this Dreg, who was perceptive but had been ostracized since childhood, could realize. Unexpectedly, Thops had actually succeeded. The theory he was supposed to develop in the future, just before his death, appeared ahead of time. He discovered that in the lands between, magic based on sorcery, and incantations based on faith were essentially interchangeable. Recently, he had started to research whether he could create a force field that could repel all forms of energy attacks through some kind of ritual. He was obsessed with research, even casting aside his once-yearned-for dream of returning to the Magic Academy. Unlike the original work where he died of exhaustion at his desk, with the treatment of Moraine's reverse curse technique, Thops's body was much better than in the original. "I plan to recommend him to Demonis Selin," Moraine said. He had now left the small town where Thops lived and set off alone on the road to the Weeping Peninsula. He was going there to find the sealed great Demonis Selin. "A bunch of mediocrities can't see Thops's greatness, but I don't believe Demonis Selin won't be able to. Be careful. A great Demonis, rarely seen in a century. The déjà vu ability might not necessarily play much of a role," Moraine reminded him. Using favorability items to farm favorability was certainly useful, but probably no one would be willing to have their emotions manipulated by others. If you get caught directly, there's also the possibility that your favorability will drop to 0, you know. Moraine shook his head. Regarding the Lonely Weirdo's ability, déjà vu, the Moraines rarely used it on anyone other than ordinary people. It was mostly used to get discounts when grocery shopping. The number of times it had been used on non-ordinary people was only twice. Once on Dagon, and once on Thops. Although Thops would eventually develop a theory that would subvert the entire magic world, he was currently just a third-rate mage. As for Dagon, using it was fine. He was an enemy anyway, so it didn't matter if the favorability dropped rapidly after being detected. But Demonis Selin was different. Moraine was going there to study, so he needed to farm favorability. Playing dirty tricks like that was not advisable. Moraine waved his hand casually. "I'm not that stupid." "That's true, we're all very smart." Moraine grinned. The two chatted for a while longer before leaving the synchronization space one after another. Soon, the synchronization space fell into silence. Chapter 51, Beauty. Everywhere leaving the synchronization space, Moraine did not rush to open his eyes, but continued to keep them closed, lying on the small bed made of the swarm beneath him. The swarm beneath him would chirp from time to time. Different species occasionally communicated with each other, but most of the time it was butterflies talking to butterflies, and spiders to spiders. He lay on such a bed, eyes closed but not sleeping. He was reminiscing, savoring the memories of his different selves. As he thought, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and the fluorescent markings on his face faded a little. The Moraines often did things that they considered sufficiently interesting. On one hand, they truly felt it was fun, on the other, it was to add more worth-remembering moments to their memories. Time passed bit by bit. Yet Moraine still felt no sleepiness, even after becoming somewhat exhausted from repeatedly reminiscing. he still couldn't drift off to sleep. Exhaling forcefully, he opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. His entire body slowly floated up, and a few small insects fell off him, drifting lazily in the zero-gravity environment. Moraine reached out to catch a small spider that was struggling while floating upward, helped it back to the ground, and then turned to look to the side. There was a window. Through it, one could see the pitch-black exterior, with only 1 or 2 specks of light, so small they were almost invisible, vaguely visible at the edge of his vision. Seeing such a scene for the first time, it was inevitable to feel somewhat awestruck by the vastness of the universe. But he had been looking at this scene for several months now. For several months, it had not changed once. Unlike the darkness outside the window, inside were stark white walls and various instruments and equipment that looked highly technological. However, these instruments and equipment were now covered in all sorts of insects. There were also many floating directly in midair. Moraine maintained the posture he had just risen in, looking out the window, his gaze somewhat dull and motionless. The fluorescent markings on his face, which had just eased, began to slowly recover toward their previous state. It probably wouldn't take long before they returned completely to how they were at the beginning. Among all the Moraines, his entropy loss syndrome was the most severe. Although he had 100% memory synchronization and could find relief every time he entered the space, precisely because of this, every time he left the space and faced reality, the gap between memory and reality felt even greater. Moraine closed his eyes, pressed his palms against the ground to let himself float up slowly, and drifted lazily toward the window. A few days ago, it was actually possible to move normally inside the spaceship. Although it was in space, people inside the spaceship cabin felt little abnormality and could move without obstruction, as if in a suitable gravity environment. Although the Interstellar Peace Corporation didn't act like human beings, its technology was top-notch. Starting a few days ago, the spaceship's gravity device stopped working. Moraine guessed that perhaps the spaceship's artificial intelligence detected a large number of insect offspring inside, judged that the spaceship had a large amount of life requiring energy consumption, and thus activated some setting. Moraine guessed that this might be to prolong the operation of the life support system inside the spaceship as much as possible, thus reducing unnecessary other energy consumption. Anyway, since one could survive even while standing in a zero-gravity environment, it was better to just use that energy to stabilize the spaceship itself. Damn it, are you an artificial idiot? Moraine's head bumped against the glass. If you want to ensure the safety of the passengers inside the spaceship, can't you just fly to a planet? What's the point of doing this? But it didn't work. The pilot had died suddenly, and the spaceship did not recognize the authority of the outsider Moraine, judging him as a captive, and not letting him pilot it. This resulted in the entire spaceship getting stuck here. Moraine lay against the window, watching the unchanging scenery outside, murmuring to himself. If only someone could suddenly airdrop next to me and save me. Over these few months, he had pleaded more than once, praying to various existences. Except for those like the Aeon of Destruction, or the Aeon of Nihility, he had prayed to almost every Aeon. Yet still, no one responded to him. Pursing his lips, Moraine intended to go back to lying like a corpse, and by the way, study the new content that had appeared in his mind due to synchronization with the Elden Ring Moraine. But just at this moment, his eyesight, which had been enhanced to far exceed that of an ordinary person, seemed to notice something. It was a small red dot appearing at the edge of his vision. The outside world, which hadn't changed for months, suddenly had a change. Even if it was just a nearly invisible small dot, it immediately attracted Moraine's attention. He pressed his face against the window, staring fixedly at that small red dot. Moraine had an intuition that the small dot was approaching him. The red dot gradually enlarged in his eyes. Facts proved that his intuition was not wrong. Soon, in just a few minutes, the dot grew large enough for Moraine to see clearly. It was a spaceship. Moraine felt as if he were almost moved to tears. He immediately converted all his energy into cursed energy, expanding the range of his simultaneous cursed method as much as possible. He had anticipated a similar situation long ago, having imagined how he should call for help if another spaceship passed by. The universe was too big, so big that when spaceships passed each other, they might be separated by thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers. So, a few months ago, he began using ritual magic to establish a binding vow, mobilizing all his cursed energy dozens of times a day, trying to use the ritual and the binding vow to save it up, managing to save 1/10 of his normal total every day. He had persisted with this binding vow for several months, just for this day that might come. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. The range of the simultaneous cursed method expanded rapidly, abandoning the circular radiation range and turning into a straight line, pointing directly at that speck of light. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Please save me. I've been trapped here for days. Moraine's voice was transmitted out through the simultaneous cursed method. He did not expect a response. After all, the simultaneous cursed method could only emit sound, not receive it. All right, don't be afraid, I am on my way, please stay calm. A magnetic voice followed the connection Moraine had emitted and entered his ears. This voice was just like the déjà vu ability of the lonely weirdo, possessing the power to put people at ease and create a sense of intimacy. However, it was softer and even harder to resist, and one wouldn't want to resist it. It was completely a super upgraded version of the lonely weirdo. In Moraine's eyes, that spaceship had gradually grown large enough to be barely visible clearly. He saw that it was a rose-red spaceship, not very large, looking overall a bit like a racing car. The outer layer of the ship was painted with rose-red paint and carved with various patterns, with roses being the main one. The voice entering his ears continued. Please rest assured, I will save you. Beauty is with you and me. Please follow the chapter comments. Problematic ad. Reported here. You can disable pop-up ads by becoming a contributor. Become a contributor. Hashtag 52 Chapter 52 The Swarm and the Pure Night. Chapter 52, The Swarm and the Night of Beauty. The red spaceship drew closer and closer, beginning to decelerate slowly, until it finally stopped not far from the side of the IPC spaceship Moraine was currently on. Moraine pressed against the window, staring intently. The voice from just a moment ago sounded familiar. Combined with the phrase he spoke, "May beauty be with you and me," along with the patterns and color scheme of the spaceship before him, Moraine could roughly guess who had come to save him. Although he didn't know how he managed to find him, all he could say was praise to the Night of Beauty. To block out infamy and proclaim renown, traversing the universe, using every word and deed to spread the name of the Aeon of Beauty, Adrila. This was the Knights of Beauty, one of the factions that worshipped beauty. The next moment, the knight appeared by Moraine's side. He had long, rose-colored hair and wore knight's armor that was primarily silver, accented with gold and red. Facing Moraine, he placed one hand over his chest and extended the other forward. The Knights of Beauty, ordained Knight Argenti, offers you greetings. Moraine pulled his face away from the glass, looked at Argenti, and blinked. More than anything else, I'm curious how you got in. Moraine glanced at the intact cabin, then back at Argenti, who had appeared directly beside him. His lips did not move, but his voice appeared in Argenti's ears. Argenti felt no confusion whatsoever about Moraine using telepathy despite being so close. In an instant, he accepted and acknowledged Moraine's peculiar habit. That is not difficult, Argenti replied with his gentle, magnetic voice, because beauty is everywhere. Is that so? Sometimes, Moraine felt he simply couldn't understand the logic of the path's lunatics. Whether beauty was everywhere or not, and how Argenti could suddenly appear beside him in Moraine's view, these had no connection. What did that have to do with him? He only knew he was about to be rescued. A look of relief appeared on Moraine's face. But just at that moment, Moraine remembered that this spaceship was currently filled with the swarm. And in Moraine's memory, the knight before him did not get along with the swarm of the propagation. He always appeared where the swarm was, saving the people there and killing the chaotic swarms. The big bugs are being blocked at the door by the Night of Beauty. This was going to be tricky. Moraine didn't think for a second that he could defeat a knight of beauty. But just then, Argente's voice reached Moraine's ears once again. "This is truly beautiful." Moraine looked at Argente and discovered he was tilting his head, looking at the mass of the swarm piled on the wall. Such a number of the swarm, gathered together, yet they do not attack one another. They help each other, harmonious and loving. As he spoke, Argente looked at Moraine again, his eyes pure, his tone devoid of any sarcasm. "It was you who bestowed wisdom upon them, teaching them what family is, what love is. Such an act is truly beautiful." Moraine was puzzled for a moment. "I thought you would kill them." "How could I?" Argente shook his head slightly, then quickly realized something. He looked at Moraine, his tone gentle. "I understand. You are speaking of the remnants of the Emperor of Sand, the swarm of the propagation. Indeed, if I were to encounter them in the universe, I certainly would show no mercy. However, I kill them because of their ugliness, not because they are bugs." Argente's voice was filled with pity. "Even bugs have the beauty of bugs. But the remnants of the Emperor of Sand only know propagation. Not only can they not understand what beauty is, they destroy the beauty of others. It is only because they are such ugly things that I take action to correct them." Finishing, he turned to Moraine with a tone of praise. "But your progeny has already understood what love is and what beauty is. Since that is the case, they are no longer tainted, they have a future to pursue beauty. Even if they are the swarm, they are still a blank canvas of pure white right now. The lance in my hand exists to protect beauty. I will not stifle the possibility of others pursuing beauty." Moraine began to clap, clap, clap. "That sounds amazing. Thank you for your praise." Argente gladly accepted the praise, then naturally began to return the favor. "My beautiful sir, I swear to you by the weight of a rose. As a great mother, you are also truly beautiful." "Ah, no, no, no. No matter how you put it, it should be father." Moraine waved his hand. Argente paused slightly, then immediately spoke apologetically. "I am very sorry, sir. I assumed too much." Argente said, feeling guilty, "I once met another walker of the propagation, and he told me that compared to being called father, he preferred to be called mother. Therefore, I naturally imposed an unfounded title upon you. I am deeply sorry." Argente lowered his head. "I hope you can accept my apology." "Oh, it's fine. Mother or father, it doesn't matter," Moraine said nonchalantly. "The fact that you came to save me is enough. Thank you for your understanding. Your tolerance is also very beautiful. So when can you take me away from here?" Moraine said, eyes full of anticipation. "I can't wait any more. Being locked up here for so long, I'm about to go crazy." Argente's gaze lingered for a moment on the fluorescent markings on Moraine's face, and he nodded seriously. "Yes, that is precisely the reason I came here," he said very earnestly. "But there is one thing before that." "What is it?" Moraine asked. Argente straightened up, one hand placed in front of his chest, the other behind his back. He asked in a serious tone. "This gentleman, before that, I would like to ask a question. I wonder, are you willing to acknowledge that the goddess of beauty, Idrila, is peerless in her beauty?" By Argente's custom, he usually preferred to ask the other party if they were willing to praise the peerless beauty of the Aeon of Beauty, Idrila, before saving them. But this was not extortion, it was simply Argente confirming whether the other party was beautiful or not. If the other party was willing to praise the Aeon of Beauty, Idrila, from the bottom of their heart, then a like-minded friend was undoubtedly beautiful. He would save them. If the other party praised the Aeon of Beauty, Idrila, against their true feelings just to survive, then it showed that the other party was adaptable, good at seeking help and not extreme. This was undoubtedly beautiful. He would save them. If the other party, even when in danger, still refused to praise the Aeon of Beauty, Idrila, then it showed that the other party had unshakable conviction. This was undoubtedly beautiful. He would save them. In short, as long as the other party was beautiful, he would offer his assistance. And in the eyes of the Knight of Beauty, if something was judged as ugly, it was basically already hopeless. Chapter 53, The Rare and Precious. Yes, I am willing to admit that the goddess of beauty possesses beauty that is unparalleled in the world, Moraine replied, his voice sounding very sincere. After all, I've worshipped every aeon in the entire universe, and only the followers of beauty have helped me. However, just after finishing, he felt as if something was missing. Oh, it's the mask. I've worn it for so long, gotten so used to it that I almost forgot. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and tapped the mask he wore on the side of his face, adding, "Oh right, an elation. Then I also admit that the aeon of elation is unrivaled in humor." After saying this, he gratefully patted Argentie's right hand, which was encased in a gauntlet. "Anyway, rest assured, from now on, if anyone says Adrila doesn't look good, I'll fight them." He could guarantee that his words were absolutely from the heart. After all, this wasn't even spoken with his mouth, it came directly from his own heart and into the other person's mind. No one could speak more from the heart than him. Feeling Moraine's truly from the heart words, Argentie maintained his unchanging, sincere smile. "It's wonderful that you're willing to think this way," Argentie said with a smile. "This, too, is beautiful." He didn't feel offended in the slightest by Moraine's overly familiar behavior. In fact, most of the time, he is more overly familiar than the vast majority of people. Moraine nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite good about accepting the premise that he was very beautiful. The Knights of Beauty are beauty path striders. If he says I'm beautiful, how could I not be? "Argentie, when can we leave?" Moraine stopped Argentie, who was planning to praise every single one of Moraine's swarm offspring one by one. "I've been here for several months, and I can't stay here for another second. If you wish, we can depart right now." Argentie withdrew his gaze and extended his hand once more, reaching out in front of Moraine. "Please allow me to escort you and your offspring to my spaceship." "Then thank you for the trouble." Moraine smiled, raised his right hand, and twitched two fingers. Immediately, the swarm received the command and surged toward Moraine. The swarm was dense and packed, appearing somewhat frightening. Those that could fly dragged those that couldn't, ensuring no one was left behind. These insects first landed on Moraine's body and merged into him. Just as he could spread himself out to become the swarm, over this period, he had also researched the ability to integrate insects into his body. However, this ability couldn't accommodate too many insects, there was no way it could exceed his own volume. The remaining insects climbed onto Moraine's body, crawling into his cuffs, pockets, and the lining of his clothes. "Don't crawl into my pants." He reached out to block them, stopping a few insects that were trying to crawl into his trousers. Soon, a large number of insects were put away by Moraine. The ones that truly couldn't find a spot simply landed densely on Moraine's clothes, or connected head to tail with each other, weaving a new set of clothes on Moraine's body. The dense swarm gathered to form a hooded cloak. The final small portion was woven into necklaces, bracelets, and other ornaments attached to Moraine. Because there were so many insects, this cloak had a very long train. The hem of the cloak hung down to the ground and spread out, covering a diameter of more than half a meter. Truly a unique aesthetic. Argentie watched this scene quietly with a smile, his eyes shining brightly, and gave his answer after Moraine had finished stowing away the swarm. "The number I have here might be a bit much. I don't know if you can carry them all." After finishing all this, Moraine finally reached out and placed his hand on Argentie's palm. "I can only try my best to keep them all connected to me, but I feel like it might not be very secure." Moraine felt that the insect cloak on his body might not be very secure. "Rest assured, I won't let anyone be left behind," Argentie reassured him. The next moment, a spotlight shone down from above, illuminating Argentie, Moraine, and the area around him, covering the cloak hem spread on the ground as well, not letting a single insect be left behind. "Wait, where did that light come from?" Moraine looked up in confusion. But there was nothing above his head. This spotlight appeared out of thin air. It had appeared Argenti's most signature ability, conjuring a spotlight out of thin air. Argenti smiled and gave a gentle tug. Suddenly, the scene outside the spotlight began to spin rapidly, and all the colors blurred together, making it impossible to see anything clearly. After a bout of spinning, once the rotation stopped and Moraine could see clearly again, he discovered that his surroundings had changed. He had arrived on Argenti's red spaceship. The interior coating of the spaceship was also dominated by gold, silver, and red, painted with various rose patterns. On the walls, names and words of blessing were written in pens of various colors. Moraine could recognize that they were names and blessings. Unlike his selves in other worlds, the Moraine of the Honkai Star Rail universe could understand most of the writing in this universe, because it was in the database of the synesthesia beacon. If the text was recorded, he could understand it; if it wasn't, he could only stare blankly. And the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Corporation had long since recorded 90% of the languages in this universe. Once the two of them stood steady, Argenti let go of Moraine's hand. He noticed Moraine's slightly curious gaze, so he took a step, walked to one of the cabin walls, and introduced it. "These are all blessings given to me by friendly people." He looked at the words, his eyes soft. "Some people, after meeting me, will sign their names inside my spaceship, or write a few words of blessing. I spray them with fixative to set them so they don't fade, and I also carefully wipe them every day to keep them clean." Clearly, these were all blessings left by people who had once been helped by Argenti. This could arguably be considered a mutual exchange of goodwill. This is practically a tourist spot, isn't it? Moraine looked at these words and actually saw several phrases similar to "I was here." It seemed that among those helped by Argenti, there might be masked fools who followed the path of elation. However, it seemed Argenti didn't mind. He cared more about whether his actions were pure, and whether they were beautiful enough. He wasn't sad about being deceived. He actually wiped those inscriptions, which might have carried a mocking tone, every day as well. There wasn't a single speck of dirt on them. "Welcome to the rare and precious." Argenti turned around and looked at Moraine. "I hope you find the ride comfortable." Chapter 56. Rest. Looking at his insect descendants, Moraine smiled almost unconsciously. After wishing them good night, Moraine slowly rose to his feet and walked into the room's attached washroom. The washroom was more or less what he'd imagined, not particularly large, divided into two sections, with the bathroom and toilet area sharing a combined design. The section closest to the door was slightly larger, appearing to be around 5 or 6 square meters. It had a sink, mirror, and toilet, with a towel rack mounted on the wall holding a towel and a bathrobe. The inner section housed both a bathtub and a shower, a little smaller but equally well equipped. The two sections were separated by a sliding glass door. "Doesn't this look more and more like a hotel?" Moraine remarked. He was quite pleased about that. After all, while the company's assigned spacecraft did have a toilet, it certainly didn't provide employees with a proper bathing room, just a faucet and a bucket. Completely incomparable to the current Pure Beauty Grand Hotel. He turned on the bathtub faucet, and while the water filled, Moraine picked up the toothbrush and toothpaste from the sink, squeezed out a ribbon of paste, and began brushing. Though Inji hadn't shown even a hint of displeasure during their exchange, Moraine knew his own smell couldn't possibly have been pleasant. Just then, shadows appeared at the gap beneath the washroom door. Moraine glanced over instinctively and watched as insects flowed through the crack like water. Some crawled up the walls and ceiling, others gathered around his feet. Moraine looked down at them, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, and asked in a muffled voice, "What are you doing? You want to wash up too?" He set down the rinsing cup in his other hand, raised that hand, and asked, "Should I channel your wish force and just make you clean directly?" His insect descendants did carry wish force, though only the faintest trace of it. Which was exactly why he didn't need to worry about being swallowed by it. But the insects sent a signal through their network. They didn't want to do it that simply. Surprisingly ceremonious about it, Moraine raised an eyebrow. "Should I find a basin for you all then?" He pictured it for a moment and felt it looked uncomfortably like blanching vegetables. The insects waved their antennae, sending him a signal. They released their own pheromones, and Moraine quickly understood their meaning. He should wash himself. They would use the water vapor drifting through the washroom to clean themselves. Moraine nodded. That works too. As long as you're happy. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, the bathtub had filled. Moraine slipped off his clothes, tossed them into the laundry basket, and sank comfortably into the bath, feeling every muscle in his body unwind. Steam quickly filled the space, wrapping the washroom in a warm, hazy mist. Moraine exhaled deeply, raising one hand before his eyes. His hand bore several wounds. Calling them wounds wasn't quite accurate, flesh had already grown back over them, but the new skin was a slightly jarring shade compared to the surrounding area, not yet harmonized. There had been a period, early on, when he occasionally needed pain to keep himself grounded. In the first few months, he would sometimes scratch at his own body, tearing away small pieces of skin. Those old wounds, of course, had long since been healed by another version of himself who'd mastered the reversal technique. The ones on his hands now were from a few days ago. His reversal technique could be projected outward, but its efficiency was low. It could heal, but scars had to fade on their own. For the first time since coming to rest properly in the real world, Moraine examined the body that had carried him through these past months. Compared to when he'd first arrived in this world, before entering the synchronization space, the changes were nothing short of staggering. The most obvious was his skin. At the very beginning, his complexion had been somewhat dark but clean, no tattoos or anything of that sort, though scattered with acne scars and small bumps. When he was very young, he'd had chickenpox. At the time, covered head to toe in sores and lacking any common sense, he'd popped them one by one, leaving a field of permanent scars across his body. But now those scars were gone. His skin had become smooth and clean, noticeably lighter than before. Even the goosebumps that no ordinary human skin could avoid were invisible, and pores had all but disappeared. In their place, luminescent lines traced across his skin like intricate tattoos. I suppose I traded any hope of passing a government civil exam for looks decent enough. He laughed quietly, running a hand over his face, made handsome enough by syncing with several versions of himself, then over his abdominal muscles. He'd always wanted to build muscle, but he'd always been too averse to exertion, too lazy to try. Perhaps someday, his appearance could even become one of his weapons. A memory that stood out. In the world of mystery, the angel of death Adsky Eggers had experienced something similar. Merely being glanced at by the true god-blood Emperor Alistar Tudor had caused him to faint from sheer handsomeness. Stunning a male angel, one who'd nearly lost all humanity at the time, with a single look. Who knows when I'll ever reach that level of absurd beauty? The synchronization of the shared space had been comprehensive, encompassing not only his looks but also his original ordinariness. The difference was, he could toggle between them freely. He could project several times his usual attractiveness, or in an instant flip into ultra-background character mode, multiplying his plainness several times over. Combined with his innate ability to suppress his own presence, the chances of being noticed dropped to nearly nothing. Thinking about this, Moraine suddenly felt something was off. A nagging sense that something didn't quite fit. He had always unconsciously assumed that his presence suppression ability was either the insects concealing themselves, or the mask managing his entropy loss. But thinking about it carefully now, that seemed completely wrong. As he gradually walked his path, Moraine had grown increasingly certain that this ability had almost nothing to do with breeding. Which meant it naturally couldn't be a swarm ability, or a use of entropy loss either. Moraine furrowed his brow and turned it over in his mind, but couldn't identify any other similar ability he possessed. What can't be figured out doesn't need to be figured out. It didn't feel like anything urgent. He pushed that thread of thought to the back of his mind, and let it go, then closed his eyes and drifted off in the bathtub, perfectly content to sleep there. Soaking in water for too long wasn't ideal, strictly speaking, but it didn't matter. The bathwater couldn't ruin his skin, and even if it did, the reversal technique would fix it. His breathing gradually steadied. He fell asleep. Chapter 57, Born Human, My sincerest apologies. Several hours later. Having soaked for the better part of the night until his body was slightly swollen, Moraine stepped out of the washroom wearing his bathrobe. White flames enveloped him, and the waterlogged skin sloughed away, replaced in the next moment by fresh new skin. Let the old skin soak away. Grow new skin in its place. Without question, there was no cleaner way to bathe than this. It was essentially shedding. Stepping out of the washroom, Moraine scanned the room for his insect descendants and immediately noticed something was off with the count. He raised a hand, letting a moth settle on his fingertip, and asked. Seems like there are a few missing. Did you eat your brothers and sisters again? There were many kinds of insects and plenty of predator-prey relationships among them. In the early days when the insect descendants first appeared, mutual predation within the swarm was common. The smarter ones had enough intellect to recognize that their prey was actually family and would actively avoid them, but most insect descendants didn't possess that level of awareness. They were, at most, slightly more intelligent than ordinary insects, a little better at understanding human speech. Beyond that, they mostly acted on instinct. No, the moth fluttered its wings and answered with pheromones. They went out to play. Is that so? Moraine said warmly, stroking the little moth's wings. Good for them. He released the moth and snapped his fingers. A crisp sound. The scattered wish force drifting through the room manifested into pure energy, flowing into the bodies of his insect descendants, converting into proteins, vitamins, and whatever biological fuel living things required. This had always been how his insect descendants replenished their food and nutrition. After all, the ship's artificial intelligence wasn't going to ration food for insects, and Moraine had no desire to watch them kill each other. He didn't know whether wish force could conjure food from thin air. He certainly couldn't manage that. But converting it directly into biological energy? That he could do. With that taken care of, Moraine straightened his bathrobe, slipped on his sandals, and walked out, stepping into the fan-shaped area within the folded space. The wall beside him automatically parted to either side, revealing a rectangular doorway just wide enough for one person. Moraine stepped through and entered the bridge of the Zishalud. Festive Star Penacony announces it will invite celebrated songstress Robin to perform at the Jubilee of Harmony. As a time-honored tradition of Festive Star, the Grand Jubilee, held only once per Amber Era, brings together countless faithful of harmony, offering prayers for a beautiful future across the universe. Voices reached Moraine's ears. On the console not far away sat a device emitting sound, two voices, one female, one male, speaking in turn. It was a glass panel floating upright in the air, defying physics, facing the direction where Inji sat. Images and text flickered across its surface. Inji sat at the helm, his armor as immaculate as ever, a book resting open across his lap. He was reading quietly, head bowed. When he noticed Moraine's arrival, he looked up and gave him a warm nod. Moraine glanced around and quickly located his descendants. As he'd expected, many of the insects that had left the room had come to the bridge to find Inji. Most of them were butterflies and their kin. Inji's natural warmth did have a genuine draw for insect descendants with low intelligence who operated mostly on instinct. And for some reason, Inji simply had a constitution that attracted insects, though they were usually enormous real sting bugs, the breeding descendants that Inji had once described as hideous. The insect descendants clustered around Inji, listening to the sounds from the device. Miss Robin, a superstar commanding galactic attention, has claimed numerous top honors, her heavenly voice spreading across many worlds. It seemed to be a radio. A moment later, an image appeared on the glass panel. A young girl with blue hair, looking youthful, a halo floating above her head, a pair of small white wings growing from behind her ears. It is reported that during this celebration, Robin will sing a hymn to the star god of harmony in the name of the family, opening the grand ceremony. The Interastral Peace Corporation will broadcast the full celebration live, carrying the music and well wishes to 1,000 stars across the cosmos. Listening to the Interastral Peace broadcast, Moraine walked over and settled into the seat he'd occupied yesterday. Indeed, Inji said, his smile like a warm spring breeze. He closed the book on his lap. Good afternoon. I hope you're finding the accommodations comfortable. Afternoon. Moraine thought back. I wouldn't have thought I slept that late. It was 8 in the morning when I checked on you. It's 1500 hours now, Inji explained. So you only slept a few system hours. Ah, that makes sense. Moraine nodded. Living out in space, my sense of time is completely off. Inji nodded with understanding. It's a common problem when traveling through the cosmos. Passing different planets with their different local times makes it easy to lose track. Inji had a way of making people feel genuinely understood. Moraine channeled some wish force to feed the descendants who hadn't gotten their share yet, then tilted his head and looked at the book in Inji's hand. By the way, what's that? He asked curiously. He'd noticed it was a dictionary. Ah, well. Inji explained patiently. I realized your children don't seem to have names, so I thought I'd come up with some options for your consideration. I've already thought of over 3,000 names, you can look through them later, and wait, Moraine quickly raised a hand to stop him. You're trying to help me name them? Yes, Inji said matter-of-factly. Don't worry, I have no intention of overstepping a father's right to name his own children. It's just, you have quite a lot of insect descendants, and I thought I might offer what modest assistance I could. He said it with complete sincerity. It's clear to me that this is your first time being a father. Children deserve more love and care. Your children are quite numerous. Giving each one equal attention would naturally be difficult, so, as Adriella is my witness, I will help you. Too radiant. Moraine felt as though he'd looked directly at the sun. Stop, please stop. I'm a terrible father. Born human, my sincerest apologies. Just then, both Moraine and Inji felt the ship Zishalud give a slight shudder as it veered off its original heading. Is something broken? Moraine immediately latched onto anything he could use to change the subject, pointing toward the console behind Inji. Inji glanced back and understood the situation at once. Nothing's broken. He shook his head. It's just, someone nearby is in need of help. He rose to his feet and extended a hand toward Moraine. In the name of pure beauty, Mr. Moraine, may I have the honor of inviting you to assist me in offering aid to someone in difficulty? Of course. Moraine clasped his hand. After all, that's exactly what you did for me yesterday. Chapter 58 Rescue. I'll go change my clothes first, Moraine said, standing up and letting Argenti know. He was still wearing a bathrobe, which really wasn't very convenient. The clothes he'd changed out of a few hours ago were a bit dirty, but fortunately, that was no issue at all for the rare and precious in this interstellar era. Washing and drying combined probably took less than 10 seconds. Argenti nodded with a smile, indicating it was no problem. He gently raised his hand, and a magnificent spear and a cloth immediately appeared in his hands, and he began to carefully wipe his weapon. He had to ensure that when he was promoting beauty, there wasn't a speck of dirt on his person or his weapon. Seeing this, Moraine's eyes were filled with envy. Conjuring items out of thin air, this was great. If he could do that too, he could put the bug offspring into a special space, and wouldn't need to have them hanging all over him every time he moved, like before. Perhaps he could create a space by combining the ritual magic of the esoteric, the barrier techniques of sorcery, the magic of the ring, and the omnipotent path energy. He wondered if the division and replication of the propagation could be applied to space. Putting these thoughts to the back of his mind, Moraine looked at the bugs beside Argenti, intending to call them back with him. But after looking around, he discovered they had already vanished. Hey, Moraine chuckled. They sure run fast. Having said that, he calmed his mind and relaxed his body. Argenti, who had just finished wiping his equipment, suddenly felt something was off. He looked up at Moraine. He didn't know why, but he felt that for a split second, Moraine's condition had suddenly become exceptionally good. It was as if an athlete had just woken up 1 second, and the next, they had finished warming up and were ready to compete. Moraine smiled and gave Argenti a thumbs up, then turned and walked toward his room. Just a second ago, he had entered the synchronization space to report his safety to his other selves, indicating that he had escaped. However, he hadn't synchronized anything this time. The time flow difference between the three worlds, the esoteric, Honkai, Star Rail, and the ring, was not too large. A few hours had passed here, and it was about the same on the other two sides. It was hard to say if even a minute had passed in the remaining worlds. He entered the synchronization space mainly to signal that he had finally left the spaceship, so his other selves could rest easy. He also mentioned that their information package decompression assistant had gone on strike. Finally, he synchronized the states of his other selves. This was also a special feature the Moraines had discovered. After synchronizing in the space, everyone's state would become equivalent to the state of the person who was in the best condition within the space at that time. For example, if one Moraine hadn't slept well but had abundant spirituality, and another Moraine had exhausted their spirituality but had slept well, then after the two Moraines synchronized, both would become refreshed and have abundant spirituality. This was also the reason why the Moraines rarely synchronized before going to sleep. Although one could force sleep through meditation, sleep was meant for enjoyment, not for completing a task. Returning to his room, Moraine threw the clothes from the laundry basket into the washing machine, and started a 10-second quick wash and dry. While the washing machine was cleaning quickly, he looked around the room, and soon found the few butterflies that had gone to find Argenti on the nightstand. They were gathered together with a few other bugs, chatting with each other. "What did you talk about when you went to find Argenti?" Moraine asked curiously. The butterflies flapped their wings and their antennae twitched slightly, answering Moraine's question. "The red friend taught us about beauty." "Is that so?" Moraine listened happily. "Keep it up, strive to step onto the path of beauty, and become space beauty bugs." In the universe, bugs that have stepped onto the beauty path are not rare, and among them, the most common should be the space beauty bugs. This is a type of pink bug that grows in orchards. Having stepped onto the road of beauty, if someone feeds them, they might receive a gift from them. The washing machine finished washing and drying. "Does anyone want to go for a walk with me?" Moraine asked while grabbing his clothes. "There are too many of you, I can't take you all out. I can take at most 100. The room suddenly buzzed incessantly. A few minutes later, Moraine changed his clothes and returned to the cockpit once again. He noticed that the rare and precious was currently hovering above a planet that was primarily gray and white. Argenti glanced at him and immediately noticed that bugs were hidden everywhere in his hair, the folds of his clothes, and his pockets. But it was hard to tell if you didn't look closely. "I'm taking a few of the children for a walk," Moraine explained. "They want to help out too." "No problem," Argenti accepted readily. "Seeing that you have raised such beautiful children, I am truly joyful for you." Soon, after a dozen minutes, the spaceship passed through the atmosphere and landed with a boom. The impact was very intense, but the sound was not loud, and Moraine didn't feel much vibration. Undoubtedly, this was still the divine power of the path. The door of the rare and precious opened, and Argenti and Moraine walked out of the spaceship one after the other. This was a huge jungle. The trees were incomparably tall, and even the weeds on the ground were 3 or 4 meters high. "What are we doing now?" Moraine asked. Argenti was just about to open his mouth to answer. Moraine and Argenti heard the crying of a child coming from the nearby jungle. Argenti immediately looked in the direction the sound was coming from. "Wait here for me for a moment." He only had time to leave that sentence behind before, the next moment, Argenti dashed out, rushing rapidly towards the direction the sound was coming from, and disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. "Wow, he runs so fast." Moraine couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He had just raised his hand, and Argenti was already gone. "Use your head, would you?" He watched the direction Argenti had disappeared, then shifted his gaze toward the direction the sound came from. Whose baby's voice can carry across half a jungle? That sound came from very far away, crossing half the jungle, and entered Moraine and Argenti's ears. However, Moraine also knew he couldn't stop Argenti. After all, what if it really was a human baby in danger? After all, the rare and precious bringing them to land on this planet meant that there must be people on this planet who needed rescue. For example, stop hiding. He raised his hand and pointed to the other side of the jungle. On the surface of his skin, a bit of blue crystal emerged, covering a small patch of his skin. A blue pebble flew rapidly toward the direction he was pointing and hit a tree. Glintstone pebble. This was a low-level minor magic that Thops taught the Elden Ring Moraine. In most cases, using magic from the ring theoretically requires a staff. However, Moraine clearly didn't belong to that theoretical group. The trees shook twice, and immediately someone walked out from behind the trees with their hands raised. Don't shoot, don't shoot. The person was wearing a set of black clothes with a red collar, long sleeves, and long pants. Moraine was very familiar with this uniform. It was the employee uniform of the Interstellar Peace Corporation. He had been able to see it every day for the past few months. But there was no need now. After all, he had been rescued, and the bodies of the originally deceased employees had been collected by Argenti, intending to hand them over the next time they encountered Interstellar Peace Corporation employees. Moraine looked the newly appeared employee up and down. Haggard features, messy hair, tattered clothes. He didn't look like the type who could collect his companions' bodies. He felt that if he and Argenti had arrived any later, they would have had to collect another corpse. Chapter 59, Larva. The Interstellar Peace Corporation employee's dust-covered face wore a miserable expression. Come here, don't hide. Moraine beckoned. The Interstellar Peace Corporation employee immediately lowered his hands and ran towards Moraine. When Argenti returned, what he saw was Moraine standing and chatting with the employee. Noticing Argenti returning from the depths of the jungle, Moraine turned his head to look and saw that his hands were empty. He wasn't carrying anything. Clearly, he hadn't found a baby after reaching his target. I was deceived, Argenti explained. There was only a bug imitating a human voice there. I guessed as much, Moraine shrugged. But you ran off too fast, and I couldn't stop you. Thank you very much, Argenti said, placing one hand over his chest. But even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I could not turn a blind eye to it. I guessed that too, Moraine shrugged again. And who is this? Argenti turned his gaze towards the Interstellar Peace Corporation employee. This is Tate, an expatriate employee of the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Moraine, having already chatted with him for a while, introduced him. Hello, Mr. I am willing to acknowledge that the beauty goddess Adrila's beauty is peerless. Please, you must save me. Tate immediately pledged his loyalty to Argenti. Verification code passed. Argenti immediately stated that he would safely protect him. The reputation of the Knights of Beauty had actually long circulated within the Interstellar Peace Corporation. Legend had it that when encountering danger, as long as one shouted to the sky, the beauty goddess Adrila's beauty is peerless, there was a chance to spawn a wild knight of beauty on the roadside. Moraine explained the situation. Simply put, a bug adept at creating hallucinations descended from the heavens onto their planet, transforming it into a hatchery for the swarm, Moraine explained to Argenti. So that's how it is, Argenti nodded. Combined with your experience, I suspect it is a deceptive swarm servant, Moraine said. He remembered that among the descendants of the propagation, there was a lineage called deceptive swarm servants, which excelled at using illusions and changing their forms. They would sprout a human appearance, mimic human voices, and tear open the prey's chest when others gave them a hug. That is a possibility, Argenti nodded. But there are too many types of bug offspring under the propagation, and they are constantly evolving. So I cannot be certain. It seemed he also knew what a deceptive swarm servant was. It seems there is another village in that direction, with some survivors, Moraine said, pointing his thumb behind him. There are still survivors? Argenti looked in the direction Moraine was pointing. I understand. I will go and save them. I think we can split up. Moraine looked towards the depths of the jungle. After all, if I can't improve efficiency, then there's no point in me coming down here. He could sense that there was something in that direction. Argenti thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then be careful. He could sense that Moraine was not weak. He was not the type of small fry who would be immediately eliminated if left alone. At the very least, he felt that Moraine was stronger than the bug he had killed a few minutes ago. May beauty protect you. Don't worry, if I encounter danger, I will shout, the beauty goddess Adrila's beauty is peerless, Moraine replied with a smile. The two separated. Moraine chose to walk towards the jungle and soon entered it. Stepping onto the damp mud, he reached out to push aside the weeds that were taller than a person. A few minutes passed, and he quickly followed a faint, elusive perception to find his target. It was a beetle, its carapace primarily black-brown, mixed with some deep red. It was a very small one. It was a bug offspring that had been separated from its colony. It was curled up in the depths of the jungle, its 3 pairs of compound eyes looking pitifully at Moraine, its teeth grinding together to produce a sound similar to a human baby crying. Moraine's nostrils twitched slightly, smelling a scent that normal humans could not perceive. These were spores emitted by the larva, colorless and odorless, but creatures that inhaled them would quickly develop feelings of pity for the bug before them. Theoretically, what Moraine should be seeing right now was a human baby. However, perhaps because his essence had already diverged from humanity to a certain degree, the bug offspring in front of him didn't even know what it should transform into. The current Moraine was a human, a large bug, a monster, a beyonder, and in a sense, even a stoneman. In the Elden Ring world, learning glintstone magic would cause the body to crystallize. This could not be considered a 100% negative effect, so after synchronizing with the Moraine from the Elden Ring world, all Moraines possessed the ability to turn parts of their bodies into glintstone at will. And being able to freely control the glintstone that the body turned into was precisely why other Moraines without staves could also use magic. This left the bug larva in front of him standing there, not knowing what it should turn into. Not to mention the larva, even its mother would find it difficult to distinguish what kind of thing Moraine was if it were here. Seeing that it was Moraine who had arrived, the sound in the bug's mouth gradually ceased. Its intelligence was not sufficient for it to think about too many things. This deceptive swarm servant became confused. It was unable to distinguish for a moment whether the creature in front of it was kin, prey, or some other chaotic thing. A few seconds later, it made a judgment. It opened its mouth once again, but the sound was no longer the crying of a child. Instead, it emitted a buzzing sound that humans could not understand. While buzzing, it struggled to crawl towards Moraine. It was still too small and could not fly yet. It could only move its body bit by bit. Moraine lowered his gaze to look at its immature mouthparts. He immediately judged that this larva had probably been born about half a month ago, and hadn't eaten anything since the day it was born. It was only because it was a bug offspring of the propagation. If it were any other creature's offspring, it would have died long ago after half a month without food or water. However, it was still dying. Not because of hunger, but because it had been separated from its colony. This larva had already begun to lose entropy. If Moraine had arrived a few days later, there probably wouldn't even be a corpse left here. He stepped forward, crouched down, and looked at the larva that had crawled to his feet. He felt this little thing was quite cute. Moraine waved his right hand, and the artery on his left wrist was immediately slashed open. Streams of fresh blood sprayed from his wrist, onto the ground, onto the larva, and into its open mouth. The larva opened its mouth and tilted its head back, welcoming the energy-rich blood and drawing nutrients from it. Soon, a mutation occurred. Under the influence of Moraine's blood, the larva began to constantly expand and mutate. Moraine withdrew his hand and stepped back, watching it slowly grow larger, watching its shell begin to shed, and its body surface burst open again and again, becoming larger and larger. Soon, it grew from only the size of a fist to a height of 5 or 6 meters. It opened its 3 pairs of compound eyes wide and looked down at Moraine. "Good child," Moraine raised his hand, smiling. "Can you still contact your other family members?" The larva lowered its head, pressed it against Moraine's raised palm, and let out a buzz, indicating affirmation. A dying larva could not contact the colony, but a bug that had accepted Moraine's blood and rapidly molted several times could. "That's good," Moraine smiled and nodded. "Tell them that there is food here, that it is safe, and that there is a swarm king. Call them all over. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.